One time I was homeless. Instead of going home every night, there was no home to go to.
Life at home was very difficult. I grew up being abused.
I lost my belt. I lost respect. I embarrassed my family.
My vision was pretty much non-existent. I was able to just about scrape by the medicals.
When I come out, I have supreme confidence, but I'm scared to death. I'm afraid of everything.
I didn't care about living, I just wanted to die. I got up and I felt the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. I knew I was going to make a comeback.
Fighting, this was designed for me. This is what makes us who we are.
I'm the best.
Who the fuck is that?
I'm so far ahead. Scared. My dream, my vision for myself is to be the greatest martial artist to ever live.
I have always been a fighter. There is nothing I do better in this life than fighting.
There ain't never been a man that could better me. I was born to do this.
Nobody can get close. I'm the best fighter in the world.
I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been.
So soon after the wedding.
Welcome back. It's the pain game, and I really didn't know how to start the stream, so I wrote something down, because this is a big moment. I got to get this right? So go with me on this. How do you start a stream like this? Well, I want to start off by shouting out my mother, who is no longer with us, but is approaching what would have been her 60th birthday, and her baby boy is about to do something special today, because I am true Jordi. And this is the pain game. It's Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois. It's 96,000 in attendance. It's Riyadh season, Wembley edition. It's live commentary on DAZN, and I am joined for one of the biggest nights of my career with some of my greatest friends. It's the dynamic duo, KJ and Travis. You can catch them on Netflix, on stage at your best comedy clubs, or on the Undefeated podcast. We've also got Joey Knight, over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, former unlicensed boxing champion and one of the best pound-for-pound fighters on Misfits Boxing. We've also got Lawrence Oswecki, the 10-1 pro boxer, multiple-time national amateur champion who represented Team GB alongside Anthony Joshua. This is our team, and tonight we take streaming to the next level, baby. Come on,
go.
Come on,
Yes.
Hold on. We gotta do it for True Jordi though, innit? We gotta do it from Tyneside, bro. Follow that in Shearer down the dark hole. Hasn't won anything, but that's okay, because what he has won is this big moment, bro. You're here, bro. Taking them down, bro, and you look damn good at it, bro.
Come on,
let's go. Big round of applause all the way around.
Come on, lads. Come on, we did it. This is look, at the end of the day, we're just like all of you lot watching us. We're just lucky enough to be sat here. We're just boxing fans at the heart of it.
Yep.
We're in Wembley right now. We've got a decision being read out. Josh Kelly, Ishmael Davis.
A majority decision. Majority.
It's clear.
Josh Kelly. I'll tell you what, as wins go, lads, that is one of the worst ways you can win on a Riyadh season card.
Ugly win.
Because Riyadh season is all about winner stays on, but it's not just the win, it's how you win. We want to be entertained. The Saudis obviously want to get the best value from the boxers. Yeah. And Josh Kelly really did come to run, and when his feet slowed down, he was getting battered at the end.
falls apart when he gets tired.
Yeah.
Like, this is a late replacement opponent, right?
Not a good look.
This guy should not be pushing you this far and this hard. He was bloodied. It's an ugly way to be the winner.
I think we're doing Josh a bit of a disservice though, because in the early rounds, let's say from 1 to 6, 1 to 7, you could tell he measured the distance perfect, and he was throwing. You talk about that double hook that he likes to throw. He looked good, and he looked good. There were eye-catching shots, but then there was no power between it, and there was no. He never planned to get him out of there. He never planned to knock anyone out.
He never stepped up a gear.
Yes.
It's got to come a point when you're winning a fight where you look to step up a gear and really impose yourself as the clear winner, and he let the guy back in it.
I think when you speak about it being a late replacement opponent as well, this is not a guy who has been sat on the sofa with no fight date, no interest, no deadline as to when he'll be getting in there. This is a guy that was scheduled for the rescheduled Catterall card, so that was, I think, in another month or so. I think he'd already been back in camp a couple of weeks. His fight before this one wasn't that long ago, so if he's living the life of a professional, but I'm not saying preparation couldn't have gone better. But what I'm saying is, that isn't a cab driver who's rolled up off the sofa.
He's not been preparing for Josh Kelly, has he? This is 5 days to get ready for Josh Kelly's tricky, herky-jerky style. This is not preparation. It's nothing ideal about how he's gone into the fight. But so to push him for the distance and bloody up his face like that and make him look that bad.
But what we can also say, is Josh Kelly has not been preparing for him. Josh Kelly has not been preparing for a southpaw. Josh Kelly has not been preparing for a man that has that youth on his side. Now, this is completely hypothetical, but I would make an argument that potentially Josh had a harder fight in there tonight than he did against former world champion Liam Smith. Again, I can't back it up because I can't prove this, but what I'm saying is the youth, the hunger, and the opportunity, as Brian said there, for winner stays on. Liam Smith has been there and done it before. He's been in these big environments. He's fought in front of nearly as many people as would be there tonight. This was this guy's opportunity, and Davis did a great job, but ultimately, as I've harshly found out very recently, it's not how you end a fight. It is the amount of rounds you accumulate until that point. And I don't think that, despite us saying that maybe it was a little bit underwhelming, and I'd agree it was underwhelming, he was a clear winner in that fight.
Absolutely. Do you not think also the simple fact is the fans wanted to see, is Josh Kelly the real deal? And, you know, since the David Avanese fight, people want to see, you know, he made a lot of excuses that, you know, he had a lot of demons, he had a lot of things going on. And, you know, we wanted to see now, has he improved? Is this the better version? And I don't think he's answered them questions. Well, like you mentioned earlier on, we're knowing that, like, the first 6 rounds, he's great, he's untouchable. But we wanted to see when he's got pressure in front of him. And no disrespect to Ismail there, I don't think he's the best pressure fighter. He hasn't got the quickest of feet. The pressure wasn't that great, and after 6 rounds, you know, Josh wasn't really looking to close the show. He should have been there trying to make a statement, and I don't think he done that.
The question about Josh before this was, is he ready for world level? That didn't convince me. The answer is yes.
At all.
What I do have to say, before we keep going with the show, is if you want tonight, for the first time ever, this is absolutely crazy to all of us, you can also listen to us on DAZN. If you're not already, obviously we've got the Twitter stream, we've got the YouTube stream on the Pain Game, but also you can have us integrated with your live pay-per-view on DAZN by selecting the alternative commentary. The True Geordie live stream, it'll be called. You'll see it on your list of programs available on DAZN. And also, if you haven't already, you just go to DAZN.com/TrueGeordie, and you can buy the pay-per-view there and get some epic fights tonight. It's also you get a 7-day DAZN free trial when you do as well, so that'll be fantastic.
Nice.
Hey, listen though, so you lot talking about what's next for Josh Kelly, and does he get another shout? Does he get another one of these, one of those Riyadh cards? You got His Excellency sitting around the front, and you know, one of the things is he does like a tear-up. He's one of his favorite fighters, Hamza, another one of his favorite fighters earlier today, Chamberlain. He lost that fight. He lost this fight, sir. He's looking for looking for a new fate.
Even Jarrell Big Baby Miller goes on to one of the Riyadh season cards. Big Baby Miller gets defeated by Daniel Dubois, but in doing so throws the kitchen sink at him, walks forward, commits. What happens? Within another show, or the show after next, he's put straight back on. So very clearly, exactly what you're saying there. We're now seeing, under Riyadh season, under Turki Al-Sheikh, we're actually seeing the transition of boxing going away from the Mayweather age, where your O is so important. And we're actually seeing it go into a thing now of, I don't care whether you're unbeaten because you've been fighting people that didn't come to win.
Right.
I want to see you in epic fights.
Well, then, you know what? So that actually cleans it up, really, because I'm talking about the other big baby. You know, Jared. Jared looked good, even though he lost. Jared tried a thing against McCauley. I'd rather see Jared back here than I want to see.
Josh Kelly.
But you know what's going to happen,
make no sense.
But what will happen is now Turkey will throw a very difficult opponent at Josh Kelly to see how real he is. That's how Turkey's going to operate, because he's going to still respect winners. Winners still will move forward. But now it's like, okay, now beat this guy.
I love what a gladiatorial age boxing has entered all of a sudden. It's really like that whole thing of like, you know, that is Turkey right now.
We can't hide.
That's right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, impress us. And boxing fans, when we're spending our hard-earned money, deserve to be impressed, right? What I do want to start the show off before we get into the next fight, real quick. Anthony Joshua, over 7 years ago, headlined in this arena, in this stadium, against Klitschko. What does it say about his legacy that over 7 years later we're all here in even bigger attendances, and he's selling it out again for another world title, 3rd world title?
There's no question who's the face of boxing outside of, you know, when it comes to the UK region. He's the face. I don't think there's any competition.
I would go as far to say world boxing.
You were about to say outside of Canelo, maybe Inoue or someone like that.
Canelo.
Do you know what, mate? I don't know. at this moment in time, and people that think I'm mad here as if I'm arguing that Anthony Joshua has done more for boxing than Canelo. He hasn't. But at this moment in time, the face of boxing, you would put Anthony Joshua right up there with a Canelo. I don't think there's much between the two of them.
Canelo's last pay-per-view did mid six figures, so like 500,000 potentially.
Right, okay.
And look, and yet that was a bit of another Canelo fight where you kind of predictably knew what was going to happen. There weren't any huge moments. I think his stock is on the way down. I think Anthony Joshua's stock is continuing to rise, and I guarantee tonight he does more than 500,000 pay-per-view buys. He'll probably double it.
Definitely. Definitely.
You know what the story with Anthony Joshua is? You have to remember the journey from winning like gold medal, Olympic gold medal, to, let's say, being the face of Sky, because that's who he was first.
Yes.
He was the face of Sky, and then it was a boring era. The Klitschko era for some boxing fans.
The blue ropes.
The blue ropes. We hated that. Like, while it was like, yes, he knows what he's doing in there. He's a master in the ring. But then we needed more excitement. And what we did get, though, is in the UK, Josh really putting his back and having the right enemies, Dillian, Fury, Deontay Wilder. All of a sudden, these characters are here, and we're almost at the precipice of the end, really, because AJ's got what? Two fights.
3 years.
There's 2 fights that we really want to see him in after this, and then after it's the new stock.
Boxing's always been about heavyweights.
That's
right. You know, whichever way you're looking at the lighter weights, yes, you know, we've got Canelos, we've got the Mayweathers, but there's nothing like heavyweight boxing. And I think, like you've just said earlier on, all the way from the Olympic gold medal all the way through to the professional ranks. And I think he's just more appealing to the casual fan, because let's face it, look at him. He's like a Greek god. He looks the part. There's all these great fighters, but he's so marketable in every way, if you know what I'm saying. So I think he's always been so much better, you know, to bring people into boxing. And I just don't think he really gets the full credit.
Question, gents. What kind of disaster would it be? Even though we love, like, Daniel Dubois, he's a great lad, he's from the UK, but because, you know, when you come to London for a Joshua fight, you see the restaurants are more full, the hotels are more full. This one man is able to transform a city. Daniel Dubois, no matter what he does for the rest of his career, will never have that impact on people. And for that reason, would it be a disaster if he wins tonight?
It would be absolutely diabolical if Dubois came in here and knocked AJ out tonight.
Bro, I don't think diabolical is enough.
You lot are finished.
I don't think our podcast is finished. No, but I don't think diabolical is a big enough word, bro. It will not describe what we saw. We all had the night. What was your faces when Ruiz dropped Joshua? How did you not feel for that one?
That's the one fight I didn't stay up for. I literally thought, he's got this. I'm going to go back.
Luckily, he was abroad. Luckily, he was abroad. He was so far away. So while we connected, we couldn't really. Right now, the last time I saw Joshua fight in the UK was against Usyk, and I was disgusted. I was I can't tell you. I was walking home from North London. I live in South. I was bamboozled.
You needed that long just to digest it.
I needed time.
The Ukraine flags.
The Ukraine flags were everywhere.
Man.
And I said, I never want to see this again. So if you're telling me tonight is the night, people, if Dubois wins this one, it's AJ's legacy. How we know AJ. This is the worst footnote. This will be a horrible footnote. It better not happen.
Do you know what I think, right? The first thing is this. If Daniel Dubois is to beat Anthony Joshua tonight, despite the fact Daniel Dubois is a champion, despite the fact we've not heard about a rematch clause or anything like that, I think we all fair well know there's going to be a rematch if he wins tonight. The other thing you've got to remember, Daniel Dubois might not have the personality of Britain, but he is a Brit. It would still be another British world champion.
Yes.
Then when you look at the promotion, and ultimately the way that boxing's gone, promoters and promotional stables don't mean as much, because now you've got a man like Turki Al-Sheikh that doesn't care about any of that and will make the fights. But if we were to look at the promotional stables, Frank Warren's got Joseph Parker, Frank Warren's got Zhilei Zhang, Frank Warren's got Moses Atoma. You boys can probably think of more heavyweights that Frank Warren's got in comparison to Eddie Hearn, who's got what? Johnny Fisher.
Not even Fabio Wardley anymore. Fabio Wardley's got the Queen.
He ain't even got Wardley. So what I'm saying is, ultimately it doesn't really matter, because we know that if AJ wins, he goes on to fight either the winner or potentially the loser of Fury Usyk, right? And I think that we would all assume that under the guidance of Ben Davison, that maybe if there's any man that has a better chance in a rematch with Usyk out of Dubois and AJ, I think we would all say it's probably AJ. So it obviously, for the interest of how boxing can look going forward, most people would think, okay, there's more intrigue there with an AJ win. but people can't write Dubois off. This is what I'm getting at. You cannot write Dubois off. Look back. The Klitschko era was boring, yeah? There was no other heavyweights. You had Shagayev around and a few people like that. But look at the 90s, look at the 80s. That shows you that upsets, if you even want to call it upsets, they happen.
Yeah.
And in fights like this, they can happen.
The reason I think this would be a tragic moment for AJ's legacy is if he does lose to Dubois, I don't see it being in a way that you can justify, like for example the Usyk, well you just got outpointed, you better skilled boxer. It's going to be violent, it's going to be brutal, it's going to leave a stain. In the same way, and maybe even in a worse way, Andy Ruiz left a mark on, and we've seen how long it took for AJ to readjust mentally from that fight. In my opinion, if there's something you could give Daniel Dubois over Anthony Joshua, and there are a couple of things to be fair to him, Daniel Dubois, in his comeback fights after losing badly, did not show the mental scoring.
No.
Straightforward, into the deep end, throwing bombs. He didn't show any timidness.
There was some quitting.
I'm not saying there wasn't, but what I'm saying is, in his approach to a fight, that's at the end of the fight. What I'm saying is, he didn't show a completely different way of fighting. He didn't start fighting, and he mentally, and I think partly is because he's not an overthinker the way AJ is. He's an underthinker, which is the different problem entirely. I think it actually was good for him to show that when he gets back in that ring, he's the same beast every single time.
But then you missed something out though, and this is the big thing that everyone's been talking about. Yes, Don Charles has called in and said, I'm sick, I'm not a part of it, but we'll see tonight. Again, the rubber has to meet the road. You can't just say, we need to know who's the main voice.
Did you hear that?
What's
By
that?
the way, when they put it on him, he went, well, will you be there? And finally went, well, God willing. I'm like, what does that mean?
There's turbulence in the camp.
That doesn't sound right.
There you go. So you can't tell me. So the point I'm making on this is, while we got AJ with the thinking issues, we got a team that don't seem like they're in one accord. We got a team that was going one way, and then Spencer, he threw the dynamite grenade in there and said, hey, look at this, everybody. And that's not what you want going into a big fight.
Spencer's locked horns with their camp.
Yes.
Like, there's a cease and desist that was sent out to Spencer Fearon from Dubois' dad.
Yeah.
Saying the defamation of character, the things that you've been saying are outrageous. I've seen the letter.
Well, for those who don't know, Spencer Fearon, a very popular personality in the boxing game, he spoke about, his opinion was that Don Charles had been pushed out by the father, and he went as far as to say that the dad, for doing that, if it is true, is a scumbag. Now, he didn't hold anything back.
At all.
Spencer does tend to know a lot about what's going on in boxing, so that immediately as a boxing fan, you're like, well, there must be some truth for him to say that. And then they hit him with a legal letter.
A cease and desist.
Yeah.
You're in fight week, but somehow you're summoning the legal team to draft out a cease and desist. Guys,
something's going on.
It's not good over there. Don Charles is in bed. The dad's in a legal battle. Dubois sitting there, not listening to AJ at the presser.
Let's fight now.
It's a mess.
But can I tell you what? Can I tell you what, right? And again, I really, really hope this doesn't come across condescending or it doesn't come across rude, right?
Do it.
But if there is one man who's probably good to drown out the background noise, for right or for wrong, I think it's Daniel Dubois, you know. I think chaos could be going on around him and he's still sitting there thinking the same thing.
Even if he's got the Microsoft
KG,
processors,
move on.
Bro, I'm talking about the chip, bro. I'm talking about high processes, bro. AJ asked him a question. It took him a long time to realize what was going on when AJ was making a mockery. Really. So even if he slowly realizes, hold on, my team doesn't feel normal. My team doesn't feel how it should feel. He's going to feel that at some point.
But where I get concerned, sorry to cut you, bro. Where I get concerned, right, is that you can see that Dubois as a personality requires a constant presence and reassurance. Like the way he's been talking recently, he sounds like Don Charles, talking about everything being spiritual and all this type of stuff.
We are underway, just to be clear.
We're underway.
This is Warrington. We will dip in and out of commentary, by the way. And for those who haven't already, we are on DAZN as well. If you want to watch us with your pay-per-view, as I've said, it's in the options for commentary. Shout out to the YouTube chat. We've had donations. Shout out to Godson, who's donated.
Big up Godson.
16. Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah,
he knows. We all know you. All right. You're one of the family, mate. Make yourself at home. But look, big love to everyone. We all know it's a big night for all of us boys. You remember, we started from nothing. Here we are. It's insane.
Oh, yes.
And this is a hell of a fight for an undercard fight.
What do you lot know about these guys? Because I'm not going to lie to you. There's that Leeds thing about Warrington, and I didn't like the way, their legal headbutts.
The Maurizio Lara headbutts.
The Maurizio Lara headbutts, and just spoiling, because we was waiting. There was some big fights. Who was he supposed to fight?
Lee Wood, bro.
Lee Wood. We got robbed of that.
Do you know, right, Eddie Hearn often talks about what a huge ticket seller Johnny Fisher is, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Johnny Fisher, I heard a clip of Eddie Hearn talking. He said he sold nearly 3,000 tickets for tonight, yeah? Which is an immense amount of tickets. 3,000 tickets is ridiculous, to be fair, yeah? Especially at the Cop Box, which maybe holds 9,000, 10,000. Do you know how many Leeds fans that Josh Warrington's brought to Wembley tonight?
How gone? 20s, 30s.
9,000.
That's who he is.
9,000 travelling from Leeds.
That's insane.
I'll be lucky to sell 9 tickets sometimes.
His style,
That's
the thing though, his style is so exciting to watch.
Yeah.
Because, we've got the boxing purists, but we've also got the casual fans.
Yeah.
And he appeals to the casual fans because he's not the most technical guy, but he's fit, he's strong. He comes at you for 12 rounds, he'll be in your face.
Absolutely.
But that's what I like about
what he brings.
Up North support. Ricky Hatton was a benefit, like him in Manchester, Warrington, Leeds, like these cities, they ride for their guys.
Ritson, when he was doing well in Newcastle,
Bro.
trust me, this is the thing I like about this fight, right? Neither of these guys were supposed to do this.
Yeah.
Neither of these guys were supposed to be performing at Wembley Stadium on an AJ undercard, When Cacace came through, it took me about 16 fights to work out how to pronounce his name, right? Josh Warrington was boxing on smaller hall shows. When he first started getting on Eddie Hearn shows, he was flattering to deceive. Yeah, he came forward and he threw punches, and they've both had, I don't want to call it an Indian summer, but their career has progressively got better and better. The problem for me is this, and I could very quickly be proven wrong here. The problem for me is this. When you have a style like Josh Warrington's, right, you can maybe take that one weight division up. He's now boxing 2 weight divisions up from where he started off.
Yeah.
And Cacace is a big man in this weight division. We saw what he did to Joe Cordina.
Yeah.
And different fighters have different styles. But my God, if you can put that sort of beating on Joe Cordina, I think you'll have success in doing so against Warrington. I would say in this one, I'm leaning towards Cacace.
But you know what's crazy? Even as we scored the end of that one, I would actually say that was a Warrington round. I would say he won that one. But then there were shots that Cacace threw that's let me know as we step into round 3, round 4, it's gonna go. It's heading in a direction.
That reach is ridiculous.
That's the thing with Josh Warrington. He's got that aggression where he'll be in front of you and he will give you problems. But as the rounds go on, when people start to time you, and like you've just said, he's went up 2 weight divisions.
Yeah.
This style isn't really made for going through the weight divisions. He's not a Mayweather or Pacquiao who also had skill, ability, and serious power. Yes, he's got power at his original weight, but he hasn't got the style for moving up. And he's been in a lot of wars. And when you've been boxing the length of time he has, it catches up with you. So
that's real.
I'm really interested to see how he's going to do it once it gets past like the 6th round.
I think a lot of wars is an understatement. I would say 85% of his fights have been wars. The only one I can remember that weren't a war was Kid Galahad, and I thought Kid Galahad won in that fight.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the Lee Wood fight, he was winning the fight, pure on aggression, but then he was walking forward, and eventually, when you've got a guy who can really punch and who's got a little bit of savvy about him, he got clipped, and that was it.
It's funny because we all really rate Ben Davison, and he was coaching Lee Wood.
That's right.
And the way I think of Ben is very much like really astute, puts a game plan together, which is almost infallible. And yet in that fight, this fighter took a lot of damage, was getting dominated a lot, and they came out with the win. And it's a massive credit to Ben on his CV, but equally, I feel like when he paired up with AJ, maybe I was a little bit
apprehensive.
Well, no, actually this is going to go perfectly. Like, when I look back at it, he might end up getting things wrong occasionally. You never know.
But the thing is with Lee Wood, if you've watched Lee Wood before, he's often in wars himself.
Yeah.
He's got serious power, but he hasn't got the greatest defence. And it was probably Ben Davison that kept him in the fight.
You know what? It hasn't been smooth sailing. It hasn't been smooth sailing with Ben Davison and Lee Wood either, because that first McCollum fight.
Yeah.
And he pulled him out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was referring to, that Conlon fight. Like, it's one of them things, all's well that ends well. But when you actually watch the fight, you're like, you were losing a lot of this.
Yeah.
as was he in the Warrington fight.
You know what's crazy, even AJ's link up with, because AJ went on a tour to go and find a new coach. I never expected him to end up with Ben Davison. I thought, AJ still has his original coach. He's just not available at the moment.
Yeah.
But now, so I was gutted when I first found out he's working with Ben Davison. I was like, what is he thinking? But then, what Ben Davison is able to do, I think he's like the whisperer. He's like the fight whisperer to bring something back out of them that they didn't know they had. Tyson Fury needed that time with Ben Davison.
Not just Tyson Fury. Like, you know, now we look at the landscape of heavyweight boxing and maybe our minds have changed. But even at the time, I remember we watched it on the live stream, right? Fabio Wardley didn't really have any right, in my opinion, to be beating Adelaide. Like, Adelaide had
You think so?
Going into the fight,
right.
I'm looking at the two, and I'm looking at the amateur career that Adelaide had compared to what 4 unlicensed fights for Fabio Wardley. And I'm looking at that, and I'm thinking, right, okay, if I'm Adelaide there, I'm thinking I should be winning this comfortably. I'm thinking I should be showing experience and levels in this fight. But there's so many more, you know. There's fights that Jordan Gill won when he was training at the Ben Davison gym. Like, there's so many fights that I look at and I think, God, you've really pulled the upset off there.
Well, look, listen, in this one, because I'm watching this fight here and I'm looking at the distance, and what Cacace's made the mistake of is fighting on the inside, and it's actually suiting. This is
Warrington's fight.
It's actually
right
suiting
now.
Warrington. Warrington is enjoying these rounds. That's 2. Now, that's 2 that you have to give him, because Cacace wants it to be long, but for some strange reason, he's decided to mix out with him in the phone box. But it doesn't make sense.
It's crazy because Josh Warrington, sorry to cut you.
That's right.
Josh Warrington, he's got a real knack for like making it his fight, because he wasn't blessed with the skills and the talent. I don't know a great deal about his amateur background, but you know, he's not the most technical fighter, but he knows somehow to make everyone he fights turn it into his style of fight. And you know, Cacace, I was really impressed with him against Joe Cordina, and I do think Joe Cordina was unlucky because he got caught on the break. But you know, I was still really impressed the way he had that ability to box on the front foot, on the back foot. But like you say,
look at that.
He's so much bigger than Warrington. He should not be standing in mid to close range.
Fighting
with him, use his range, use his size.
And do you know what? Despite the fact that I just said there that I felt that maybe Kid Galahad won that fight when they had the 2, Josh Warrington has overcome boxers that really, again, he shouldn't really have had no right in beating.
That's what I was saying.
Look at the fight with Carl Frampton. And I think most of us would agree that, Frampton had maybe 3 rounds in that fight, but for huge portions of that fight, Warrington just battered him. And that is not something that I ever would have seen coming. So Warrington knows how to use his attributes to get the job done. He's looking good early on here. He's catching him with that counter left hook. Cacace needs to be keeping it long a little bit, but I think sometimes when you're in there and you know you are the bigger man and you are the more natural at the weight division, sometimes there's a subconscious part of your mind that goes, no, let me go and show him who's boss here.
I still think you've got to have a purposeful jab. There's no point in having that reach and you're not utilizing that jab effectively. He's using it as a rangefinder like every once in a while. That's not enough.
Do you know what? I don't even know how often he's using it as a rangefinder.
That's what I mean.
I actually feel as if he maybe feels Frampton's, Warrington's power, because I remember seeing the interview with Frampton, and he said, I was really surprised about your punching power because he hasn't got lots of stoppages on his record.
That's right.
But I was really surprised by the power. So maybe he's just feeling the power, thinking, you know, I'm the bigger man, but actually this guy.
See, look, he's throwing him into a terror.
At that. And the body shots as well are fantastic from Warrington right now. Loading up, and Cacace's missing.
This is
Step
a
back.
really
Look at that, bro.
immature performance
I
from
think
Cacace.
that Warrington's doing a really good job here, but
he's just smothering him.
All we've got to do is rewind a couple of months, and I do think after 4 rounds, I don't think we've seen a stylistic like-for-like matchup when he fought Cordina. But after 4 rounds, I wasn't sitting there thinking, oh, Cacace is going to turn this fight on its head.
Yeah.
So maybe, and his coaching team and his trainers would know a lot better than this. Maybe this is saying he does. Maybe sometimes in the gym he soaks a bit up, takes a bit out of your energy levels, and then he maintains his power going into the later rounds.
This would be the perfect guy to do that to. At this stage of his career, at a bigger weight. Yeah,
I mean, how much weight has he put on overnight, right, compared to Warrington, right? He's probably blown up quite a bit. And Warrington's come in with like the Energizer Bunny at the start of this fight, but he's expending a lot of energy to get these rounds. And you do think in a 12-rounder, the bigger man will start to fare better as his power starts taking effect. Like.
Well, this is the thing. When you say about the weight putting on as well, right? Yeah, of course, the bigger man will always put on weight. He might be up to a stone heavier than he weighed in at in the ring, right? But the main thing is this. Josh Warrington, there'd be no point him putting on weight for the sake of putting on weight. I would say if you're 3-4 pounds lighter in the ring, but you feel good, you're better off doing that, because you don't test out a car for a Formula 1 race and on the day of the fight you put red diesel in it. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to do all of that weight cut and then all of a sudden just think, right, Krispy Kremes for lunch and dinner tonight. Like, you need to maintain a weight that you're able to perform and be light on your feet at.
Yeah. Right, lads, we've got a little super chat in the YouTube channel. Well done to him. Reece Jones, thank you very much, brother. We've also got a little advert I need to do quickly for Elite Hair, who are sponsoring us tonight. Shout out to them. A fantastic company. Hair loss is a common thing and can knock your confidence. There is a solution, lads, and it's the world's biggest hair clinic, Elite Hair. You can see the pre-treatment stage that they have is fantastic. When you go on their website, they take time to speak to you before you go and get the hair transplant, and they use a 6-step pre-treatment system which ensures the procedure is personalized just for you. The treatments are 100% painless, using a process that they call the Sleep Deep method, and Elite Hair are giving one of you the chance to win a free hair transplant, which is worth, but they're going to cover your flights and everything as the accommodation, and it's all worth over £4,000. And all you have to do is click the link in the description of the YouTube video or scan the QR code on screen now and add some basic info like your name, your email address to enter. You must be over 18 and living in the UK island, but the results speak for themselves with over 100,000 happy customers. You can see the before and afters on the website. Back into the boxing.
All right, listen, so wait, hold on. If I was to sign, could I win that? Could I? You could. Could I win that? Would that be like kind of disgusting?
I think you should be involved, as do
Could that be disgusting?
I don't think we've got a problem. I think it's perfectly fine.
If KG pulls up with hair, that would be the most.
What's that going to look like, though?
You would have
announce it.
It'd be hilarious.
But I don't announce it, though.
With a high top.
No. We would all just have to ignore it like nothing's happened. Just let the comment section go mental.
It's well over, because that happened to me once, where one of my mates who'd been going bald for years turned up at the gym, and I was like... I was like, do I mention? Because he was acting like nothing had happened. I was like,
that's how you got to do it.
I guess something's happened then. Okay.
Listen, we saw something in Joey. We saw one of your heroes ringside. Do you want to talk about it? You're looking close at him.
Do you know what? I was having a look there, right? And
it's Tyson Fury.
Oh, there's a good shot there from Cacace.
In case anyone doesn't know, it's Tyson Fury.
And Cacace's got Warrington here.
Here we go. This is the Cacace
Warrington looks like he's in trouble.
Cacace lands a lovely right uppercut on Warrington. Warrington then tries to separate the space a little bit, but Cacace with those long arms is still able to get a right hand off.
Warrington with a good body shot.
And this fight is catching fire here.
Yeah, he caught, I think it was a left hook that he caught him first at the top of the head.
Yeah.
That got his attention big time.
Yeah.
Step back, let's see what he looks like on the step back.
You know, you mentioned about size earlier on, you know, but Warren is investing in the body, you know, with a bigger man, which is a good thing to do.
Tied him up, said enough of that.
But it seems like Cacace's a slow starter anyway, because he's really grown into this fight. I mean, we're in round 3 and he's not even the same fighter.
I think he needed that because Warrington's definitely slowed down.
Yeah.
Even when he was returning fire, it didn't have the same snap in the shots.
Right. That's right.
Just quickly, we're in round 4, bro.
Oh, sorry,
you need to go and sort that prescription, fam.
I didn't read it. I was remembering. Shut up, man. You're off your way to Turkey, bro. Get out of here.
Back to Tyson Fury, lads. Obviously, we've got that fight coming up later this year. Hopefully, we'll be there in Riyadh for it. They're calling it, I think, relighting the fire, something like that. The Ring of Fire was the original one. I'm excited for that because, let's be real, Tyson Fury did have more success against Usyk than anyone else, you could argue. But looking at him at ringside, Joey, what do you make of him? Looking at him, you know, obviously we usually can tell weight-wise how he's doing.
So one of the first things that I noticed when he came in, before he had taken
guys, we're missing this right here.
All of a sudden, Warrington's looking so much smaller.
We're going to have to come back to that, bro. We're going to come back to that Tyson Fury.
3 bad uppercuts just there.
Here we go, big shots going in.
Warrington's firing
back leg went there.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Do you know what's done a little donkey kick?
What I'm liking about what Warrington's doing, when he does get into a little firefight, he sends a combination of his own to let him know, listen, I'm still in there with you. Just reminding him, don't think I'm going to sleep. So there you go.
This is why he's a 2-time world champion.
I'm looking at with Warrington here, right? A couple of times, Cacace has leaned his left shoulder down like that, right?
Yeah.
Someone leans their shoulder down against me. The first thing I'm doing is stepping back or leaning my head back because I know they're probably leaning down there to come with the uppercut. Cacace hasn't done that yet. But if he does that, Warrington's there for that shot if this sequence keeps on happening.
So back to Tyson Fury.
Back to Tyson Fury. So when he first...
Wait a second.
When he Did he just take a big sip of water there? Yeah, so when Tyson Fury first walked in, I looked at him and I thought, okay, you look like you've put on a little bit of weight since your last fight. Is that going to be a massive factor? Now, he might not have put on any, right? But is that going to be a massive factor? Well, actually, I think Usyk's going to do a pretty similar thing in the rematch. You know, I think he'll be so confident that he can do it now with the reassurance that he can walk through the fire a little bit more, that he'll think, do you know what, I'll do that, I'll crank it up. And if then Tyson Fury has put on weight for that fight, I don't think it's going to be detrimental to Tyson Fury's performance, because ultimately what we saw on the night was, yes, he tired, but in terms of the Fury that used his feet, i.e. the Fury that fought Christian Hammer, i.e. the Fury that was fighting even up till Vladimir Klitschko, I think that Fury's now gone.
It's gone, mate.
One thing I would say from looking at Fury just there, right, and again, a bit weird that I'm a bloke and I'm realising this, but his eyebrow has never grown back over where the cut was. I was just looking at it there and I was like,
that scar damage.
That scar tissue is there. So that is always now going to be a problem for the rest of his career. And it didn't open in the Usyk fight. But
it could open in the rematch.
Yeah.
Do you read too much to him being here at an AJ fight?
Nah.
Is there anything to read?
If it wasn't Riyadh season, I think maybe I would.
Okay.
But it's Riyadh season.
Okay.
Do you think the size is really going to make a difference, whether he comes in lighter or coming bigger? Because personally, like you said, you know, I don't think it's going to play its part, because I think he needs to be like when he fought Deontay Wilder the second time, carrying a little bit more and, you know, plant his feet that little bit more, because let's face it, he's not going to outbox Usyk for 12 rounds.
Yeah.
So he needs to go out there to try and stop Usyk. I think that's the only chance he's got. I can't see him outboxing him at any stage.
He did land on Usyk, so if he does pack on a little bit more weight,
but the problem
I don't think
is,
that's going to hurt him.
I don't think you're icing Usyk in one shot.
But the problem is, he couldn't maintain it.
Yeah.
He had his success, but like everyone who's fought Usyk before, AJ, you know, Tony Bellew says, the constant pressure, the jitter and the constant fate, and it mentally breaks it down. It's not just the work he does physically, it's the mental breakdown of all the jitters, and it was shown with Tyson Fury, because he did have his success, and then all of a sudden it just started to tire.
Listen, I was at Box Park just before we got in here, and I saw Tyson Fury talking to people. He done a conversation with Adam Smith, and in that conversation they asked him, well, how do you beat Usyk? And he said simply, I have to knock him out. Now listening to hearing that,
I like that.
saying it's cool saying that, but guess what? Yes, he wants to do for the mental stability of himself. He's probably thinking, you know what, my best performance is Deontay Wilder when I was a bit heavier, #2. But guess what? Usyk keeps you at a pace that you don't want to be at, and he couldn't believe it. In that first fight, he had to actually get used to the pace of the fight, and I think it took him way too long to assess the data to get his, because he had that amazing, how many rounds was it?
4, 5, and 6. Well, really
he looked good in that, but then he couldn't just acclimatize to that. And Usyk's going to be, Usyk now knows as well, I have the power to hurt him and knock him out.
You know what the problem is that nobody really accounts for against Usyk? Is that it's like round 8.
Good left hook from
second
Cacace.
win. That round 8 second win from Usyk is monstrous. It's like the fight has started from scratch. And here you are, with half a tank of stamina left, and he's off.
Do you know when it's even more monstrous, right? When you are in a fight and you've been completely outboxed for 7-8 rounds, and then he gets that second win, that's bad. But I tell you when it's even worse. When you've just had your best couple of rounds of the fight, right? When you've just had your best couple of rounds of the fight, you're in a nightclub, you've been chatting to this girl all night, it is going brilliant, she's been buying you drinks, you finally go, no, I'll get this round. You go, you get your drinks, you turn around, she's gone. Right? It's a heartbreaker because you thought you were on to a winner. And that is exactly what happens.
I love that.
His name's Joey Knight, ladies and gentlemen.
We've all been there.
It's never happened to me. Not because I'm in a relationship, I just don't get turned down. No, I'm joking.
Where's this boy you go to where the girls buy you? I'm asking for a friend.
We'll go there after. No, but here's what I do think about the Tyson Fury Usyk fight.
Live on his own, by the way.
I'm going straight home.
I've been in situations, I've boxed a couple of high-level amateurs now, right? And the main thing you do when you go into these fights with these good amateurs is you really respect the amateur pedigree, and you think, oh, if it's a boxing match, I need to make it into a brawl, because if it's a boxing match, it's not going to go my way. You get in there, and for a couple of rounds, you go, I'm all right here. Like, I'm hanging it with these guys.
You can tell Fury was thinking that.
The problem is this. these elite level amateurs like Usyk, as elite as they come, they will hang with you for 2.5 minutes of the round. They'll hang with you. But that last 30 seconds,
they're leaving you,
they will leave you behind. And then all of a sudden you're thinking, do you know what? It feels even, but I know that they've won these rounds. And that by that point, it then becomes very, very hard to get them out of there.
Yeah, it's fucking
Sorry, I just want to give you a little understanding of what's going on, because this one has got crazy again. The punch that you're telling me about, Joey, you spoke about Cacace throwing the uppercut.
Right,
he's been landing that. He's found a home for it, and he's actually found the distance well. He's actually right now. The fight is gone in the way that where he wanted to be.
Yeah.
I'm getting the feeling that Warrington is actually starting to find the respect, and he keeps reminding the referee that Warrington is using his head. The headbutt is there. I think he's. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
What I just seen there is what he started to do. Cacace, the way, like in the start of the fight, Warrington would close the distance so quickly, and Cacace wasn't prepared for it.
Yeah.
Whereas now he's starting to adjust to the timing. He's making that little step back and then throwing them shots.
And visibly, and you never know until you're in there and you really feel it, but visibly, the impact of Cacace's shots look more vast than the impact of Warrington's ones. Warrington's shot selection, by the way, is very good. He's going up with a hook to the head, coming back down with a left hook to the body. But when Cacace puts one of them in, they just feel like they've got a bit more on them.
Yeah.
You got two wily veterans in here who know their way around the ring, right?
How old is Cacace?
They're not going to leave themselves open.
He's probably 31 himself, maybe.
Okay.
Step back. Loza, what are you seeing in here, though? How can Warrington change it and make it a fight that he's back in control of?
The problem is he only does one thing most of the time, and that's pressure. And you know, you mentioned about the size difference. He's now gone up 2 weight divisions. I was interested to see if he could maintain the pressure that he normally does, and you can see now it's drastically slowed down. I think the shots like Cacace is starting to land now because he's starting to time him. He's starting to have its effect.
The power just isn't quite enough to get the respect, is it?
It isn't enough anymore, and I think Cacace has found his rhythm, and he's starting to really hurt Warrington now. So I don't think he's got that extra gear, to really be able to step it up and have that pressure that he normally does.
You know, when we were saying about Warrington closing range early on, one thing I've noticed as the fight's gone on is Cacace can switch it off the back foot.
Yeah.
And when you're trying to close range against someone and they can either step their lead foot behind their back foot and then throw off that range, it makes the task of closing the range against that man 1,000,000 times harder, because it's so hard to prepare for what you don't know is coming. And it's very similar to what we're going to possibly see with Willy Hutchinson later on.
Good lead.
You're right there, because I've sparred quite a few switch hitters, and what happens is when they step back with that front foot, they can make the distance so much greater so quickly.
You've walked onto it.
And then also as you're coming towards them, the combinations, the shots that are going to come are completely different, and it throws you, and that's how you often get caught. But yeah, it's a real talent to be able to do that.
Speaking of sparring, lads, we do have to bring up the spar that everyone's been talking about on the run-up to this fight. Anthony Joshua years ago sparred Daniel Dubois hundreds of rounds. But apparently, in one of the last rounds they ever sparred, Daniel Dubois caught Anthony Joshua. It was verified by Anthony Fowler. He said the legs went. Dubois could have finished him, didn't, out of respect for him. Now, a lot has been made about, will that give Daniel Dubois the confidence to go in there and shut the lights out potentially of Anthony Joshua? My question is, will that make Anthony Joshua fearful in any way of Daniel Dubois, or will that not matter? Because, I'm not a boxer, lads. You two are. But if someone's rocked you before, they can do it again. Will that not make him a bit tentative?
Listen, Lawrence has been on Team GB, so I want to answer this one as a Misfits fighter. It's obviously very high level. No, what I would say is this, right? Anthony Joshua made a very, very key point, and you guys picked up on this yesterday when he said, we sparred hundreds of rounds, right? If you've sparred hundreds of rounds, if I'm Daniel Dubois, and maybe he's not the quickest with his words at times, but if I'm Daniel Dubois, I'd have gone, and I've hurt you loads and loads of times in them hundreds of rounds. So realistically, if I think to some of my regular sparring partners who I've sparred hundreds of rounds with, there's going to be times when they've buzzed me.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care. And look at Anthony Joshua against people that he shared the ring with and people that he sparred with, right? He did not seem, I know he got rocked with a left hook against Dillian Whyte, but he did not seem overawed in that moment against Dillian Whyte. He had shared a ring with him.
Also,
Otto Wallin, he put to the sword. He put to the sword because he knew that he had been smashing him up in sparring. And what I would say is that when Anthony, and this is just my perception, I could be completely wrong, but I believe that when Anthony Joshua has kept a cool head in his spar, and when he's stuck to his boxing, I think he's found Daniel Dubois a very comfortable opponent. When he's got reckless, that's probably when he's got hurt.
But also look at the fact that there's another sparring story with AJ. David Price knocked him down.
Yep.
And it was a big story. Do we ever think for a moment that AJ's going into a David Price fight with doubts and shadows and demons in his mind? Absolutely not, because this is sparring, and I think he compartmentalizes sparring quite well to the point where when he talks about it, he's just like, yeah, let's talk about the sparring, Dubois. And Dubois is like, yeah, no, it's sparring, let's move on. He doesn't want to go down that route because he knows the truth. Hundreds of rounds went your way, a moment of one round went my way, and I went crazy with it.
I'll tell you what the other thing is as well, right? And AJ would know he has this up his sleeve. Where did them spars take place? Sheffield. Okay. Most of them took place in Sheffield, yeah? We've seen spars from Sheffield, CCTV'd up. Yeah. AJ knows he's got the footage.
Yeah.
AJ knows he's got the footage of them spars.
I'll give you another thing, though. You know when you got that little brother in it, and your friends come over to the house, and little brother starts giving it the big in, starts talking about when we played FIFA, and I beat you. But as big bro, you don't wanna go too far. Yeah. You don't wanna. But then you've been doing this for too long. So you say, little bro.
Ain't been around my house.
You say, little bro. Go and turn it on then. Yeah. And then straight away, when he said to him, well, how did we look? Talk to us about the sparring, Dubois. He actually said, well, here's the control pad. Tell everybody. Tell everybody how that one went. And he knows he's been thrashed. 6-0, 7-0. Tears have happened in those games that he played. So it's clear now. You're telling me he cracked me with one. That's what he said. He let us know it was the one time. And even he said, you can't give this guy what AJ has to be wary about. Because I don't want to quickly just praise AJ without talking about the other side. Have you noticed AJ keeps reminding Dubois, you're the little limb. You're not on my level. And AJ has to almost keep him down just so he doesn't believe. Because if Dubois starts believing, he's a unit. He's a big boy. And he has to, this is heavyweight boxing at the end of the day. If he lands with the significant punch, it could cause AJ some problems. Yeah. So if I can get into his mind and not let him believe, not let him think that he has an inch, not reminding him about the spars, I'm in his head.
Based on what you're just saying there, Daniel Dubois talked a lot. Even though he's the heavyweight champion of the world, he's calling himself the King Slayer. Is that a problem that he's putting Anthony Joshua on a pedestal? He's automatically saying, you're above me, you're better than me. He's not treating him like you're my equal. He's treating him like a mountain he has to climb. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing to create a mountain. Like, if he was dismissing him and disrespecting AJ, that would be amazing because he's like, bro, I'm not even looking up to you anymore. But he's letting him know, I still see you as the guy. You are the one that I need to validate my championship that's around my waist.
Do you not also think, though, like, everyone, we all know what Dubois is like. He's not the most intelligent. I don't mean to disrespect him, but we can all say that he needs people to kind of speak for him.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I mean, he's he doesn't.
I think he's a great talker.
Yeah, I've always thought he's a good talker.
The point I'm trying
I'll tell you what, if Daniel sees this, I'll stuck up for you, mate. I'm just saying, right? I think you're very eloquent. Right? I don't care what Lawrence or Sweaty says.
We want to see.
I don't care what Lawrence or Sweaty says. I think you're a very smart man.
To be fair, they did say he was going to come and give us 15 minutes before the fight.
Let me just finish a second.
Wait, hold on. Before you do that, also put the camera on me. I want to say I also disagree with everything Loz has just said there as well.
What's going on here?
And by the way, the suit selection, absolutely loved it. The pinstripe.
Honestly.
Go on, Loza.
Listen,
so you were saying something about Dubois being stupid. What was it?
I'm ready to fight. Let's go. Let's go.
You have just all wiped my confidence.
Let's go.
Move on.
Let's go. Let's go.
What I was trying to say is, I know very well they've sparred hundreds of rounds with each other. And if anybody knows Dubois better than anyone, it's AJ.
Yeah.
So do you know, whatever said back and forth between the two, it is irrelevant.
Well,
I think
he was 18 at the time. So that's the one thing. It has been a while, right? It's been, I don't know, 6-7 years. Dubois has come on a lot since then. That's one thing I can't say for him. age-wise...
Not verbally. I'm just putting it out there.
Now, what else? The tweet as well.
Lonzo's put his flag in the ground now.
Yeah,
fuck it. Did you see the caption?
Did you see the caption? Did you see the Instagram?
You what, sorry?
Did you see the tweet that they told
No,
him to
the
put out?
Instagram, that was brilliant.
That's my point.
So for those who don't know, let me explain.
Let's go.
Someone
Jesus
clearly
Christ.
handles the social media for Dubois, so they send him a message saying, and it basically says, so this will sound like really like intimidating and like, you know,
Good interaction from
this
this.
Yeah,
is a
this
real
is engaging.
championship tweet. And then at the bottom they have their tweet. He posted the entire thing that they'd sent him, and it wasn't good. Bless him, it wasn't good.
He's like
Maybe Lawrence is right after all.
But to be fair, I don't think whoever gave him the PR for the tweet was that good.
That's right.
It wasn't that engaging.
It wasn't engaging at all.
This is so engaging. Yeah.
Yeah, because they had to make it realistic. You know,
The
they
talking's,
couldn't have
the
made this.
talking's done. Do you know what? I've never heard a boxer say that before.
The talk is done
now.
Move on.
Mate, there's so many things that really fucking piss me off at these press conferences. Like, you know, we'll see on Saturday. We should ban that. If you're a boxer and you say, we'll see on Saturday, just get out.
Yeah.
I'm sick of you lot.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I sit there in these press conferences, and Riyadh season put on these beautiful press conferences,
Yeah.
and we sit there, and the amount of people who are just wasting time, not putting themselves across well. And I got to say, you know, one lad who did steal the show the other day, his fight's coming up, is Willy Hutchinson.
Yep.
I was going to say.
Buatsi's a steely ideal of death, like, you know, a real intimidating figure. And Willy was just playing around with him, winding him up. And I just thought, like, look, it was like a young Tyson Fury, but without the ego. Like, he was very likeable, very fun.
Different things work for different characters, right? So it is about being yourself, and sometimes you can push the borders a little bit. But what I would say is this, right? We'd speak about Daniel Dubois putting Anthony Joshua on a pedestal almost, right? And saying, you know, he's the king, I'm the king slayer. Answer me this. Do you think Willy Hutchinson would have a better chance at beating Joshua Buatsi if he went in there and said, you know what, Buatsi's great. He's an Olympian.
May the best man
He's a
win.
bronze medalist. May the best man win. Roll on fight night.
You know what, you're right.
I'm confident. No,
You're right.
no, he wouldn't have
You're
a good
right.
chance. His
You're
best
right.
chance is going in there and acting like a school kid. And I mean that in the nicest possible way, by the way. Some of the best insults I heard were in the playground. But his best chance is going in there, shithousery, act like a school kid, really
you know what's
wind him
funny?
up.
So I'm a known Anthony Yard fan, and Yard and Buatsi, they have their beef. It's been a long-standing thing. I'm almost like a voice of the Yard fan base. And one of the things I said, might be a year and a half ago, if Yard embarrasses Buatsi, he undoes a lot of what Buatsi's good at, because he's a very proud man. Doesn't like disrespect. We've seen how he responded to Willy Hutchinson's antics. It gets to him. So if in the ring, Willy Hutchinson starts showboating and going crazy, Buatsi's going to swing for the hills.
He was talking shit from the first round of his last fight against Richards. He was giving him shit immediately. The minute he started clipping him, he was laughing at him, talking. Buatsi will not like that. If he starts stealing
Not just the first round he wasn't. We was at the press conference, we were at the open workout. He was having to get separated from him the whole time. The man is a demon.
He's annoying.
In the nicest possible way.
And you know what's Jordi? That he's funny as well.
He's that, sorry to keep bringing it back to school, but he's that kid in school that if he's winding you up, you hate him. But if he's winding any of the other 29 kids in the class up, you're like, yeah, keep coming. Keep it going.
He's the kid that's got the TA right next to him.
Yes.
You know he's going to get sent out as soon as possible. You know he's here to disrupt the class.
And he loves it.
We've just seen Conor Benn on our screens, by the way.
I want to
gents.
talk about it.
It feels like a blast from the past. I mean, I like Conor Benn,
crazy.
but I'm just like, I have no idea what his career is anymore, what is happening, when it's happening. I mean, there was a fighter who Matchroom were building their whole stable around, and now it just feels like, and I'm not saying this to throw shade on the guy, because I do like him, I love watching his fights, but I ain't got a clue what's going on anymore.
I think the British Boxing Board of Control have dug their heels into Conor Benn, and they are not relenting, because why have they announced nothing? We have been in limbo with Conor Benn for way too long now.
Purgatory, that's where we've been. And you know what, the worst thing about the Conor Benn situation, is he should have just taken a ban. It's got to the point where
by now,
he should have taken, because he would have been back. He would have been back had he just taken
They're making
a ban.
an example out of him.
Yeah,
of course.
Because look what the other fighters done. The one that fought Devin Haney,
Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia will be back soon. He said, "Fair enough, it was me. Hands up." And then he's moved forward.
Wait, Amir Khan popped dirty after that fight with Kell Brook, and they kept it quiet for a year.
Yeah. And then when he did get interviewed, he went, "What's it matter? I lost."
You've got to respect it though, because it's quite easy just to say, you know, I was guilty, move on, and you probably get a year's ban. But, you know, that'll always be on your name, it tarnishes your name. So, you know, he's dug his heels and said, no, I'm not guilty. So I've got to kind of respect him in that way.
Big Baby Miller is back.
I want to pivot. I want to quickly pivot. So let's hold this one that we're talking about right now. I want to quickly pivot back into this fight and what I've been seeing. Guys, I'm worried about Cacace's power. I actually thought it'll get to a point where he's landed some flush shots on Warrington, and it's meant nothing. Literally, like, he's still in there, and I'm surprised that Warrington's still able to throw the combinations that he's throwing. I'm actually starting to worry. He's loading up totally, and look what Warrington's doing.
You know what? It started off as quite an exciting, and it wasn't a scruffy fight. It's now a real scruffy, just... It's not aesthetically pleasing.
Big job for the judges.
Look at that, the main Fury.
Oh, the main man.
Tommy Fury's in the building.
A lot of cruiserweights in here are going to be shaking in their boots right now.
Hey,
I can imagine.
Where's Molly May?
Oh, shit. Oh, no, the other Fury. That's some shithousery that they just did. They put the camera on. They put the camera on the Tommy and those boos in the stadium.
Can we just acknowledge Tommy was several rows behind his brother. He's not in the good seats, by the way. He's several rows behind him.
Tyson never got to the final at Love Island.
There we go. There we go.
Actually, where was we, guys?
Conor Benn, right?
Conor Benn, that's it.
Do you know what I think with Conor Benn? So there was a time when a lot of the British level guys were calling him out, and it was like, he's beyond that level, you know. Some of the names he's been getting.
Josh Kelly.
Yeah, but he never fought either of them, remember? He never fought either of them. So I'm talking about Chris Van Herden. I'm talking about, what's the other Chris? Algieri, who he knocked out and stuff like that. But the question was always there for me. He hasn't gone through the likes of a McKinson, for example. And I remember we were talking about this on the Pain Game, and this was a while ago. It was one of the first streams that I did on the Pain Game with you guys. And I said it, and because of the stature of where Conor Benn was at the time, it was almost laughed at. I remember people thinking, hold on, he's gone past that level. He's on fringe world level. Now, if, you know, God willing, he can get his issue sorted with the British Boxing Board of Control, they're talking a lot about him going straight into mega fights. I'd love to see him against some of the British level guys, you know. And by the way, I'd make him a favourite against them.
Who would you like to see him? Who would you like to see him go up against?
That's what I'm thinking.
I think you could go against McKinson. I think obviously now Josh Kelly's gone too far up in weight, so that wouldn't be a one.
Well, you say
Crocker,
that, but Conor Benn is not 147 anymore, is he?
Conor Benn should be a 147.
But his last two fights have been 154.
He said he's happy to go anywhere as well. Remember, he's still trying to chase down Chris Eubank as well. He don't mind the weight.
But you know, sometimes you need to pick a fucking weight class and actually go, I want to be the champion of this weight class. One of the things that's frustrated me about people like Eubank Jr., for example, is they almost deliberately don't plant their flag to something, because then they can be held accountable for when they inevitably don't maybe make the grade, so they can pivot away from the hard fights.
That's a great take.
I want someone who actually just has the balls to go, I am going for this guy, call the name out, and actually go through the contenders. Call me old-fashioned, like, but isn't that what they're supposed to do?
That's old-fashioned, though. I think that's the right way. That's what it's supposed to be.
But well, boxing doesn't behave like a sport, which is the most frustrating thing, because what you're describing is order of events. You know what I mean? Right now, Eubank Jr. could literally go from a moment of absence to Canelo, and that's it. That's boxing.
So Eubank is not going to get Conor Benn next. That fight's not going to happen next year. So he can't get Eubank. So then we look at it and we go, okay, do we want to see him against guys who once were big names? Let's say, for example, coming off a loss, Danny Garcia, right? Who once was a big name. In 20 years' time, you'll look back on the record, you go, cool, he beat Danny Garcia. But we who lived in it in the moment know that that wasn't a good win. So we're probably going to look at a rebuilding fight. Now, the problem is, when you've had 2 years or so of not making good money, rebuilding fights don't pay you that much. They only pay you decent money if you're in with maybe, what was the guy's name? Marco, the Albanian kid, right? If you're in with someone like him, because there'll be beef in the build-up, or how about you fight Eubank? Harlem Eubank is boxing at 147. He spars with Conlon. He spars with Josh Kelly. Yes, he hasn't got any wins on his resume at sort of British level that you would go, right, okay, he is up there with a Conor Benn. But I tell you what, he's got a better record than a lot of the guys that have been in with him.
I just need to do a quick advert today, guys, because Elite Hair are sponsoring this stream. Shout out to them. Hair loss is a common thing. It can knock your confidence, but there is a solution, and it's the world's biggest hair clinic, elite hair, great pre-treatment stage with them. You get a lot of help, time to speak to them before you undergo your hair transplant. They use a 6-step pre-treatment system which ensures you get the treatment that is personalized just for you. They're 100% painless because they use a process called the Sleep Deep method, and Elite Hair are giving you a chance to win a free hair transplant, and you cover your flights and accommodation, which is all worth over £4,000. All you've got to do is click the link in the description of our YouTube channel video here, or scan the QR code and add some basic info like your name, your email address to enter. You must be over 18, living in the UK or Ireland. The results speak for themselves with over 100,000 happy customers. All the before and after pictures are amazing on the website. Cheers to them.
You don't get better value for money than that.
Listen, you know what? I like the fact that you said Harlem, you know, because I love storylines in boxing, and I will always look for the storyline at any time. And if you're telling me if Conor can beat that Eubank, the Harlem, the cousin, and then after senior or junior steps up and says, well, it's my time now. It's revenge because they've kind of been able to, you know, ride off their parents' legacies. But because of the ban and stuff, that's almost gone. I still want to watch it, but there's not enough driving us for it. Yeah. Now, if he can get through, if he does dismantle Harlem and he becomes the guy, then let's bring in Junior, because what's Junior doing? Do you know, even though you say, even they say well, Conor Benn's had his time off, has Junior stepped miles forward since this has happened? Not really. Has he gapped him?
I think he hasn't gapped him. He's done nothing.
And the other thing is, with the Harlem Benn matchup, you're going to see Conor Benn in, the Harlem Eubank matchup, you're going to see Conor Benn in with a style of fighter that we've never really seen him in with. We've never really seen Conor Benn in with a low lead hand, elusive fighter. So ultimately, you're going to see some boxes, and I'm not going to deny it. I make Conor Benn a favourite in that fight. But what I'm saying is, if we're going with a rebuilding fight, let's create a narrative. Let's make it interesting. If it's a rebuilding fight, there's a narrative to be said. And if you're a Conor Benn and you're saying, I'm ready to go in with the likes of some of the top guys at the division at welterweight or whatever weight he's going to box at, then realistically, when you look at the pay packet of a Harlem Benn payday, which will probably play double the amount of someone without the surname Eubank, then I think that's a...
The only issue that I have is when I see Conor Benn tweeting, he's tweeting the big guys in the division. He's tweeting the money man. He's not getting for anyone small. He's letting... Who's he?
Eubank Jr., Errol Spence.
Errol Spence,
you want the tongue?
Tank. I don't even like that for him on any day of the week, bro. Conor versus Tank? Get out of here.
No, the weight class of that won't even happen.
But
too far away.
But he's in. The killer is, you can tell right now, he's made it clear to us, it's about the money. He ain't going to go fight no damn Avanesium or no. Right now, I need to get paid. And I think both of them are in that mindset right now. Eubank Jr., I would love to speak to Eubank Jr. and say, what's the plan? Tell us what you want to do.
He might be turning up later tonight.
I'd love to answer.
We've extended an invite to him, Ben Shalom, for round 2. As Ben Shalom recently having mad beef with Eddie Hearn. What do we make of Eddie Hearn saying, "I'll knock you out" to Ben Shalom?
That's insane.
Rattled.
He said he didn't mean it. He said he didn't mean it, but mate, those words, words.
When he said he didn't mean it, and then he said, well, they were looking for Ben Shalom's arsehole and all of this sort of stuff. I'm like, you don't like him though.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to know, because you see the thing, right? Little bit of inside information here. When little nobody YouTubers mouth off about me, I ignore them because they're nothing to me. They're like ants, tadpoles, fuck off, right?
I only did that once, though.
I eventually bring them into the fold. But, no, but this is the thing.
Yeah,
right?
I called him out too.
You chose to do a fight.
Hold on, this is the...
He chose to do a fight.
So if you want to get on this table,
call him out.
That's the blueprint.
It's so silly, right? Because KG genuinely did call me out when I first met him. I was like, you fucking prick. So anyway, this is the thing, right? What Eddie's not doing is big brothering Ben Shalom. He's actually acknowledging him as a real rival by actually saying threatening things to him. And I think Ben a little bit, and I do love Eddie, right? I've had him on the podcast many times now. This isn't a knock on the guy, but equally, Ben went, "You're 50 years old, mate," and I was like, it's kind of got a point there. Like, it is a bit, when promoters start, like, what we're going to do a Misfits? Because, I mean, I'd love to watch, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I ain't expecting it to happen. So what is the reason for these jokey threats? Because it seems like there's a real spice to that.
Listen, I'm happy to take this one because you know what happened? It started here, innit? on the pain game. We was out in LA, and we said, listen, Ben, what's going on, bro?
We're just
we
Stop letting them treat you like that, bro.
Stop letting them treat you like that. And Eddie Hearn, because ever since that moment, because
Ben said, I'm calling out Matchroom for a 5 versus 5.
Beautiful.
And actually said it to his face. And then Eddie goes, well, you're going to do Azim versus Dalton then?
Yes.
And it was a no. It was like,
and we're going to talk to him about that because he's gone through training school, and we saw him in front of the lights, the bright lights, him and Eddie, and he let us down.
He fell apart.
He did let us down, and we're going to have to talk to him about that. But then one thing that is happening, as you're saying, is he is being acknowledged. And before, we weren't talking about Boxer. Boxer wasn't involved in the chat. It was Frank Warren. It was the Frank Warren show and Eddie show. That's really where it was. Now, guess what's happened in the story of promoters? Frank Warren has actually edged it and kind of, he's almost leaving Eddie, not leaving him behind, but I would say he's in front of him now.
Stable is significant now.
He's in front of him. And that 5-0, 6-0, however they described it, it played a big part. It said, listen, my experience, little man, sit down. And what you're getting from Eddie to Ben Shalom is basically, well, you're the new little man, and he's basically Frank Warren in him.
Yeah. Do you know
he's actually
what?
getting Frank Warren energy.
You're the new Eddie, and I don't like
Frank Warren tried to do to Eddie, he's now doing
he's
to Ben.
doing it to him.
There's so much hypocritical behaviour now at the moment coming from Eddie Hearn, and this is the thing, like, I love Eddie Hearn. I watch his interviews, I've watched him for years. I think he's a brilliant character. I think that the reason we are sat here now with Riyadh season events going on all came from a fight that was here, Froch against Groves, 80,000. Did you know there's 80,000 people in the venue for that?
I didn't know
Is
that.
that how many it was?
There was 80,000 people in the venue for that.
Anybody mentioned that?
Yeah. So I truly believe that the catapult that sparked British boxing again was Froch against Groves, put on by Eddie Hearn, and we have him to thank for the fact that now Riyadh season has come in and we're getting these events. So I'm not at all knocking Eddie Hearn for this, but there's so much hypocritical behaviour. Say, for example, before we go on to the fact that he is now treating Ben Shalom the way that he would claim that Frank Warren and Al Heyman were treating him when he was coming through. Not only that, when you speak about the not making Adam Aziz against Dalton Smith fight, Eddie, there's hundreds of times you've walked away from purse bids. There's hundreds of times that fights have been ordered and you've gone in different directions. So although Ben Shalom hasn't got one citing point, a specific case that he can come back to you and go,
Cacace just took one on the chin there.
Is he tired?
There's been a couple of little moments in this final round. Cacace really hasn't stolen the show here at all.
Nah.
Yeah, he may have won the fight,
but you know what?
He's not looked great in it.
But I tell you what, the ring is slippery. They've slipped. They both slipped a few times in the ring, and they've been like, mate. Like,
do you know, just going back to that, what we were saying there, do you not think that there's been a lot of interviews where people have went to Eddie Hearn, you know, what happens if all of a sudden Turkey Al-Sheikh says, we don't need you anymore, I kind of cut out the middlemen? And I think he's starting to get a little bit worried. That's what I personally think, because when we're now potentially bringing another man into the fold, Ben Shalom,
another bloke at the table.
That's someone else you've got to compete with.
We're splitting the money now.
Exactly. Everything's getting split, and he's now being in a position where he's feeling really threatened, and I think he's worried about his position. So no way does he want anyone else in the fold. So,
well, this is it though, because one thing that Ben Shalom is doing, he's collecting fighters like Infinity Stones, bro. The UK homegrown ones, you're looking at his roster and saying, that's not a bad roster, bro.
There's a future roster.
He's got Buatsi, he's got McCauley, he's got Ben Whitaker, he's got
Vidal.
Caroline.
He's got the next generation, hasn't he?
He's got them.
And we've talked about this before, the likes of AJ, you know, we've got Usyk, we've got Tyson Fury, all these guys, all the top guys, even let's say Josh Warrington, all these different guys who've been great for years, they're now coming to the end of the career.
And think about why you would sign with a Shalom if you're a young fighter, right? Looking at a Vidal Riley, for example, you want someone who's going to help you with your career, guide you, and not necessarily throw you to the wolves while you're still learning.
Exactly.
You don't want to take those mega fights too soon and not be ready for them. Whereas you know at a certain point with Matchroom, or even Queensbury, maybe not Queensbury as much, but with Matchroom, you're getting thrown to the wolves a lot of the time. And I think you want someone who's going to care about you, who has just as much to lose as what you do.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. That's how to cut you.
Carry on.
I know, me being a pro boxer myself, when you come into boxing, you know, you want someone to guide you correctly, and it is a worry for a lot of fighters. I talk a lot of pro boxers now, and they're always thinking, you know, when they get to a stage of who do they choose, you know, when they go from the amateurs to the pros. And that is the thing with Eddie Hearn. And like, he's done great for boxing. He has been boxing for a long time. I know Frank Warren's now, you know, come in the mix and potentially overtaking him. But with Eddie Hearn, he didn't really protect you in a lot of fighters. You know, he put you in the deep end and see if you sunk or you swam, and that's how it went. And with someone like Ben Shalom, he's at a stage in his career where, you know, he's young, he's naturally ambitious, he wants to get to the top. He's not looking to throw guys straight in the deep end. He doesn't want to lose fighters. He wants to keep them, guide them properly, develop a strong stable.
But is he at the danger?
And look at the Azim fight,
no,
right?
but is he at the danger though of embarrassing his fighter? Because even in that build-up to Fabio Warley and Frazier, it looked bad.
No,
he's not tactful
I think
enough.
that was the perfect decision, and I know that isn't the normal route that the promoters do, because normally, like I say, they would have put him in there, but I think that was the best ever thing for Fraser Clark. And yes, it might have embarrassed him at the time, but when he's then fought Wardley, you know, had that been 6 months prior year, you know, it probably would have been a loss for Fraser Clark. And even Fraser Clark's come out in interviews and said, you know, at the time I was furious that, you know, that Ben done that, but now looking back, that was the right decision. And I think Ben's in a position, he's the guy looking at these more experienced guys and, you know, looking at what they've done right, what they've done wrong, and I think it was the right thing.
Here we go, guys, we've got a judgment coming in, and they worked really hard on this one. They were deliberating for a minute, so let's see what happens, man. Hey, quickly, guesses. Who do you reckon's taking this?
I got Cacace.
I think on the second half, I think he got the cleaner shot.
I'm getting another way.
It's Cacace.
Smooth night.
Yeah, it's quite wide.
It's wide. I didn't expect it to be as wide. Definitely didn't expect it to be as wide to Cacace.
There we go.
That was wider than I thought.
I thought that was a 115.
Let me quickly do an advert, guys. I do have to remind people that we are not just on Twitter, not just on YouTube, on the Paying Game, but we are also live on the DAZN pay-per-view. So if you want to watch us all in one immersive experience where you've got the fight and the picture-in-picture of our fat little faces in the corner, you just got to go to DAZN.com/TrueGeordie, buy the pay-per-view. You'll get 7 days of DAZN free when you do. Then you'll just click the True Geordie bit. Click on that, the True Geordie live stream, and you can see us with your pay-per-view, so you don't have to do the multiple screen thing. Hey, if you've done it, we really appreciate it. Shout out to everyone watching now.
Come on.
Going back to the points you made before, by the way, lads, if you look at the frustration in Eddie, I think, because he wants Dalton in with Adam Azim, right? Because Dalton Smith, from memory, is older, a bit more seasoned. Adam Azim is young. And he wants to steal that at the perfect time.
Yes.
Whereas Shalom wants to build this guy. He wants to let him nurture him, you know. And I don't blame Ben Shalom for that one bit personally.
You know, the problem is Ben Shalom's tact for dealing with the media and how he colours things. Because Eddie Hearn would have a sit down for 1 hour with Coogan on IFL TV, and all of a sudden we understand why he's done it and we back him because he's a great promoter. Ben Shalom hasn't been able to give you that. Even these recent back and forths with Eddie and Frank, he hasn't come off shining. He needs to master that, and all of his behind-the-scenes behaviour suddenly looks great in front of all of us.
But you know, he's fresh in the game. You know what I mean? When you look at it and you compare it to Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, he's so inexperienced. Over time, you know, by the time he gets to, you know, even a few years down the line, he's going to be far more experienced when it comes to the media side of things. But, you know, I keep on going back to the fact that I'm currently a fighter myself, and I appreciate what he does. You know, he doesn't care if he makes himself look stupid in front of everybody, in front of the world. You know, he's true to his heart, saying, I want to do the right thing for my fighter. So I can't help but respect. Yes, it's not what we all want to see in here. It doesn't always look great, but I do respect what the guy's trying to do, and I've just got to say, like, you've got to give him time to get that experience, and experience you can't buy.
I see, right now, it's great that we're talking about personality types and the pivot, right? Because you're looking at two people on screen that are about to come out and fight now. You've got Joshua Buatsi and you've got Hutchinson. Hutchinson, I ain't gonna lie to you, in front of camera, fantastic. But Buatsi, his brand has been just business. I will say he's come from the tutelage. It's not been good. He's come from the tutelage of an AJ. But AJ gets away with it because he's massive. He looks great. He's the man.
AJ is a bit more friendly though. Buatsi, he almost, I'll be honest, I really respect Buatsi, but it's almost like he's going out of his way to do the worst job possible with his brand. Look, if I was his manager, he would have 10 times the money in his bank. because I don't know who the hell is giving him advice, but it's been fucking terrible. Watching him up there, he got asked a question in the press conference the other day about a spar that they had. Ironically, this has been a lot of the topic in the build-up for this. And Willy says, "You remember how I spanked you all over in the spar?" And obviously Adi goes back to him, goes, well, what did happen? And he was like, well, it's out on YouTube. And actually, I think it was Dev who said it. Sorry, Dev Sarni goes, well, this is the biggest stage, right? Everyone's got you. This isn't a little YouTube clip. This is the clip. So you want to set the record straight? And he goes, no, I'm not doing it. And I thought, mate, could you be any worse at this?
Do you know
it's
what,
unbelievable.
Do you know what it is, though? And he hasn't realized. Even Bud Crawford has changed.
Yeah.
He's a knockout man. Bud Crawford is pulling up to Rihanna events. Bud Crawford, in the same clothes, by the way, still looks like he's going to train. I'm saying, Bud Crawford
by the
has
way,
actually worked
on your point though, Bud Crawford recently at a UFC event was mistaken for Kendrick Lamar. Now, do you know why that happened? Because the man hasn't marketed himself as a superstar.
Yes.
And that is exactly the problem Buatsi's had. The difference is Bud Crawford has had unbelievable fights.
There's another way of looking at it.
Even still struggle.
And you also said that he's come from the same school as AJ.
Well, sorry, you can elaborate if you want, bro. But you know what
you said he come from the same school as AJ. I've got to disagree. He's the exact opposite of AJ. You know, AJ was maybe guilty of maybe not fully speaking exactly how he felt, not being as natural as he could have been, but he was warm, he answered questions, you know, he would get pictures, he would give everybody time, you know. It was more the fact that he was a little bit too uniform in what he said. Whereas Buatsi, he comes across cold, miserable, you know. He comes across a little bit arrogant, and that's a problem. Exactly what True Jordi's saying here. And the simple fact is, he needs to change his way. He needs to be like Turkey Al Sheikh's all about entertainment. And you know, I've been guilty in my career. I've been not doing the right thing, not being myself. I've been far too serious at times. I come from the school as, you know, boxers let the fighting do the talking type of attitude. But that doesn't work in this field. You've got to be entertaining.
Can we ask you why?
Funny enough, it was Brian who actually, you know, when we were training a good few years ago, said, listen, you need to change, you need to be more like this. And that was the first time I kind of realised, and I'm just getting back in the mix, and I know it's something I really need to work on, because that doesn't work in the current era that we're in. And,
do you know what, mate? If you don't shout about yourself as a boxer, then who the fuck else will?
Absolutely.
You need to be loud and proud. You're a gladiator at the end of the day. And I just feel Buatsi's got it all wrong.
I'd understand it, right, if we were talking about the Buatsi against Dan Aziz fight, and we were going, you know, he's hardly sold the build-up and whatnot. I could then go, do you know what, they're mates though, they know each other, they've grown up similar areas, type things like that. When you have got a guy who's 5 years younger than you, you clearly hate him because you put hands on him at the face-to-face interview. He is shit-talking you at every possible opportunity.
He's an honest wreck.
I don't care whether you're a classy man. I don't care whether you're humble. Now is not the time. There needs to be a time to be able to switch it on. And do you know what? When you get in there with someone who has got ultimate respect for you, who doesn't want to trash talk and he doesn't want to do that, if then you take the option to play the moral high ground with him, that's fine. But when you've got someone in front of you talking all that shit, I believe that personally that's when you need to let it go.
Not just that, but if the mantra is just business, it's great business to sell your fight at a press conference.
But wait, I wanna cut some bell here, because one thing I can say about him, is he's not one to waste words. But you know, like it or not, you probably haven't enjoyed the Joshua Buatsi in a face-off. You haven't enjoyed him in a press conference. But you see, in that squared circle right there,
a problem.
He is a problem. This fight is the fight that I'm actually, one of the fights I'm here for, really. Because I know, there's someone that takes offense to being punched back. And that's Joshua Buatsi. It doesn't even make sense. How's he taking this level of offense? Bro, this is a part of it. But he's already, I've never seen him put hands on person before. He's really cool, but he mentioned Craig Richards, and listen, look how he fought against his friend. Look how he fought against Dan Aziz. There's moments when he says, I'm locking in. And Dan Aziz, when he was in a face-off, he looked at Dan Aziz like he was no longer a friend, no longer part of the family. He's fighting someone that he doesn't have no care for. But we're going to see something different.
Let me counter that from a stylistic point of view, right? Dan Aziz, right, that one of the most impressive things that Joshua Buatsi did in that fight, and it wasn't something we learned on the night, because we already understood and knew that Buatsi can do this, right? When Dan Aziz would crack Buatsi with a good shot, Buatsi would stand there. Sometimes he'd beat his chest,
Loves that.
and he'd come straight back at him, right?
Yeah.
But there's a problem there. Dan Aziz, not to my standard, but to this standard of boxing, Dan Aziz is there to be hit. Dan Aziz, you can wait for him, and then you can go. This fella will be gone by the time you've hit him. By the time you realise where he is in the ring, he'll be dropping his hands, talking to you and annoying you. He'll throw a shot and he'll probably get just as much of a buzz out of making you miss so he can give you the Billy Joe Saunders as he will out of landing a clean shot on you.
This is going to be the fight that makes Buatsi have to climb all of his gears.
Yeah.
Like, we've only
Tell
ever
me
seen...
that's not Tyson Fury right there.
It's Tyson Fury energy.
He looks more like Tyson
Light
Fury than
heavyweight
Tommy
Fury.
Fury ever has.
Tyson
He
Fury
is
energy.
repetitive. Is Tyson Fury a sperm donor? Because something's going on here.
Look, no, so he has got Tyson Fury energy. But
By the way,
again,
I love the Braveheart music. It's one of my favourite soundtracks. Honestly,
He's
this
always
is
got a
perfect
good
for him.
walkout tune,
Love
Hutchinson. He walked out to Rough Squad out in
do you know
Saudi.
what's funny? Travis has got a charity bet with the guy that's walking him in right now. The guy that's walking him in, he's his close protection, and Travis has got a bet right now, £100 money.
So you're betting on Buatsi?
I'm betting on Buatsi to get it done.
Okay, can we get quick predictions, lads?
Let's do it.
I think
Let's
we're all
do it.
invested in this.
Yes, very.
Can we start with Loza?
I'm going Buatsi, but make no mistake, Hutchinson's in with a really good chance, and I think just going talking about Dan Aziz there before, if he performs the way he did against Dan Aziz, I think he could lose, because I think it was
I don't want any. Come on now, you got to put yourself in there. Who are you?
Buatsi.
Buatsi.
Let's go. And in the Dubois words,
I've said Buatsi all week, so I'm going to go Hutchinson.
Oh! He's flip-flopped at the last moment.
What you said?
I'm getting Buatsi. Simple, straight up. I know him. I know the guy. I need this. I need this for him. I need what's next.
KG, you look like an emotional wreck right now.
And I don't like it because I am emotional.
This reminds me of when the 5 versus 5 in Saudi.
Craig.
Yes.
You know, with Craig.
It's in South London
But are you
redemption.
speaking with emotion, do you really think he's capable of
Listen, mate, I'm going to tell you now, down the camera, this is all emotion right now. But I love Buatsi, and I need Buatsi. Don't take the piss. Do this for South London, bro.
South London needs this.
is stinky right now because of the situation. We need you, bro. Step up.
Can I just say I'll pick a Willy Hutchinson actually?
We got 2 for Willy Hutchinson.
Let's go, Buatsi.
What? Yes.
Yeah, I'm backing Buatsi in this.
The reason being, lads, I just think Willy is growing into his career, and I don't feel Buatsi is. When I look at his previous fights, if anything, I see a slight, ever so slight decline. Not a dramatic one, but in his last fight, I looked at him and I thought, you're a little bit flat-footed, you're a little bit reactionary, and I feel like Willy will be creating in there, and you will be reacting to that creation. And I feel like Willy is going to be in and out, and he's going to be talking shit. It's going to be a very hard fight for him. Look, both guys can win, we've all said it, but I'm going Willy.
Can I ask you a question, right? And it's not a loaded question, but it just had me thinking when I was thinking about the facts that I've backed Willy Hutchinson, right?
Yeah, load it up.
You're backing Willy Hutchinson. Who has a better chance out of Buatsi and Hutchinson against the Bivol-Beterbiev winner?
Buatsi.
It's Buatsi, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And I'm backing Willy Hutchinson.
But this is the way
and you're backing Willy Hutchinson. But would you say it's Buatsi?
No, I wouldn't actually, because the reason being, I think Buatsi's predictable, and I think that's. And look, I could be totally
You
wrong.
lot losing your
I
mind.
think your maths are off then.
You lot's maths are off.
Yeah,
For you to think Buatsi has a better chance and you're backing Hutchinson in this fight.
I'd slightly disagree.
Listen, I made this saying up on the way here on the train, but styles make fights.
Yeah,
use it, honestly. If you ever want to use that, use it.
That's original.
You would get that on
We should say that more, I think.
You know what? That's what's in boxing. We need that. Can I ask you this? This is a silly question, yeah. But Willy Hutchinson's come in with the speed. You know, like the old school one. That,
yeah, I had that.
And I was like, yeah. But he hasn't got that much hair. Is that disrespectful to the hairline?
Can we just say, if you do need your hair sort, Willy, Elite Hair have got you covered, and you can enter using the link in the description on our page.
I think it's actually deflect from the hairline.
He is a little bit old for borderlines.
He's
in the
only
hair.
26.
Yeah.
When Chelsea won their first league title, I had the Umbro in the back of my head.
The funny thing
honestly.
is, my little boy's only 7 and the other little boy's 5, and I just had that done in the summer holidays in his head.
No, he
guys,
can't do that at that.
Let's look at Willy Hutchinson. He's taken middle ring and he's right in Buatsi's face.
Look at him, he's still pointing.
Hey, I like it.
Guys,
straight
this
back to
is
him.
about to go off.
This feels like a main event. This feels like a main
event.
Look
Look at his face.
Let's go, Josh.
He's locked in.
Let's go,
He's ready
Josh.
for this moment. This is his moment, people. We need to score these rounds.
Willy Hutchinson has unwavering confidence.
Yes, he does.
Like,
But
I'm
he's
not
getting
even
knocked
just
out.
on about in a
So
boxing ring.
does Buatsi, bro.
I think he could go into any situation of life and he would have confidence.
He's getting knocked
there.
out late rounds.
I reckon he feels he could fly a plane. He could eat
He's
like
getting knocked out.
I love this.
He'll never go.
Absolute certainty
getting knocked
in
out.
KJ's mind here.
He's
Come on.
getting knocked out late rounds.
This
I
is a
said it.
main event for me. This is
Let's
so
go.
good.
I love this fight already.
Let him know. You've been waiting to see him all week.
Let's go, Buatsi.
Come on, Buatsi.
What I like about Willy is he's a switch hitter as well. He's flashy. He's exciting to watch, man. That last performance against Richards, obviously,
it was fantastic.
It was a fight that, for me, Buatsi against Richards was a really great fight to watch. I loved how back and forth it was.
Yeah.
Whereas the fact that Willy was able to just dominate Richards, that really blew me away.
And you know what? That's why Buatsi's going to start fast as well, because he knows this is no mug.
This
is, if you're not
getting elbow in his face
Buatsi's already started. Like, I've never seen Buatsi even start like this. Let's
I like
have it.
aggressive
It's
Buatsi
aggressive.
in this fight. This is what he's going to need.
Oh, that's nice there.
Everything, pay everything back.
You have to let him know.
You know why? I think he's probably trying to start quick as well, is because Willy racked up a few rounds.
He
when
racked
we
up
were in
so-
Riyadh,
That's right.
I remember the shock on both of your faces.
I know, man.
Because it was like, whoa, this fight is just slipping away here.
4 or 5 rounds in the bank early. It was
This
like,
guy
can happen with a mover.
literally, Hutchinson's like the friend destroyer, bro.
Yeah,
he took out my guy Spider. You think he's gonna take out my next friend, bro? Buatsi. I'm running out of friends, mate. Last I've got is yard, bro.
Genuinely, it's like Alexander Usyk on UK boxing, isn't it? It's a nightmare.
I'll be phoning Yard
Now-
immediately after the fight. Please resolve this.
The funny thing is, since he went past the level of fighting journeyman when he was coming up, Buatsi, to my memory, has never really been in with a frustrating fighter.
Yeah.
One of those
Oh,
fighters
I don't know about that.
that's
What's the fight he had in the garden with
Yanni,
Bolotniks.
Yeah,
Was Bolotniks frustrating?
That was a difficult fight.
Bolotniks.
That was a
It was
difficult fight, mate.
it was a difficult fight.
I think
but
he's
I don't
hard-headed.
think
He's not- he's not
I don't
frustrating.
think he struggled to land on
Oh, I
Bolotniks.
see. Yeah, he
I
was
don't
tough. He
think
was tough.
I
He was
don't
tough.
I'll
think
tell you what, he's
Bolotniks-
getting outlanded by
Aye,
Willy.
he's
He's getting
he is.
outlanded, lads.
He is.
Straight up.
Yeah.
First round, he's getting
First
outlanded.
round, Hutchinson is doing the.
He's putting
He's
hands on
doing
it
some
quite
of the better
quickly.
work.
It's a good jab there from Hutchinson.
Oh.
Buatsi went down to the
Mate,
body, but
this isn't
Hutchinson
even
in there.
close. This isn't even close so far. Come on.
Shit.
Buatsi really needs to get some respect back.
You know what's
immediately.
crazy though? Hutchinson did mention, he said, you're going to be easier to
Than
fight
Craig.
than Craig. And so far, he's
I told you,
established.
he
guys,
starts in the
because
middle.
he-
He's
we're 2 minutes
flat-footed.
in.
He knew
We're
he'd be
2
there to
minutes
be
in.
hit.
Buatsi's flat-footed, man.
Buatsi comes looking for it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Craig's a little bit too defensive at times.
But Craig is a thinker. His IQ, I'd say, is a little bit higher than Buatsi's as
But
far
that-
as his boxing
But
skills go.
that's great for not getting hit,
But
but not
the
great
s-
for winning fights.
But the spite is
Oh.
missing with
Switching
Craig
into
sometimes.
southpaw.
He switched stances, lads. He switched stances. Let's see how this goes for him.
Well, we're going to see what Buatsi's Olympic pedigree, because, you don't become an Olympian for no reason.
When you
Can we
switch
just mention that
stance,
briefly? I was watching interviews recently because I didn't realise how good Willy Hutchinson's pedigree was. And
Yeah.
as an amateur, he won a world gold medal, which is extremely hard to do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he was kind of saying they're all talking about Buatsi's bronze medal. I think he won more than the world championships.
Yeah.
I think he was a multi-time national champion. So actually, I don't think it was a senior, but still excellent pedigree as well.
Willy's cut, by the way. His left eye is cut.
You got
right
to
now.
say though, Willy won that round.
Yeah.
That's a great round.
I think that
Pause. Big
one
pause.
of our big things about Willy Hutchinson was because he hadn't had the rivalries, or at least to the extent on the stage that he's boxing on now, right? We didn't really have him at the forefront of our mind, and therefore when he lost to Lennox Clark, I think because the profile wasn't there, a lot of us just went, oh well, that's his level. He's not going to get better than that. But let's go back through history, mate. David Hay, Carl Thompson, that there's so many times when a fighter has lost at that exact sort of period when they're just on the way up, when they're just starting to get good. They've took them losses and they've come back from it. And when you look at the school of sort of elite traveller boxers in terms of recent years, Tyson Fury, Billy Joe Saunders, I look at this boy and I'm like, he could be the next. He could be the next taxi off the rank.
He's defo next.
But that's why
not
boxing's
even-
so unforgiving, because in any other sport in the world you lose and it's not a problem. You fight to live another day. In boxing you lose and everyone writes you off.
Question, lads.
Second
How
round.
will Buatsi be reacting mentally to losing that first round in a fight like this?
I don't even think he's been told he's lost that round as well. I think they'll just keep saying business as usual. I think it starts to become a problem when we get into the third or fourth, where you have to tell your fighter, hey, mate, we got to sort this
I
out.
don't like
It's not
that, you know,
looking good.
because I understand you don't want to fuck the confidence up with a fighter, but equally, to not tell them the truth is not giving them the correct data to adjust to, and you're not. They think they know better, but sometimes a fighter wishes he could go back and go, "Can you actually tell me?"
Good shot from Buatsi.
That got his attention.
Hutchinson looking to fire.
Another good shot.
Yeah,
Another
nice.
good shot from Buatsi.
Nice.
I
flipped the round well.
I feel like Willy Hutchinson. There you go, he's done it. I feel like he needs to come out of southpaw for a second because Buatsi had success 2-3 times over with that right hand there. And again, when you're saying about what Buatsi would be thinking in between the rounds here, Buatsi is a 12-round fighter.
That's right.
Yes.
And he knows he comes on strong. He gets better as the rounds go. Potentially, he gets better as the rounds go on. What he doesn't do is I've never really seen a fight where I've looked like Buatsi's been gassed in fights.
Never.
So I think when he looks at Willy Hutchinson's performance against Spider,
I like the tie-up after.
Now the tie-up is smart.
Yeah.
now Buatsi threw 4 shots there. He landed the first, but the next 3, Willy Hutchinson was able to evade them.
Well, he's had accuracy problems since the start of this fight. And yes, we're in the second round, but I think he's thrown a significant amount of punches than I'm used to seeing him throw. Yeah. And they're not landing.
He's having
especially when it's in.
You have to, because when a guy's a mover, you have to throw 3 or 4. Now, when you say he hasn't gassed before, absolutely. But one thing Buatsi does well is he controls the tempo.
Yeah. Yes.
Because he's the boss in there. Against Willy, I'm not saying he can't beat Willy. He could definitely hurt him and knock him out. But I think it's going to be a little bit harder for him to knock gas out because you're going to have to really expend some energy to get him.
This round, he's controlling the tempo, he's landing the shots, and he's kind of dictating where Willy's can go.
I don't think he's controlling the tempo. I think he's expending more energy than he probably
as well, when you say he's landing the shots, he landed a few shots on the inside there. Before that, I counted 6 punches he threw and he missed. And I can tell you, sometimes, right, and not even sometimes, just speaking for myself, right, when I get hit, it doesn't really knock my confidence. When I fail to hit the man in front of me, that knocks my confidence.
Yeah. Again, just as you're saying that, he lands a really nice jab there at the start against Willy, but then the second, third, fourth, they're not landing. So Willy's getting touched here, but he's losing this round, in my opinion.
I think Willy's lost this round. He's not landing properly.
But what he's doing is he's constantly applying mental pressure. He's in Willy's face constantly. And we're seeing against Craig Richards, by the middle round, he did tire. He did get a second win, I think 7-8.
Good.
But the pressure that
I like that as well. And
different.
you know he's dealing with the power as well, because you see Hutchinson turn his body, trying to turn out. Before you even hear bell, he's kind of like, well, the round should be over now.
Are we 1-1, lads?
1-1.
We are. But also, we should use this fight to update our data on Buatsi, because a lot of people refer to Buatsi's fight style and they go, yeah, he's spiteful and he throws a bunch of punches. He's changed under Virgil Hunter. He hasn't been that way for like 3 or 4 fights.
Legend in the crowd there, Roberto
Duran in the building, boy.
Incredible.
So we've definitely got to use this fight to update how we talk about Buatsi, because this is a slow, measured, and very well thought out performance so far.
Well, we discussed previously that is the style with Virgil Hunter working? Well, a little bit too sure if it was taking his natural, his natural instincts away because he had that aggressive style.
Yeah.
But from what I'm witnessing, I'm seeing a little bit of that aggression. But he is keeping it nice and tight. He's coming down low. I'm seeing a little bit of that Andre Ward style coming into play. And he gets close when he lands his shot. He's kind of smothering him, where Hutchinson can't get his shots off. So I am seeing some.
That's very true.
Some tactics that I think are really working from here.
That's interesting.
And this will be, tyrant, when that roughing him up. Because everyone said Andre Ward after the fought him, the physical strength and the way he would tie and lean on you, it wears you down.
Especially that Kovalev, those performances.
One thing that is helping Buatsi is he's stepping in with some of these punches.
That's right.
Closing the distance well. And you have to do that when you've got a mover in front of you.
And I think it's clear that he's physically stronger than Hutchinson. Whenever he wants to clinch, he gets the clinch.
I also don't think, and this may be a case of the fact that Hutchinson hasn't landed a real flush shot yet, but I also don't think he's that bothered about Hutchinson's power. I think that Craig Richards,
come on, guys.
I'm not saying he was scared of the power, but I think that Craig Richards felt 1 or 2 of them and thought, okay, let me not just use my chin to get in and fight fire with fire here. Let me do it sophisticatedly.
Yeah.
Whereas I think that we're already starting to see it.
He returned the favour.
Yeah, but Hutchinson's looking quite uncomfortable in this
He is uncomfortable.
He doesn't look very
lovely combination there from Hutchinson.
Nice.
I think Hutchinson's landed more punches in this round, just for the record. He's definitely outlanded Buatsi so
Even the
far.
fact that Buatsi's got his low lead hand there, he's gaining confidence.
Yeah. I don't think Hutchinson feel like he's imposed himself into this fight.
No,
I don't think so.
Energy-wise, he doesn't look quite as zippy as the last fight,
Nah,
but maybe he's warming into it. I don't know.
A lot of people from Craig's side, right? We've got a couple of people who are like in Craig's camp, and when we spoke to those guys about Craig's performance against him, they were adamant Craig wasn't himself. That wasn't Craig in there with Willy Hutchinson. I can't accept that because sometimes you go, look, man, this guy made you look like that.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Sometimes the man makes you, not
that's
yourself.
Right. But I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking, if Willy doesn't look like he looked in the last fight.
Lovely. God, carry on.
We can, we can open up the conversation on that.
I think Hutchinson got in there with Craig Richards and thought, this is way easier than I thought. And I think that's why he gained in confidence. And where is this fight? Buatsi, even though he's not getting a load of success, he's on his chest. He's constantly in his range, and he can't relax. And he hasn't quite warmed into the fight like he did against Craig Richards.
You know when we say about... There you go, great right hand from Buatsi there. When we say about Buatsi being spiteful, and
Ribbons off,
you were saying about the fact that we'll see how spiteful he is now. I'm even seeing it when they're close together and one man moves away, so the ref doesn't break it, but one man moves to the side.
What was that about?
That's when Buatsi is then throwing another shot there. And that shows the spitefulness because a lot of boxers, I know myself, I'll pick that moment to just feel my lungs
He's
back
holding
up.
the top of his head and digging an uppercut at the same time.
What's happening now? The referee is starting to have to get involved in this one. They've both been spoken to for headbutts and stuff, but you can see when a fighter is starting to do a lot of dirty things, you know he's uncomfortable. You know that Hutchinson for me right now.
Uncomfortable?
I think Hutchinson's really uncomfortable.
Are you not noticing Buatsi being the one to clinch? Buatsi's sticking his head in. It's
Buatsi
Buatsi initiating the clinch.
I understand that, but I'm saying before that's happening, like when like
I think this is your emotion speaking here because I think it's Buatsi doing the dirty stuff.
Willy's trying to have a boxing match, and Buatsi's trying to rough him up.
I do. He's coming in
responding to it, holding the back of his head.
But
he's doing it to you. You go.
You've got to respond.
I don't know, lads. I'm not sure.
It's frustration.
It's frustration.
I'm brethren biases.
We've been scoring this.
Yes.
Who won that last round?
I'd possibly give it to Buatsi. You see Buatsi to pressure, and there's a lot of clubbing shots.
I'd probably say Buatsi's one round up now.
I would have said Willy landed more punches in that last round, but Buatsi's were probably more effective.
That's
it's the clubbing shots around the side, the little short shots that don't look as eye-catching, but they're still doing the damage.
That's Buatsi's round.
I feel like it's a swing round.
It's a Buatsi round. I'm giving that to Buatsi. But again, guys, there's a thing that we call brethren bias, and I definitely have it in this one. So if you're looking at me for impartial judging, very difficult.
It's probably not available today.
Yes, I know.
I love the idea that anyone ever looked at you for impartial judging.
Sometimes you gotta let them know though, because some people at home are like, why won't they call it the way it needs to be called? Brother, my friend's in there.
Listen,
and Brian wouldn't know anything about that. He'd know nothing about
I
that.
recently, for those who don't know, commentated Joey's fight, and it went down really badly. So probably the last time I do that.
Your mates in there,
mate.
mate.
It was a nightmare, mate, honestly. People were commenting saying, we thought Brian was going to jump in there and beat the kid up himself. So I was like, okay, we'll probably need to give that a miss then.
Nice.
It's very difficult, man.
There you go.
Now, Buatsi, in my opinion, has watched the fight against Craig Richards. He
studied him.
Of course he has.
He's looked at it and he's thought, right, Craig allowed you to have that 5-10 seconds rest when you wanted it, and that's when I'm on you. So you saw there when Hutchinson just lost his balance ever so slightly. It wasn't even a shot. Buatsi chased him. He chased him straight away. And over the course of 10-12 rounds, those things really start to wear down.
Nice.
He's
not letting him break at all.
Let's be real. Like, Buatsi is constantly clinching every time. This is dirty tactics.
But look at the clinching. No, it's not. Look what he's doing. He gets close as if he's about to clinch, and he keeps his arms free. It's not a clinch. And then he throws shots whilst he's there. Trust me, he's getting to work in there, bro.
Come on, Trav. Come on, Trav. Oh, come on.
Do you know what it is?
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised at Willy, because Willy hasn't had the same zip in his punches early on
there today.
Like, even in the third round, I was thinking, you're not as quick as you look like in the last. And maybe, Buatsi putting the pressure on is playing a role in that. But he's outlanding him in this round so far.
But what I've noticed as well, Buatsi seems to have really come along defensively. Like, when he closes his guard and walks forward, the shots don't land. He deflects a lot of shots. He's parrying a lot of stuff. That's not the Buatsi I know.
And remember as well, when we go into the why for this fight, right, the meaning for what it means for both men, Willy Hutchinson is riding a high after that Riyadh season card.
Yeah.
And he knows as long as he doesn't disgrace himself, because of the way he sells a fight, he's going to be back in there. Joshua Buatsi is the man who, through no fault of his own possibly, he's the one whose career has stagnated. He's the one who had massively, massively high hopes after the Olympic bronze medal, and because of promotional issues, management issues and whatnot, his career has stagnated. This is more of a chance for Buatsi, in my opinion, than it is for Willy Hutchinson, because I don't really think that Willy Hutchinson necessarily thought that he was going to be at this level. You know, when he lost to Lennox Clark, he didn't think he was going to be fighting on the undercard of AJ at Wembley Stadium. But as for Buatsi, this was always supposed to be the plan.
This fight is turning, though. This is definitely a Willy Hutchinson round.
This isn't even close.
But I think
Buatsi's just tired.
I think there's a disturbance in his eyes, because he complained about his eyes at the beginning of the round, and suddenly he's just been like very lethargic.
It's not even. Bro, don't call it a disturbance. Don't call it a disturbance. What really happening there now is we've never seen him fight to this pace. He's trying to, as you said, he watched the Craig Richards fight. He understood this guy racks up the rounds, and you could find yourself being 3 down on the scorecard. He can't fight at this pace, and that's what he's dealing with. You saw there was a moment, I think it's like, you know, if you're running a marathon and they say you hit the wall, he's hitting the wall. There's a moment he just slowed down in this fight.
Are you talking about Buatsi here?
Yeah, Buatsi.
I was going to say
he's hit a wall. And what he has to do now is get past that. But then Kojulo said, how good is his engine? Buatsi against Dan Aziz, Buatsi versus Craig Richards, he always takes a round off. He has this moment where he takes maybe a round off, 2 rounds. You'll see a different Buatsi in the next round.
Oh, he'll have a moment during the round where he just goes into his cage and waits. So we'll see.
But then definitely Hutchinson can take that round for me, for sure.
He's 2-2 on my
definitely.
scorecards.
And you mentioned it earlier on who thought there should be here at this stage, who's the pressure on. It's without doubt.
Oh, lovely. See what I'm saying?
You say it's lovely. You say it's lovely. It didn't land. Didn't land.
I think you watched the replay and see it glanced.
I love that.
Honestly, if you think this is bad, you should have seen me commentating his fight.
You've got to remember them spotlights. They're hot. They're hot, and Buatsi's having to box under them.
It just caught his left eyelash.
I love it.
There's a lot of this. So what I will say is Willy's judgment of distance has been pretty good so far.
There was a good right hand from Buatsi.
Buatsi's got him in the corner here.
I think Buatsi wants to land something with a lot more spite on it, and he's not been able to. He's been able to touch the combination punches.
Yeah, but sometimes you need to set it up with with the 2s and with the 3s to be able to get that spite on the shot.
What I'm finding interesting is, I thought that Hutchinson, you know, there was a question on his engine because he slowed down a little bit against Craig. And when I'm watching this, the pace that Buatsi set, he's clearly struggling with. And actually, as the pace is slowed down, it looks like Hutchinson looks a little bit more comfortable at this pace.
But from Hutchinson's point of view, right, let's say, for example, if there was some doubt in the back of his mind that Craig Richards was a huge step up. He's been knocked out by Lennox Clark. Now Craig Richards is a big step up. When he started having such success early on against Craig Spider Richards, he probably ended up thinking, right, do you know what, I'll have it here, and really pushed himself, pushed the gas tank. He knew he slowed down, so now he's going in with, let's be honest, a cardio monster in Joshua Buatsi. Maybe this is part of the game plan.
Well,
I don't like the cardio monster.
I don't like the cardio monster.
I'm not being funny, but he's not looking like a cardio monster right now.
No.
He's getting touched up, right?
Anything,
he's not getting hurt, but he's getting outlanded in this round, in my opinion.
The only thing is, Hutchinson, he's looking like he's not breathing heavy, but the zip in his punch is definitely gone.
He's bleeding.
Bro,
I see a little
You know why I would worry about
Hutchinson's
Buatsi's gas tank a little bit here is because his gas tank is usually really good, in my opinion, because he measures the fight, he controls the fight. He's not in control of a Willy Hutchinson, a mover like him, and he's going to have to work harder than he normally works, throwing several punches to land one, as we've seen already in the first 5 rounds. So I don't know what he's going to look like in the later rounds, because Willy's looking good here.
You know what I love about Hutchinson is that he's got
another one from Willy, another one from Willy.
He's
tagging him, man. This is not looking good for Buatsi.
Lovely work from
his punch selection is really good.
But guess what now? There's clarity under the eyes of Hutchinson, and that's great for target practice. It almost gives the fighter some level of confidence, right? You see the blood dripping, you think, you know what?
Well, it's not a bad thing, for sure.
You know when you mentioned about Hutchinson's punch selection being really good, I agree with you, it is really good.
Double jab.
It's not the most effective. You know, earlier on in the night when we were seeing Josh Kelly and he'd like slip inside.
Oh! What are you doing,
I love
Buatsi?
it. I love it. Is Willy taking the piss at it?
I think he was watching Wilder's tips.
Oh,
Free two Hutchinson.
Tired.
He tried to make the Jackson spin.
Buatsi's looking tired.
3-2 Hutchinson.
3-2.
Yeah.
3-2?
Yeah,
Lads,
he's
there's
well
not been
let
enough
I don't
dancing
know.
tonight.
I don't think that's been. I don't know if that's a 3-2 though.
South London, bro.
Why not? Why not?
I don't know.
Why not?
I don't know.
Give me
mate.
an excuse. Give me
I
a
know,
reason.
I'm trying to
You got
look
a
for
couple
one.
more than
You-
that, KG.
Wait, hold on.
You're the
Listen.
best excuse maker. You've defended Eric Ten Hag. Come on. You got to come with some.
Listen, I'm struggling to find an excuse right now. I didn't like the body language in that last one when he spins round. The pace is an issue.
I can't.
Hold on, let's look at this.
But what's crazy to me is that I don't feel like Yard is throwing big shots.
It's not Yard.
Yard ain't.
Sorry,
Yard's
Yard.
home.
Buatsi.
Y'all still getting through it. Y'all still getting through it, bro.
Sorry, man.
All you can see is family out there. Yard. He's a Yard is a Buatsi.
Hey, listen. If this fight goes a certain way, you hear me switch, I'll be like, listen, Yard would never have this. If this was Yard.
All right.
Final round. Come on, Craig.
Round 6 now.
We have to step it up, though.
Nearing the halfway point.
Buatsi, we have to step it up, though.
We need that second win immediately.
Because this one is not the kind of fight you want to take to points. You want to take out the judges' hands. What do you
Good
think
little
about,
left hook there from Willy Hutchinson.
what have you lot thought about the judging tonight, though? Has it been on point? Have you lot been happy with the with what they?
I'm not complaining.
There's been no difficult fights to judge, though. Let's be clear.
The Warrington fight was a little bit wider than I thought, but
So, do you know what I'm realising here, right? And Buatsi would realise this himself. When Willy Hutchinson wants a break and when he's not too interested in really hitting him anything too crisp, that's when he's going southpaw. When he's looking to do work, he'll go orthodox. So often what you'll see there,
that's classic southpaw.
You'll see him catch him with the left hook from the orthodox stance, then he'll switch to southpaw because he knows it's then harder to hit him. That is really, really good round management. If you can make it work for you, that's really clever.
That is classic southpaws. Switch hitters.
Yeah.
I've fought many, and the first thing you want to do really against a switch hitter when they go southpaw is attack them because they're only really looking for a rest. That's generally you get the odd one who's really good in both stances.
That's all they do.
We're saying that now.
Southpaw's bunch of wankers. No, Jake.
We're saying it now, but he's doing well southpaw.
We're not salty. We're not salty.
Not at all.
I
That's
will
good
have to
work.
say this though. You know, obviously. The fighter's got to be doing something for me to be like, you know what, I'm seeing something I really like there. Especially it's going against my fighter in there. What I'm seeing is, you see that little walk that Hutchinson takes when he knows. And Buatsi's not closing the distance and then stopping him from doing that. He's done that a few times. Walks off, resets, and then throws the hook.
Yeah.
That lets me know already, Willy Hutchinson is very comfortable in there with an Olympian. He's in there with an Olympian.
Can we forget the Olympian for a second?
Yeah.
Willy Hutchinson's a world-class amateur himself.
Right.
So
Right.
I mentioned earlier on, he was talking about Buatsi, what he's achieved. And then Willy was like, wait a second, I've won this national title this many times. I won World Championship gold. I'm just as experienced, if not more experienced as an amateur as Buatsi.
But then you say that, and I'm talking about when like experience and where you've gone to. We had a big expectation for Buatsi. You're talking about the guys that were in the Olympics. Lawrence Okoli, he won a title. AJ, he won a title after the Olympics. Buatsi's still yet to have a title fight.
Yeah, but you're talking about the pro ranks now. Right?
Yes.
Lawrence Okoli lost to Chris
Oh,
Smith.
big shot from Buatsi.
There we go.
That was a good shot from Buatsi.
He tried to walk
Turn
off.
it up now.
He tried to do that walk off.
Hey.
Mash him up.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Time to build on
Take
that.
his head
Build
on
on that. Build on that.
Take his head off, bro.
Oh,
yes.
that was the back of the
Come
head.
on. I don't care how
Stay
it
on him.
comes.
It's got to be
Stay on
the
him.
cut.
He's done it.
Yes.
There we go.
You pussy. Do it for South.
That's
Go
South
down.
London. That's South London.
You pussy-o.
That's South
Sorry.
London.
Had to be done,
That's
bro.
South London. Let it go.
Sometimes we'll meet at Bagel King.
Let's
fam.
go.
That was
Love
a huge
that
shot
shit.
from Buatsi.
Yes.
He's
Close
going
the
to smell
show.
blood now.
Close it.
He's a
Come
good
on.
Close
finisher.
it.
Close it.
Get
How
him out
dare
He's
you?
trying to close the show.
Yes.
Oh, Willy makes it at the end
Who
of the
won
round.
the round now?
This is a real fight we've got.
There we go.
Hey, hold on. I've got communications. They want to know who won the round now, lads. There was a lot of talk from you lot over before.
Brian,
Hello?
let's go,
Brian.
lads.
I think Willy lost that round.
Any excuses?
I think, do you know what it is? It was the headshot that started, but the body shot took his soul there.
There you go.
Let's see how he comes out and recovers from that.
Let's
Right,
go.
that shot there. That's the shot.
No, I think there was another one. There was another one coming up.
All of it.
It was this one.
Boys,
There.
does Buatsi now start this round as he finished the last?
He needs to. He needs to.
Or do you think he understands that defensively, Willy Hutchinson's pretty good?
That was actually below the belt. belt.
It was kind of low.
That was the belt.
It was
that was
on
the
the
belt.
belt. It was on the belt.
Your man's cheating. Your man's cheating.
Trust me.
Hold on.
They wear them belts
I'm not
high in
gonna
South
lie.
London.
There
Trust
you go.
me.
Listen.
Trust me. Trust me.
I'm not gonna lie. Didn't see that one. I
That
thought,
was
I
on
hope
the
they don't
belt
bring it up.
line.
I hope
Yeah.
they don't bring it up.
Usyk Dubois all over again.
Listen.
One thing we can say
It
though,
was a low
Buatsi
blow.
is a good finisher
It
though.
was, just to be clear, it was
It
a
was
low
low,
blow,
but there was a lot of them.
but there was a lot of damage being done at the same time.
Nah, he should relax. He's
So-
not ready to go yet. He's not
No,
ready to go
listen, Buatsi, you
I
know
don't
him. He's
think
a
he's ready to
finisher.
go.
No, he's chilling.
Yeah,
He's
but
not
the
ready to go
question
yet.
is, I think it took a lot out of Buatsi that last attack.
No.
So let's see if you can find
Not
the
at
shot
all.
again.
Not at all. This guy's a finisher.
Oh,
That
it's
was
a
a lot-
great left hook from
Oh,
Hutchinson.
but Willy looks bad.
No, I'm
he doesn't
telling
look
you,
right. He looks like
it's
he's hurt
different
still.
now.
Yeah.
Hurt this guy.
That's right.
How dare he,
Yeah.
fam?
Beat him up,
Yeah,
bro.
mash him up.
Willie's
he
gone
deserves it,
stiff.
fam.
Yeah, he's breathing heavy.
What do you say? Willie's gone.
He's
Yeah,
got-
Willy's
That was a laboured
his
left
body
hook.
is breaking
Big
down.
pause.
Willie's gone stiff.
Hey, yo.
As that will happen sometimes.
This is a boxing
We're
broadcast,
not
bro.
advertising that kind of.
No, I'm just saying.
Just to be clear.
What? Hold on. Stand in the middle of the ring.
Willy just hasn't got the power to get him back though.
Nah, he's hot. He's.
It's the fact that that body shot took his soul. He hasn't quite got the energy.
You can see
There
he's
you go.
crippled by that.
Mind him.
Sometimes their body shots take a couple of rounds to
Yeah,
recover
that's
from.
right.
What do you say? You're not.
I've had sponsor. I've never been dropped by a body shot, but I've been hurt in the body shot and sparring. Just briefly, not massively,
Yeah.
but sometimes 2-0.
Buatsi's getting
Willy Hutchinson
Willy
is
is
having a
going to work.
good spell here in this
Oh!
round.
It's the head. It was
What's
the
the
head.
referee
A
doing?
deliberate headbutt. That's why it's called
Yeah,
it.
well, low blows are allowed.
Deliberate
What's going
headbutt.
on here, like?
Listen,
Disgusting.
End of the day,
Disgusting.
the letter of the law counts, and we saw
No,
a
he's
headbutt.
taking the
1
point.
point.
Yes!
Justice.
Yes,
has been
justice.
served.
Yes, Travis, shake my hand.
We
But
need
end
to
of the
watch
day,
that. We need to watch that back.
When
I
the-
thought that was
when the
harsh.
boxing
I
board of
thought that was
control get it
harsh.
right, they get it right.
When the say that one more time, Travis.
When the boxing board of control get it right,
they get it right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what.
Don't say that if Conor Benn comes on.
Oh, there we go.
Willy looked like he was having some real
You know
success
what?
there, but he
Yeah.
looks like he's
Look at
hurt
this.
again
And you
out
know
of
what's
nowhere.
crazy about that
Oh,
experience?
right
hook
hook
out
from
there.
Willy.
The experience.
He wobbled him there.
Yeah.
Buatsi took a shot.
That was a
Buatsi's
good.
got to be careful.
That was
you
from the
know.
southpaw stance.
Oh!
You know, Willy knows
What
he
are
needs
we
a knockout
looking
now.
at?
He's
That was a
been
bad shot.
dropped.
That was a
He's
bad
had a
shot.
point taken. He needs a knockout or it's over.
What were you looking at? Ooh,
No,
that
I
punch was
don't
way
think he
off.
does. I think if he wins every round,
he doesn't.
unlikely to happen.
Another one! Oh, another one! Buatsi's
Oh
in
my
trouble.
goodness,
I didn't like
Buatsi's in
that.
trouble.
I didn't like that.
Mate, he's winning this fucking round, and yet
What?
he's had a point taken
Are they
from him.
both in
Josh.
trouble? Because look at
Nah, Josh
we
is
know-
definitely
that could.
Are they both in
I don't
trouble
like
here?
what's happening at all.
Buatsi
What's
does not
happening
look
now?
good.
What's happened?
Buatsi's tired, bro.
Yeah, he is tired. I told you
Jeez.
that last attack took it out of him.
Yeah.
This is a fucking
told you
great
the
fight.
end of the
I
lads.
tell you what, Willy
This is a great
Hutchinson's
fight.
a tough man.
Very
He's a
tough.
tough man to come through that
He's
and
earning
to be
his money
winning
today.
this round right now, which he definitely
he
is.
gonna-
Oh!
And Buatsi's taking shots.
But is he
this
with
is 10-9 for him,
with
but
the
obviously he's had the point
sorry,
deducted.
with the point deduction? What does this
It'll be
make this?
9-9.
Yeah,
It'll be
well,
9-9.
the way it's good, he could.
Bro, he might get Buatsi might get chinned here if he's not careful.
Listen, we need to see the replay of that point deduction. But
Guys,
I'm going to personally
it
say,
was a
from
deliberate
watching it,
headbutt.
from
It was a
watching it in
deliberate
live
headbutt.
time, I don't.
He literally went down and lunged up with his head. That's why.
Let me not
That's
lie
why
to you.
Buatsi stopped. That's why Buatsi
Oh,
stopped.
that's another low blow as well.
Mate, Buatsi's throwing lots of low
Both
blows.
guys could still be in trouble here, though. That's what's crazy. While we got 10 seconds left, it's okay. They're going to make it to their corners.
What a fight.
Just what I said. Just what I said.
That was
That's
a
right.
tie.
Remember, just as I said it, I said, guys, this
Bang.
round, both guys could be in trouble because these 10 seconds, look at it.
What a
but
shot.
just in that
But
moment.
in fairness, he
In
took the
that
shot
moment.
well. He took the shot well.
Brother, we don't know. We don't know.
But you
We
don't
don't
know. We don't know.
Let's see the replay. I want to see the replay.
I need to see that.
Dubois in the
That
building.
shot might have looked bigger than it. Do you know what it come from?
We don't know.
It come from the.
It might have bumped his heels.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Only you lot can tell us as fighters what that shot could feel like, but you, the
Hey,
power.
hey, wait. I boxed white collar as well.
Absolutely.
I
You
can say
can tell us.
something.
Tell us, Chad. What do you bring that shot,
He
man?
is rocked to his boots. I can tell. I've seen that before.
Oh, that's a headbutt.
Oh, I missed it. I missed it.
That's
Thank
a real
you.
one.
That's
That's
a
a real
real
one.
No.
Is that not a
Hey,
warning?
look at
Is
it.
that not a
That's a
warning?
warning.
That's
That's
a
a
headbutt.
warning.
Hold on, hold on.
Intentional. Intentional bad blood.
Your boy's in trouble, lad.
Intentional
Tell
bad
you.
blood.
Where was the shot? I missed it.
There
Wow.
it is. There. Right there.
No, but I missed the headbutt.
Mate, even the referee
it was
boys
there.
seen the
Boys,
headbutt.
I'm going to
It
be
wasn't
honest.
that
I'm going
bad.
to be honest.
Nah, it was bad. I didn't like it.
That was harsh.
To me, that looked like a warning. You do it
Headbutt.
once
No,
more.
Daniel Dubois threw about fought 10 of those and didn't get a point taken against Jordi Hergovich.
There are rules
Let
for
the law,
a reason.
lads. Let the law, lads. End of the day, we have to respect the rules of boxing.
Referee decides, mate.
I tell you what, this fight's lived up to its expectations.
Absolutely.
And And do you know what? Regardless of how this fight ends, history would tell us we're probably not going to get Buatsi Yard anytime soon because we've been wanting it for years and years. So if we're not going to get Buatsi Yard and Buatsi does go on to win this, I want to see Yard against Hutchinson next.
I definitely want to see that. Definitely see that.
So, okay.
And I'm sorry, boys.
Yard would steamroll
I'm
him.
sorry, boys, but Hutchinson wins that.
Oh!
Settle down.
What are you doing?
You're way too excited.
Wait, hold on. He's going to want to respond to that.
How many drinks has he had? How many drinks has he had? Can we get a verification on the drink
Listen,
count?
I'm just saying, I just text my tattoo
wonderful.
artist, I'm getting a Willy Hutchinson tattoo on my leg next.
He loves a gypsy fighter, does War.
Listen,
gentlemen, no chance.
Do you know, I know
He's not
we're
standing
talking
to Yard's
around to
power.
see how Buatsi is. You know, we've got a little bit of data now. I know the fight's not over. What are you seeing? What are you thinking about the way he's performing?
I don't want to see him in there with Bivol. I don't want to see him in there with Batavia.
So you're thinking retirement?
This fight, no. Oh my goodness.
What are you telling me? What are you saying?
I want to see him in with Warrington Camacho.
He's got more chance for scale. He's got more chance against Beterbiev than he does with Bivol because Bivol will box rings around this version of Buatsi that's here today. Beterbiev, we know that that's likely to end in a KO. I don't really see how he gets through those two guys based on this.
I'm not looked at, and as a friend, I'm looking at his performance saying, well, there's got to be a time when he shut off the show and let Willy Hutchinson know. And really, we know. But good shot! Good shot! He's hurt him. Oh, good! Finish it, brother! Finish it.
It needs to be the uppercut.
Finish it.
Get him. Let's go. Let's go. Create distance, keep the distance, and go to work. Those body shots.
Come on, bro.
Hutchinson cannot live with those body shots.
Recoverer, though. Look at that.
But he comes back with some lovely shots.
Hutchinson can recover, man. You have to respect this man.
What I like about Hutchinson, his boxing is instinctual. He's not thinking about it. It's flow state.
Yes.
He does what he needs to do at all times. However,
you got
the
to
body
be fun
shots
to watch, lads.
Yeah, but those body shots will be what ends Hutchinson today. It won't be a upstairs, like, you know what I mean?
Do you know it's funny, right? You made the comparison to Tyson Fury and Willy Hutchinson.
In recovery, are you going to go to recovery?
In boxing
you took the words out of my mouth,
mate. In boxing style,
look at this.
They both do this thing when they look like they're one shot from going,
and
they
recover.
don't.
You literally read my mind there.
They don't go.
They just recover.
We should call him the Gypsy Prince.
It must be that gypsy blood. There's something in it.
The lights have just gone out in the stadium.
Who's not paid the bills? What's going on?
The electricity
key card.
Got electricity bill.
Hey, run to the shop and put some money on the card, bro.
Yeah, we did it. Austerity, bro. We're getting through it in this country.
Can you imagine if a shot had landed there? A big shot.
But this is a Buatsi round.
This is a
Buatsi round.
It's
a Buatsi round.
It is.
It's a Buatsi round.
It's a Buatsi round.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
The round's a Buatsi round, but I don't think he should have been docked a point for the headbutt.
Watch the headbutt again, bro. Yes, he should have.
Well done, Buatsi.
You don't just get to lunge forward and play peekaboo with your head. It doesn't work like that, bro.
Right, Travis.
Why not?
I do when I'm losing.
Why not, boys?
So does Hutchinson.
Oh, there's the man.
Kendrick Lamar.
He's looking good.
What is it, the birds?
I feel so sorry for this guy to be a four-weight world champion and be still mistaken for a rapper.
It's taking
oh my God.
But let's face it, it's not the worst insult. You know what I mean? It's not
No. Think about the camps. Think about the levels. Think about what you go through. Think about stuff in your body. What I've done it for. Think to be spoken about the guy to that Drake.
Oh my God. You think I'm writing diss records over here?
Yeah.
I've been putting people out.
I like it, Versace, though. We've never seen him look this clean in terms of
he's becoming a celebrity, bro.
He has to understand and this is the stuff that all fighters need to do. You need to let people know I'm an A-lister, and these are A-lister moves. Round number 9.
I mean, Willy needs a stoppage now, doesn't he? Because he's lost two. I mean, the point, the knockdown, the rounds. And you know what's weird is, it's been a really close fight, right? It's just the big moments have all gone for Buatsi.
Yep.
One thing for sure, though, he
feeling.
deserves to be at this level. Like, Hutchinson's a good fighter, man.
Yeah, he is.
It wasn't
he's
a
still
surprise.
so young.
It wasn't well, I was shocked because I didn't know enough about him in the Craig Richards fight.
Nice.
Look, that's what I love about him. I love it.
This is
that's
the
what I love
stay
about
on him.
This is the
Buatsi
that I love.
This is the spice.
This is the Buatsi that I love.
Beat him up,
but
bro.
look at the response.
He's hurt!
Willy Hutchinson responds with bombs, and this is a motherfucking payback.
Look at him, and he's still throwing
Tie
in there.
him up with that clinch.
How does he just come back like that?
Clinch. How does he do that?
This ain't good.
This ain't good. This is Braveheart. Do it for Scotland. Do it for me. Do it for South London,
Please.
Buatsi.
We got a bigger issue, bigger fish to fry.
Oh
No.
I want to see a rematch of this.
I tell you what, this fight is stealing the show.
Oh,
we knew it was getting too low. This was the one.
Boys,
do you know?
Can you hear the crowd?
This is a hell of a
They
fight.
can't believe it.
The crowd are for Hutchinson.
Oh, of course.
Of course, we're in Wembley Stadium.
We're in London.
We're in London.
He doesn't
for Hutchinson.
Mate, some people he doesn't advertise. No people are probably meeting Joshua Buatsi for the first time. Yeah. He doesn't do his work.
Wait, Hutchinson's knackered as well, mate.
Just off the press conference alone, I think he won a lot of people over.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm telling you one thing for sure. Buatsi does not advertise. Buatsi doesn't do that part of the business.
I'm sorry to say it. He's just not likable. He's a great fighter,
but that's the thing. You know when your
thing
is just business. Yeah. Unfortunately, business isn't that exciting.
Yeah.
This is the thing a lot of fighters forget. It's the entertainment business, not just business.
That's right.
There's that guy, I can't remember this comedian. He's a late comedian past, but he done this joke about Just Juice, and they didn't think about, getting into other markets. And one thing for sure. There you go. One thing for sure, let's do it.
Against the slippery southpaw,
nice work
you need to make sure you invest well.
I couldn't land it because of what was going on in the ring. But again, when you say just business, you're missing the other parts of business. Advertising, PR, promo. There's all the stuff that he hasn't done, and now you're seeing it. People in here shouting for Hutchinson over 2 fights. That doesn't make sense.
So JB shouldn't be just business.
Listen,
it should be just boxing.
He's winning this round here, though. He's winning this round here.
Oh, yeah.
It's been like a minute and a half of just Buatsi just now.
And that guy's getting tired.
Oh, yes! There we go.
Yes! Buatsi drops
There we go. There we go.
Take a knee for
just
Black Lives
business,
Matter.
just boxing. Bam.
Then body shots.
Take a knee.
I'm telling you, I told you it's the body shots. I told you.
It's amazing.
Go to work, Buatsi.
Come on, Buatsi.
No, relax.
I remind
save
myself,
your energy.
he's good. He's still good.
Stamina.
He's still good, bro. We have to respect him.
There we go.
Yeah. He
can recover.
Do you know what the ironic thing is? In my opinion,
every time it was the end of the last round, the same again.
This is one of the best performances. This is one of the best performances that we've seen in a while. In my opinion, from Buatsi. Yeah. And I actually think that all the shit talking has actually brought out the dog in him. He's been training like a motherfucker before this fight.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. As you look and see, you know boxing, you know body language. You kind of ruffle Tyson Fury's feathers. What do you say about our body language right now? What is it giving?
It's giving smug bastard. Very much like Buatsi, dislikable. All right,
listen,
we don't like you.
I love it.
Okay.
Oh, look at that! Right in the solar plexus,
right there, mate.
Bang! No,
in the guts.
Invested in the body.
Look at that, bro.
He said you'll see on Saturday.
You know what, guys? Seeing as there's like a lot of comparison with him and Fury, I imagine AJ stopping Fury just like that.
Oh, now you've just took it to another level.
That's right. I want to fight today. Let's go.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare talk about Tyson like that.
And it's Joshua as well. The irony is amazing.
Hey, come on, Buatsi, though. Be careful. Because
let's just close out strong. Close out strong. You're up on the cards now. 2 KO, 2 knockdowns.
The thing is with Fury, he's got that sugar coating, hasn't he? Then body shots don't sink in quite the same.
But the funny thing is, if you look at the body shot that dropped him there, I always find this when I take body shots in the gym, the ones that go through you don't even hurt that much. It's the skimmers, mate. The skimmers are horrible.
It hits different. I don't know why it is.
And the ones that go through you, you feel straight away. The ones that skim you, you go, oh, I'm all right. And then you go, oh, no.
That is so true. Is it because you don't see it coming? What is it about the skimmers?
I can't even explain it. That's a science question. But it does something different.
Ask Willy, he'll be able to tell you.
Listen, Hutchinson has not had the same spark to his game that he had against Craig Richards.
I'm telling you.
He's had a couple moments, but he's not done anything
fantastic. And that's the viciousness of Buatsi.
Because
come on, Buatsi.
Head shots, you can recover, but the body shots, like I said earlier on, they take a couple of rounds to recover from. Sometimes more than that.
Wait, can we give Buatsi some credit for his recovery? Because he's had to recover a few times as well. We haven't really spoken about that.
I'll be honest, I'm just not in that vibe today.
You guys are having issues.
Oh, man.
You're having issues evaluating his performance, guys.
Yeah. Oh, man. Because we forget that. I was hold on. He's been hurt a few times and recovered in fight.
Let's go. I didn't see that.
Nice.
Tough.
Knock him out.
He's got him.
What the heck?
Then he just did a Mayweather check.
No, Buatsi's been watching Deontay Wilder with that one.
He wants to get him the hell out of here, by the way, guys.
It's anger. There's something about he's really got under his skin. I've never seen Buatsi almost dive forward, swanton bomb, WWE settings. Insane.
Get the stoppage, please. One more knockdown, and we should just wave this off.
Listen, you don't think about this when you're in the ring, but at the same time, Buatsi rates himself as one of the best in the world, definitely the best of the British fighters. Lennox Clark stopped Willy Hutchinson. Do you know what I mean? So when Buatsi's got him in this sort of trouble, he's dropped him a couple of times. I think he should be looking for the stoppage.
I don't think the Lennox thing is a real accurate read on Hutchinson anymore.
No.
After getting that W over Craig Richards, stop that Lennox talk.
I do believe
he's a level above where he was.
He mentioned he had stuff going on, and based off the Craig Richards performance, I think that kind of answers it. I think he must have had weight issues, stuff going on. It wasn't really him in the ring. And I don't like to make excuses for fighters because we've all got excuses.
But sometimes, but at the same time, bro, look at Yard versus Linden. Yard versus Linden Alpha, in that first one, Yard wasn't in the right frame of mind.
That's right.
And we saw it. Second fight, bloody hell.
Easy
we
work.
knew what mind he was
because
in.
boxers, people think they're just robots. At the end of the day, they're human beings. You know, if you have, say, just even a cold, you're not going to perform the best. You know, if something's happened, you've had some news. There's multiple things that can take you off your game. And
there we go.
You know, if you play football, you can pass the ball when you're not feeling great. You can take a breather, have time to gather your thoughts. But in boxing, it's you against another man. It's extreme.
Does anyone think Willy can turn this around? Because it's just...
I don't know.
No way.
I'm not writing them off. I'm not writing them off.
But it's over. No, don't say that, Trent. Don't say that. The fat lady, sorry about that. Let me come over. Let me be professional. I'm in the right place. Brilliant. One thing we can say that, remember that last 10 seconds before I announced that shot? We've seen Buatsi look a bit wobbly at times. So that could happen. I don't even remember Buatsi hitting the floor and having to get up. I can't remember this happening.
Buatsi's an Olympian for a reason.
Yes.
But not swimming. Why was he diving?
He's handled.
Someone tell me.
No,
come on.
I hear you, but Hutchinson is a slick operator, and he's handled him tonight.
Yes.
Round after round after round after round, he's handled him.
What I would say, the skill, the ring generalship has kind of been with Hutchinson. It's been the pure
If Willy could hit harder, he would have fucked this guy up.
Spite and the strength.
He's outlanded him early on. It was just the sheer power of Buatsi and that ability to keep coming forward.
I disagree. It's not the sheer power.
Hey, bro.
You need to check your man.
My brother, if I could grow hair, I'd be wearing the Alice band, bro. It doesn't matter, bro. Ifs and buts, it doesn't. I would love that one.
Suit the Alice band.
Look at this. The body shot lands and it folds him. This is a game plan perfect for Hutchinson. This is not just sheer power.
No. For sure. He's a mover.
Look at
you
this.
want to slow him down. You want to wear him down.
Where's the
movement?
Where's the movement?
Come on.
Where's the movement? The slick boxing that we saw
have
against Craig.
studied him.
We have studied him. He said, I've watched you. There's new data. You're not, that Lennox data is old. I've seen Craig, and now I'm going to handle you. He should adapt to that. He should be able to see. He said Buatsi would be easier than Craig.
Not at all.
Where does Buatsi go after this, or genuinely? What fight does this set up?
Title shot.
It's title, innit?
And you don't look very happy about that.
But boys, that's the problem.
It's the problem. That's the issue.
That's the problem.
It's like,
I really hope we do a live show for that title shot. I'm ready for that one. I'm ready for Biffle. I'm ready for that. Thank you.
You say the body language is going to be different.
I would personally say, I know I've already said it's unlikely.
Lovely right hook there.
It's unlikely to be made, but I would do everything in my power to make Yard against Buatsi.
Come on.
Yeah.
There you go.
See there,
Hutchinson,
punch selection great, but he just didn't have that power. He didn't have the energy to really put anything in it.
He's knackered, and now I think he's riding the shots and going to the body.
But this is why I'm kind of respecting him, because he's fighting on instinct and heart right now.
Yeah. That investment to the body, though, has been a great investment, though. Like, it's been, there you go. And now things are just landing.
Weirdly, though, Willy never had power in his shots, even from round 3. Like, early in the fight against Richards, he was actually punishing him a bit. I'm not making excuses, because I've got to say, Buatsi's been fantastic here. But Willy didn't look as good in terms of energy-wise and zipping his shots from early on.
Definitely not. But you know what it is? He's talked so much in the build-up, and in fairness, it's looked natural. He's looked like he's enjoying himself. But when you walk out of this crowd right here,
he's tired.
and you feel it. It's totally
that
different.
jab to the body, boy.
He's tired.
He hates it to the body.
Hutchinson.
But the thing is, so's Buatsi tired.
Of course. Buatsi's never fought like
do
this.
you think we've unmasked a real big flaw in Hutchinson? You know how people make out like Usyk, you hit him to the body and he goes down, which is total bollocks, by the way.
Yeah.
But with Willy now, a lot of fighters are going to look at this and go, thank fuck we've got a blueprint.
Oh,
for this guy.
that's a great
blueprint. It's difficult to just, you can't just get hit with one shot and say that's a blueprint.
Right.
You know, you can be hit multiple times, a certain shot hits you a certain way, and you crumble. It's just the way it goes.
But, nice shots there.
Doesn't matter.
But you see,
It doesn't matter.
Again, if there was
Doesn't
more
matter.
on these, and there will be when Bivol dishes them out.
Yeah.
Bataviev is the one, because I see
Batavier's the
Bataviev
one.
beating. I see Bataviev beating Bivol, by the way.
But the problem is, you see when people talk about the Yard matchup, Yard is a devastating body puncher.
He's a devastating puncher, full stop, to be fair.
But to the body, there aren't many that are going to stand up to a body onslaught from Yard. Simple as that. I think he gets Hutchinson out here easier than Buatsi dealing with him right now.
Dennis the Menace in the back.
Yeah, Dennis McCann.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at boxing though. Let's just speak about this moment.
It's lively, man.
You're sitting here, take out a shake. This guy's coming to boxing, what, 12 months? How long has he been in this game? And let's have it right, bro. It's changed. We got big fights. We're talking about in October. Riyadh again, bro. Going out there for Turkey Bibble. Then you're talking about December. You're talking, who's it? Usyk versus Fury. Then we still got hopes.
By the way, next year, the rumours are 5 versus 5, the rematch between Eddie and
Listen, do you know, I want to raise the stakes. If Eddie loses that one, give his whole stable to Queensbury.
This is very
Give him the whole stable.
Give the whole stable to Ben Shalom. Give the whole stable to Ben Shalom.
Exactly.
Winner just takes the whole stable, bro. Hey, watch this. You're going to see a vicious version of Ben. You're going to see a vicious Buatsi right now in this round.
Oh, I'm really interested to see how the Eddie Hearn and Ben Shalom relationship,
Look at
how
this.
that dynamic goes.
It's swingers. You already know it. You already
but
know
that body shot has humbled him. He's back to behaving.
I like that. Back to behaving. That's brilliant,
he puts him in his place with a body shot, doesn't he?
Look at that. He came out. He came
do you
out
think
lively.
Buatsi will be a bit disappointed that he hasn't put the nail in the coffin?
Nah, because he dropped him a few
He's
times.
a good operator. He's a good operator. You can't really put that
Make
pressure
no
on.
mistake, Buatsi will know how good of an amateur he was and how good he was. So he knew. That's why he is so fit. And he's come at it like this. He knew what he needed to do.
He's focused on the game plan, and you have to give credit to his team. Virgil.
Lovely uppercut.
Everyone spoke about Virgil Hunter. Is he good for Buatsi? We're seeing in this fight.
We are now
game
starting to
plan.
see.
We're seeing it. This fight here lets us know they had a strategy. Buatsi's just not a brawler.
He's just opened
Look
him
at
up.
that.
And boys, we're talking about Buatsi because of the Olympics bronze medal and because of how sharp and how good he's looked.
Yeah.
Yes.
But when this goes down as a win on his resume, where is it? It's probably the best one.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, definitely. Because he beat Craig.
So there you go. So I don't think going to points with the best man to date on your resume is
bad.
something that you're going to be disheartened
No,
by.
it can't be disheartening.
Absolutely.
If you drop this man, how many times you dropped him? Twice?
Twice. Yeah.
You dropped him twice. You know he's a good operator. Craig wasn't close to dropping him. You're going to say, and look who he's fought. He's run a gauntlet. He's been in big fights. Dan Aziz, he's beat Craig. He's now beat Hutchinson, who was saying, well, on the UK level, where is he? Some people say second. Well, now he's dealt with that as well. Now, there is that piece of Yard has been inactive. He'll be fine. He'll ride this. He'll get through this.
But you know when this fight's said and done,
yes.
Who we're going to be given the credit to? Forget the decision. Who are you going to give the real
victory?
credit? The
Willy
moral
Hutchinson.
victory is Willy Hutchinson all day.
You can bury that moral victory trash.
Why? Because
you can bury that moral victory trash.
He's been entertaining on the build-up. You know, he's showed great recovery. He's a young man.
Both of them have showed great recovery.
I think he showed great skill.
That means nothing.
Both of them have showed great recovery.
You have to know that. It means nothing.
I don't hear no moral victory.
Let's take away the emotional side.
You're saying he won the press conference.
Let's speak with what we've seen.
You're saying he won the press conference.
Good stuff. By the way, guess what? All I can see over there is Newcastle fans. That's the only victory they can look for, bro. It gets straight into morals, bro.
I picked Buatsi to win. I didn't choose Hutchinson.
Yes.
I'm just saying what I'm seeing here.
Thank you very
Boys,
much.
think about it like this, yeah? Bivol Beterbiev is October, right? The chances are there might be a rematch in that one.
Yes.
Who do we see on a Riyadh season card first? Hutchinson or Buatsi?
Buatsi will be back,
I
mate.
will put every penny to my name.
Don't do it.
You see Hutchinson on a Riyadh season card first.
South London is back on top.
It was a good fight.
Yeah.
South London's back on top. And guys, I won my £100 bet. Bam! There we go.
Yeah. And no way are you giving that to charity. That's going straight to the bar tab tonight.
No. The bet was for
sickle cell.
Yeah, the ACLT charity.
Nice.
So he's got to donate £100 to ACLT. So boom, ACLT won.
At the same time as well, it'll be a great time to shout out my boy Travis, because two things are happening. My guy Travis is actually in a show called Supercell, you know, the sickle cell background, but Travis is also on tour right now, and the guy's getting all over the place. The guy's getting, you're in Newcastle, mate.
Yeah, I am. Newcastle.
End of November. It's a
Oh,
travesty tour, right?
The travesty tour, end of November. Guys, come out, man. It's fantastic.
Supercell.
28 dates.
I've heard that song. Isn't it on Netflix?
Just the number one show that was on Netflix.
Hold on. Was it wasn't Netflix top 10, was it?
Oh,
number one.
Oh, it was number one. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you.
No, but wait. Please, keep telling us, where can we buy tickets? What do we need to do, bro?
Book your tickets, www.travisj.co.uk. I'm coming to a city near you. Pull up. It's going to be a vibe, man.
Well done, mate.
Wait, Jordi, I hate to do this, yeah? But I have to tell the people, bro. I'm gonna be 40, bro, and I'm trying to get to 50,000, bro, by my birthday. I'm on 43,000, bro. KG, that comedian. No, please do it. I'm 7,000 away. You lot do the damn thing. Go to the channel. 50,000 by my 50K by my birthday. Please do that. Thank you.
We hope we can make that happen for big
Please,
KG.
let's go.
We got the decision.
Promo.
We think we know what's coming.
Oh,
Obviously.
women, listen. It doesn't look like Hutchinson wants to really
show love.
show respect after the fight. He looks angry.
No, so loser. That's a shame.
Yeah, that is a shame after.
Where have we seen that before? Happy New Year. Let's leave it at that.
What's Shelley Winkle doing there?
That is wide, isn't it?
I think that when you think about the point deduction and the 10-8, it's going to be
this
it's going to be wide.
Do you not think
the knockdowns are beating them up.
This is sometimes
it's by 6, 7, 8 points. This
but you don't think sometimes it's sad in boxing when you look at the point scoring, it doesn't really tell the full picture. You know what I mean?
So what was the full picture that you think is not being reflected here?
I'm not interested in talking about that right now.
it was closer on the eye than what the number suggests. But equally, Buatsi did what he had to do, man. And I think that this was. Look, sometimes a fighter needs a bastard to bring out the best in him, and I feel like this is what happened here.
Perfect
dancing partners, as I
perfect
say.
dance partner. And you lot, remember when I spoke to you guys when we was at the presser, and I said he's got all the venom he needs. He doesn't want to talk anymore. All he wants to do is lay hands on him. I think if he started speaking, it would have dissipated some of the anger that he had for him. He was already wound up. Let's get in the ring, and he let him know, because I've never seen this version of Buatsi before.
Do you know the sad thing for me?
You're right.
The sad thing for me is, with a win for Willy, he's ignited his career. He's on to be a potential superstar. A win for Joshua Buatsi, it might as well just go right out the fucking window, because aside from cash in his bank, I know he's not going to do anything with it.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on.
What is that?
Split.
Willy got a win on one of the judges.
113 to 112.
No, but this one will be wide to 111. Yeah.
Imagine.
There's no way. There's no way they can't rob him.
Try this. Don't you dare. Look at him.
Yeah, Buatsi.
Come on!
Okay.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes!
That was about
Can
to
we
be
just get on to the topic, lads? How on earth, and look, we wanted Willy to win, right? We were rooting for him. How on earth did the judge score that for Willy?
Because he's a dickhead.
He got dropped multiple times. I had it pointed to him.
Thank you.
Aye, that judge must have saw something incredible.
He must have seen that the blow was below the belt.
Listen,
that's all I'm saying.
That judge, he wrote that scorecard yesterday.
Yeah.
There was one honest man in the crowd.
That seriously stinks. So, and this is what scares, right? Is if that fight had been closer.
Oh, wow,
imagine what that would have
could have been a serious robbery.
One less knockdown.
Wait, guys,
one less knockdown.
The right man won.
I asked you lot before, how the judges been tonight? Remember this? That was the question I was before. We didn't know. Now, why it gets interesting is we're going into Tyler Denny versus Hamza.
Well, before we do that, lads, we are going to take a tiny little break. We've got to recharge and nip to the toilet. But I do want to talk to you about elite hair, because me and KG have been thinking about it. And if this is the place to go, let me tell you, hair loss is a common thing, and it can knock your confidence. And the solution is the world's biggest hair clinic, Elite Hair. They are great at the pre-treatment stage. They take time to speak to you before you go under for your hair transplant. My phone. Sorry. This is a 6-step pre-treatment system which ensures the procedure is personalized just for you, and they are 100% painless with a sleep deep method. Elite Hair are giving one of you the chance to win a free hair transplant. They're going to cover your flights, your accommodation. It's all worth over £4,000. All you have to do is click the link in the description below or use the QR code, and you have to enter some of your basic information, name, address, email, that sort of stuff. You must be over 18, live in the UK or Ireland, and the results speak for themselves with over 100,000 happy customers, and all of the before and after pictures are on the website. So try that now. For now, we're going to take a tiny break. We'll be right back, and we're going to give you hell on earth, boy. Come on! Today we are talking about Anthony Joshua's story so far, because that story, at least in boxing terms, is nearing the final chapter, and we want to know how it's going to end. Will it end with an undisputed world title? Will it end with a win over Tyson Fury? All of that legacy is on the line in this fight against Daniel Dubois, because if you lose this, well, that's all a write-off. And that story started in 1989 in Watford when AJ was born, and his name was actually his full name. I've got this written up here because I don't want to fuck this up. Anthony Oluwafemi Olaseni Joshua, and he was nicknamed Femi as a part of his middle name at school. Now, AJ had spent his early life in Hertfordshire, England, but he did go to Nigeria for boarding school for a few years there, but he returned around 12 years old after his parents had divorced. And it was around this time, it seems, that his passion for sports would begin, because he was kicking arse at football, good in the athletics. He even set the year 9 record, apparently, for the 100-metre sprint at 11.6 seconds. So he would have been, 13, 14, blasting out times like that. I mean, just a born athlete. And after school finished, AJ was actually doing a bit of bricklaying, which I kind of love, because it's such a normal working man job. And I think that is part of the inspiration of Anthony Joshua, that he was doing something like that and flicked the switch on himself and transformed his whole life. And it just shows, like, all right, he did have the genetics, I'm not going to lie, but it shows kids out there what's fucking possible. And he started boxing at around 18 years old, which is mind-blowing, because to get to the level he's got to, most fighters usually start a lot younger. So AJ was a freak, like, quite clearly. He's a special athlete, and within 2 years of starting boxing, he was winning amateur titles. Now, it wasn't all plain sailing, because in 2009, he was actually put on remand in Reading prison for what AJ describes as fighting and other crazy stuff, and he was made to wear a tag around his ankle. So that also shows a very human side of AJ, that he wasn't fucking Mr. Clean Cut and Perfect from day one, and he was fucking up, and there must have been some big changes needed to have been made to this kid's lifestyle to get him to fulfill his potential from a kid making those kind of mistakes. And in 2010, he actually won the British title at the Amateur Championships, which got him his call up to Team GB, which was really where a lot of this legacy that AJ has built off of started. And you're thinking, what a platform that would have given him at that time, and yet he still wasn't able to stay squeaky clean, because he got arrested again. And he was pulled over for speeding, but they actually looked in the car and realised he had 8 ounces of cannabis at the time. And he was charged with possession and intent to supply. And when you've got the future that he had in his hands right at that moment, you know, the journey wasn't written then. It was all in front of him, and there's no guarantees. And everyone in the community is probably looking at you like, do it for us, kid. And he's probably feeling fucking terrified, like he's about to fuck this all up for himself. And maybe that was the frightening moment that he needed at that time. I don't know. But the maximum sentence he could have faced would have been 14 years in jail. If that doesn't put the shits up you as a young lad, I'm not sure what will. Now, he pled guilty at Crown Court, which meant they'd go a lot more lenient on him. And with the level of amount of weed he had in his car, it wasn't like he was the biggest kingpin in town. So they gave him a 12-month community sentence with 100 hours unpaid work. But more than that, he was then suspended from Team GB. And that must have been a devastating moment when you think about it, right? Like, all of his hopes and dreams of winning a gold medal flushed down the toilet out of nowhere. You know, you've got to explain that to your mother as well. So that's another thing to worry about. Now, luckily, he did go on to earn his place back on Team GB. And he actually went to the World Championships that year and won a silver medal. And at that point, all eyes in Team GB, all of their attention was on him. This was the guy that we were going to build into
to Olympic champion, and he was destined for the Olympics.
At one time, I was homeless. Instead of going home every night, there was no home to go to.
Life at home was very difficult. I grew up being abused.
I lost my belt. I lost respect. I embarrassed my family.
My vision was pretty much non-existent. I was able to just about scrape by the medicals.
When I come out, I have supreme confidence, but I'm scared to death. I'm afraid of everything.
I didn't care about living, I just wanted to die. I got up and I felt the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. I knew I was going to make a comeback.
Fighting, this was designed for me. This is what makes us who we are.
I'm the best. Who the fuck is that?
I'm so far ahead of this game. My dream, my vision for myself is to be the greatest martial artist to ever live.
I have always been a fighter. There is nothing I do better in this life than fighting. There ain't never been a man that could better me. I was born to do this.
Nobody can get close to me. I'm the best fighter in the world. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been.
At one time, I was homeless. Instead of going home every night, there was no home to go to.
Life at home was very difficult. I grew up being abused.
I lost my belt. I lost respect. I embarrassed my family.
My vision was pretty much non-existent. I was able to just about scrape by the medicals.
When I come out, I have supreme confidence, but I'm scared to death. I'm afraid of everything.
I didn't care about living, I just wanted to die. I got up and I felt the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. I knew I was going to make a comeback.
Fighting, this was designed for me. This is what makes us who we are.
I'm the best. Who the fuck is that?
I'm so far ahead of this game. My dream, my vision for myself is to be the greatest martial artist to ever live.
I have always been a fighter. There is nothing I do better in this life than fighting. There ain't never been a man that could better me. I was born to do this.
Nobody can get close to me. I'm the best fighter in the world. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for Hamza Shiraz, one of the next big things in boxing. After a stellar performance against Ammo Williams, he's in here against Tyler Denny tonight. What we saying, lads? I've been very impressed with this kid.
I gotta say something, and I don't know. You know, we need to start traditions. You know, the ambassadors have been getting beat up. The last ambassador we saw was what's that? Wilder.
Who was the last?
Wilder was the ambassador. Jared Anderson, ambassador. Now, this is the ambassador, but I think it's a good one because Hamza, there's something about him that you already know off the jab he can hurt people. Yeah. That's what with Lennox Lewis. One of the things I love about Lennox Lewis is, well, he has that. You try to jump in, Lennox Lewis can get you on the jab. That is a great weapon. Yeah. He has that in abundance, and he throws it perfectly. Why it's going to be problems for Tyler is Ammo, I think, is a better mover than Tyler. Ammo struggled to get inside. So I'm not sure.
Do you know what I think the key thing there that you mentioned, right, is had it have not been for the fight with Ammo Williams, I think I'd be maybe looking at this fight very differently to the way I'm looking at it. Because the only time I had ever seen Hamza Shiraz fight a southpaw was obviously when he fought Bradley Skeet. And I don't know who watched that fight here, but against Bradley Skeet, until he got what was considered a fairly controversial stoppage, he was getting pieced up at times. So the southpaw test was something that I was very intrigued by, and almost as a fan of Hamza Shiraz, it was a test that I was a little bit worried that he might come through. The be-all and end-all here is being the same stance, being left-handed. It doesn't necessarily mean you're the same fighter. Different fighters have different styles. But I'm going to put my neck on the line here, and I could be proved to be wrong very, very soon. I think Ammo Williams is a better fighter than the guy that Hamza Shiraz is in there with tonight.
Tyler.
I mean, like, I look at what Tyler Denny has done, and I get it, he's interrupted some people's careers, but I went and watched back like his last 3 fights today, and I didn't see anything that's going to give Hamza Shiraz trouble.
Mind you, his last performance, to give him credit, was fantastic. Like, Felix Cash was expected to win. He was a bigger, stronger guy, and he just beat the shit out of him. So, look, I do want to give him the credit he deserves, but right now, Hamza Shiraz looks like someone who could not just win this world title, but win multiple world titles at multiple weight classes. I mean,
the division he's in as well, yeah? So we've just looked at Joshua Buatsi, the best we have to offer in that weight division, right? But you know that when he steps up to world level, and listen, nothing's written in boxing, upsets happen, but you know that when he steps up to world level, Joshua Buatsi is going to be an underdog against whoever wins out of Bivol and Beterbiev, right? When you look at Hamza Shiraz at middleweight right now, there's no standout that you go, well, he's got no chance against him. So Hamza Shiraz is the guy that not only are Turki Al-Sheikh and Riyadh season building around, they see him as a strong presence that the fans over here in America and especially in Saudi are really getting behind. Not only is he that guy, he is in a weight division where I genuinely do believe he can go on and do big things.
Well, you know what I like about him? Carry on. As a bloke, I've actually chatted to him a little bit, and he's such a cool customer. Real cool, like chilled out, and not just that. You look at him when he walks in the room, and I do think this is important. We talked about the marketability of Anthony Joshua. He looks like fucking James Bond, this kid.
He does. He's a chilled out entertainer.
He comes in the room, he's got this lovely watch on, he's suave, debonair. And look, he trains out of LA as well, so he's getting a mixture of backgrounds of knowledge there. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he put on an under. But this is the difference. It's Wembley Stadium, so let's not forget. Even for him, this is a huge moment. And when you're pinpointed as Jared Anderson found out, as the future, as the next big thing, and you've got a stadium around you, and it's like, all right, go on, kid, be the guy. Not everyone is Anthony Joshua mentally. However, I do think he is. I think he's on that level of elite mentality. But it's a lot.
It's interesting you say the pressure that comes with Wembley Stadium, right? I know from speaking to you guys off camera, I don't believe that Hamza Shiraz is a guy that none of us have seen chinks in his armour yet, though. I do believe that I've seen enough from Hamza Shiraz so far.
I'm saying, I looked at the chin and I said, he can go down. That's the one thing we say, chinks in his armour.
Trained, isn't he?
This is it. That's
he
the one I
probably
see the
naturally
chinks.
should be fighting at a heavier weight. And when you drain that weight repeatedly, as he gets older, it'll get harder as well.
That's it. So that's
that
the chink.
Chin will be tested.
That's the chink, I would say, because he can go down. While he does have these weapons, he has that piece that I'm like, Hamza, like, if I'm a fighter and I'm looking at him in my division, I want him now before he gets scary.
He's almost got the Paul Williams welterweight vibe around him in terms of you're so big and so dominant that 90% of the time it'll work for you, but every opponent will go in there believing they can be that 10% of the time when it doesn't work for you.
The time to get him is when he's supposed to have moved up. If he holds a second longer, that's when you get him.
The one thing I do like about Tyler Denny's approach to this fight is he's got bags of self-belief and he's always going to back himself. And I think the only way you're ever going to have any success against a guy of this caliber is you've got to be like so single-minded. And Tyler Denny's got that. So fair fucks, right? He took a fight that, hey, would Chris Eubank have taken this fight? Would he fuck? So I've got respect for the kid.
I think it's a great sign when you've got a fighter and you're almost searching for weaknesses, looking for something. That tells me, you know, the guy's a great operator. And I do, the fight's just starting. I do think he's got all the ingredients.
Jesus.
He's
dropped them already!
That
in
easy.
the first 15 seconds!
That
Hamza
easy.
Shiraz is a phenom!
I'm telling you about this problem. He's just call him the problem
it's
now.
That power. He knocks people down
just
even with the jab.
Someone tell Liam Gallagher to get ready. Get ready, Liam, because this ain't going fast.
We're getting home early. We're getting home early, lads.
Thank you.
Tyler, and you know what I was going to say? What's so mad? I said, Tyler looks so comfortable here. You know, look, bro, look, let's have it right. Let's have it right, yeah? We're sitting here on the pain game right now. We've never been in Wembley. We fit this situation like a glove, bro. We're comfortable in the situation. And I'm looking at Tyler, and I said, Tyler, you walked in nice, and I think you should be able to fit the situation. 15 seconds,
exactly.
Hit the canvas.
And we've got a much harder job than he has.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you. You know what? It's hard.
Figure out the pressure.
The composure, lads. The composure we have to have in this job.
The comparing to Tommy Hearns. And this is
genuinely.
Look at the size difference.
Tyler Denny, what must be going through this kid's mind after getting dropped?
Let's be clear. He hasn't been getting dominated since he's got up and he's back into the fight.
He's been saying they set me up. They set me up. What am I doing here?
The beauty of it now for Hamza Shiraz is you're in the first round. You're not in the 11th. You're not in the 10th. You don't need to rush it.
This is just domination.
He looks like he's fighting
get a better
bro,
start.
He looks like he's fighting the BFG, bro. This is what Rodal was thinking, bro. This is a madness, bro.
I don't even think he can reach his head.
Genuinely, that reach is insane.
This guy's getting touched.
He can do what the hell he wants in here. This is ridiculous.
He's getting moved to, bro. This ain't looking good. And guess what? He knows how to use the distance. He knows how to use the range. He ain't going to let him come inside like that. Sorry.
But what's interesting is, for a big guy, I think he actually likes to get in close. He's quite happy to hold his feet, bring his guard in.
He closes it up so well.
His arms are that long, he can protect his whole body, including his legs. He can borderline protect his knees.
I was literally about to say, when you said about him knowing how to hold the range, he does. And he's so long that even at his mid-range, the opponent is at long range. But if you watch him, he's almost Callum Smith-esque in a way. He likes to get in there.
Are you trying to steal my limelight right now? This keeps happening.
Hey, listen, you lot are both being able to do that as fighters, though. So that's what's going to happen, bro.
Hey, I fought white collar as well.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I need to put some respect back on your name as well, bro.
And both these two are coming off wins, so.
He just seems to have all the ingredients.
This is pointless, right? Tyler Denny, and I've got to give him credit, right? It's like, how the hell do you win a fight against this guy? But right now,
he might.
You know, in other fights where it was... all the fights previously tonight have been very close matchups. I'm looking at this going, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to do here, mate. I've got no idea because the task in front of him is so ridiculous.
That was like a three-punch combination
after the bell. Landed after the bell.
He landed real. Go on.
That's his only
chance. It takes 1 moment to change the dynamic of a fight.
Chav. That moment's not coming. Now, you know when something's serious, if you throw a free-hit combination after the bell and there's no response from the guy that you're fighting to be like, what's he doing
even
that
the
for?
ref,
he didn't mind.
Even the ref was
you
that
know
big.
what?
Come on.
Hamza was like, I'd probably do that too.
He was like, you have your moment.
Yeah. Wait, you're right. Even the ref didn't say nothing about it. The ref was like,
come on.
I understand. I understand.
I think if you're Tyler Denny, I'm not saying you're going to be confident at this moment in time, but there's definitely still enough.
Have you seen the shot that dropped him, lads?
The
hands were up. It was scuffed off the top of his head. You know that phantom punch that actually dropped Daniel Dubois a few fights ago? What was his fucking name? I can't remember.
Larana.
It was like a phantom punch. It was barely anything that touched him.
But that's the equilibrium, and sometimes you get caught in that shot, your legs go. I think if you're Tyler Denny at this point, am I going out there thinking I'm going to win round 2, round 3? No, probably not. But like Travis was saying, things change over time. Breaking Bad took a season to get good. Do you know what I mean? Things change over time.
Mate, and then sometimes you watch a series and it's just shit. You could commit to it and it just won't go
I was never a massive fan of that Ted Lasso.
Just for the record, KG was in Ted Lasso. For all seasons. Now, Tyler's going to work here, right? He's trying to get to work on the body and he's trying to lean back and pick his spots. But man, this just looks like a crazy
task looks far too big, doesn't it?
But you know what, though? Remember, there's always that conversation. The shorter guy, sometimes the taller man doesn't want to fight the short guy. But in this one, even when he's going down real low, Hamza still manages to find him when he's real low, which don't make no sense.
The range is just too big. He can punch him from the other side of the ring.
Tyler did catch him with one nice shot, but there's a left hook there landed from Hamza. Beautiful.
The problem is, when Tyler Denny throws that lead hand, I feel like Hamza Shiraz's lead jab, and it's almost a jab come hook.
Have you
it
seen
just lands every time.
The distance which he's hitting him is just ridiculous.
Look at that. These shots, they're just on the forearm, mate. Nothing.
What weight are these again? 160?
160.
Okay. So the last fight was 175?
No, it's been 160. The fight before this, Willy Hutchinson 175.
The way Hamza Shiraz hits right now, the ferocity in that, it looks way more than what Willy had behind his punches. That is mental.
Absolutely.
Hamza Shiraz against Buatsi would be interesting.
Someone from my gym was sparring with Hamza before his last fight and had done some rounds with him, and my trainer said, you'd even be good sparring for you. So that tells me how strong
Tyler Denny is down again in the second round.
It's over.
This is going to be over before it's even begun.
What was it?
He's done.
Let it go.
No, he's done.
Let it go.
No.
He's been waved off. It's over.
It's done.
Hamza Shiraz is the winner, but the crowd aren't happy.
No,
because
that was slightly premature.
It wasn't.
You know, you sometimes,
he's done.
Protect this fighter. What later on,
to be
he'll
fair,
realize that, because is he going to do anything else in this fight?
Nothing.
Like you lot said, if it's a TV show, is the season going to get good?
But
cancel it, bro.
But he hadn't took enough damage yet to know for definite.
But all it would have been is damage.
That would have been life-changing.
All it would have been is damage.
Do you know what it
you
was?
Don't want to do that.
I feel like where Denny threw a few shots and it didn't do nothing, it didn't have no success yet. I've been in that situation when you pound away at someone's body, it's almost desperation in terms of why you do it, right? I don't feel like it was going anywhere for him in that moment. And was it early? Maybe if it was a more competitive fight, you could make a case for it. When it's a one-sided fight, do you really care if it's early?
I've got a question though, lads. What does it say about Hamza Shiraz? All right, he was a favourite in this match, but he'd already secured a WBC world title shot from his last win. He put that on the line tonight. There was no reason for him to do that. He did it anyway, and a lot of the times we sit there and watch fighters sit out and wait for fucking ever. So I've got to give him credit for putting it on the line.
But remember, this is a nice opponent for a night in Wembley. Co-main. This is a time to have an exhibition.
But so many fighters don't do that, unfortunately.
I hear you.
Don't you want me, baby? We gotta sing. Don't you want me?
I was working as a waitress in a cocktail.
By the way, you've got more of that to come, because I think when Liam Gallagher gets up on stage,
yes.
I'll be surprised if any of us know the fucking words, but we might do a little bit of a sing-along for you. Sorry,
and the referee's a massive Liam Gallagher fan. That's why he called it off early.
Yeah, bring him on.
He knew that Denny wasn't going to live forever.
Bring him on.
That's hilarious.
You know what I mean? Shiraz was looking supersonic in there.
Yeah, we can't.
Look at this.
That was just.
That was
do you
the
know
top
what
of the head again.
He barely even connected flush as well.
No, them ones do
watch
damage.
it again.
Them top of the head. Do you know when you're wearing them little 10-ounce gloves, you feel everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was tremendous.
Yeah, that was bigger than you realised there. That was like behind the ear, top of the head. They do damage. That was actually Joshua versus Andy Ruiz.
You know what
shot.
it does as well? It's the neck that it hurts.
Yeah.
When it's landing on you like that, the neck is just...
The craziest thing, I remember them saying, you know, they spoke about the attributes, right, in the presser, and they said 3 things to describe you. And when they said the description for Tyler Denny, I didn't like what I was hearing. I hate to lose. I'm a sore loser. It was like, literally, it was nothing to talk about what he can bring back. No technicality, nothing. You're talking about a guy, he's got rage, he's got power.
Yeah.
And all you're telling me about, I don't like losing. Mate, a loss is coming anyway.
Because you had no argument.
You had no argument.
It was a question of, well, I've got will. I haven't got the speed, I've got the strength, I've got the power, I've got the size, but I've got will. I'll try really hard.
Yeah.
That's all it really was.
Do you want to? So right now, guys, we talk about the journey of Hamza, and he did say, he was on IFL, was watching the interview, and he mentioned, we sent Eubank the offer. We said, Eubank, come on out. And Eubank has said, look, I love Eubank. And Eubank's waiting for a real challenge. Eubank's waiting for the money. Well, guess what? Mr. Ambassador is right here. And Eubank is fighting on the Bivol card, right?
Yeah.
So it's built, ready for it now.
Can I ask
Do you see Eubank winning this fight, though? Do you see Eubank beating Hamza?
Not really.
Well, let me ask you a question here, right?
That's a hard one.
Eubank is holding out for the Canelo fight, yeah? Very possibly the Billy Joe Saunders fight. But I'll tell you right now, Billy Joe Saunders has a fight already with no date, and that fight is to lose the weight that he's got on him. Yeah. then after that, he's going to
Weight Watchers.
Then after that,
toe to toe with the scales.
Then after that, he's going to want a warm-up fight. You know he's going to want a warm-up fight. He's not coming into a Eubank Jr. fight. So Eubank Jr. is going to be waiting the best part of minimum 18 months for Billy Joe Saunders. If Canelo Alvarez continues with the form that he's been going in terms of opponent selection, there's a good chance that he fights Eubank Jr. But everyone knows they want Benavidez, they want other guys instead. Barring Billy Joe, and maybe even including Billy Joe, barring Canelo Alvarez, is there a fight that pays Eubank Jr. more money than Eubank against Hamza Shiraz on a Riyadh season card? That's the question. He's in the wilderness, mate. It's not as simple as there's a contract signed here. It is as simple as, there you go, Chris, there's your contract, sign that. That's how simple it is to fight Hamza Shiraz.
But guess what?
And I'm saying outside of Canelo...
You got to remember, Canelo is swinging in the balance. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize that fight. Let's be real. Eubank Jr. and Canelo.
Canelo also has an offer on the table for Crawford, though, doesn't he? I know there's been some beef there.
Yeah.
Let's see what Hamza's got to say real quick. He's got his
Let's see what they're saying.
What next and sum up the fight? What does it mean to become European champion?
Yeah, he just won the
He's
European
gonna call
Championship
that.
there.
He's going to call out you, mate.
I do want to say if he calls anyone
Call
out,
out,
if
you
he has to. We want to call out. Set the next fight up. That
Set
is
it up.
every fighter in this moment. You set the next fight up. Keep the story going.
That's the one thing that Big Baby Miller does so well.
Oh,
he knows how to put himself into a situation.
Creates opportunities, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's.
What made it so
By
easy?
the way, I got to say, while we're waiting to hear if you pay attention to Hamza for me, I've got to say we are on DAZN live right now. If you haven't bought the pay-per-view and you're watching us on YouTube, don't worry. You can watch us on DAZN on the pay-per-view together because they are doing picture-in-picture with our commentary. All you've got to do is go to DAZN.com/TrueJordi. Buy the pay-per-view there. You'll get us. You'll see the True Jordi live stream. Select that, and also you'll get 7 days free after the fact as well. So shout out to DAZN and shout out to all of you who have chosen to watch us on DAZN. Really appreciate it. And if not, we're on Twitter and we're on YouTube. But hopefully you're watching us on DAZN. Has he called anyone out, lads, yet?
It's he's basically saying he wants the world title fight next.
Yeah, he's wanted a world title fight, which, I mean, of course he wants a world title fight.
Who else?
He was asked about Chris Eubank Jr. He didn't really comment on it. He said, I want the world title fight next, but it's as simple as anyone that gets in the ring with me is getting stopped.
What do you make of the next Chris Eubank Jr. fight out of interest?
Not great.
The lad who fought Triple G.
It's a rollout. It's a rollout for Riyadh. It's trying to get himself into the conversation, right? It's clever, but then we know that you allow him on this one because you understand he's trying to show himself to his excellency. And as a personality, as a character, we need characters like Eubank in that space, but we need Eubank to have an identity of, well, what do you want to do with this? What do you want to do
I've
with
been asking myself this question Eubank's entire fucking career.
Yeah.
And the fact that in a recent interview he goes, well, you know, it's been a year since I've been out, so I've got to have a bit of a warm-up fight. That was, he didn't say it as crystal clear as that, but you know what he was saying.
How
I'm
much?
Like, it was your decision to have a year out, though.
But
no one made you. You're 35.
How much do you think he's wasted his career? Because, you know, it's the same with Ben, same with Chris Eubanks. I feel as if these are guys who've got, you know, dads who've essentially got them where they've got the opportunities that they've been given, and I don't feel like they've really capitalised on that. There's so many fighters out there would have loved to have the start they've had, and what have they really done with it? What do you think?
Well, listen, they call these guys, they call these guys next gen, and we're onto the new gen, bro. Literally, like these guys, the generation. We're skipped that. Literally, like time out, bro. Atoma's here now, so now we're saying, have they capitalised on this moment? And you're right, they haven't, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, in sport in general, you can't stand still because everyone just overtakes you.
That's
Now there's fresh, young lions coming through. Are they able to still compete with these young, fresh, hungry lions? That's the question. Until we see them back in the ring, we don't know, because I love Chris Eubanks Sr., you know, and you mentioned there earlier on about character. We need these type of characters. Realistically, what character has he got? All he's done is lift off his dad's name, really. He tried
No,
come on, tell me.
You're not going to do that.
That's not fair.
You're not going to do that.
Come on,
Travis, get him, bro.
Have you not seen the charisma of Eubank Jr. in a press conference, mate?
Which charisma? Arrogance.
Mate, it's a persona. It's one that we all know. If we want to describe Eubank Jr., we can. If we do the same thing for Buatsi, the conversation starts again where you say, we don't know that guy.
That's your boy, Buatsi. Go back there, Chris Eubanks Jr. Tell me about him and his charisma.
No, listen.
Go on, Lawrence.
The profile of Eubank Jr. is one where he is an arrogant, difficult guy, very charming, intelligent at the same time. You know what Eubank Jr. does at a presser.
Are you getting twisted between his dad or his?
No. Have you... Listen, that tangle of the lead-up between Conor Benn and Eubank Jr., that was going to be one of the biggest fights in British history had Conor Benn not popped dirty.
But why?
Because of their perception.
Because of the parents, not because of them, because of what the parents
They did their lifting as well.
Listen,
they did their lifting as well.
Are you
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, listen to me a second. Are you telling me, hadn't it been for their parents, that fight would have been as interesting?
I'm not saying that. I need to talk to my fighter right now. Trav, I'm not going to lie. He's got you on that back foot, and it's not looking good right now. You need to go in there, show me something. Get the hands up, get back in there, bro.
I'm waiting.
So listen. I'm not saying that it's off the strength of Conor Benn and Eubank Jr. alone why it was going to be big.
That sounds like backtracking to me.
No, but it could have been done. It would have been done if you put Harlem Eubank or Nathaniel Wilson in there and told them to go and bring that to the next level.
There you go.
Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn sat down and they took that thing and they were about to make it astronomical, which is why everybody was ready to break all the rules and have these men go into the ring.
Let's go, Travis.
Let's
go, Travis.
I actually
That's
believe
the Travis I know. That's the Travis I know. That's the guy.
I honestly believe that Eubank Jr. has gone a complete different path to what his dad had. Like, when you look at how his dad was, how he was in defeat, how he was in his victory, I think that Eubank Jr. took a long time. And I do believe that you're right. For probably 4 years of his career, until he lost to Billy Joe Saunders, that's when I saw the switch in Eubank Jr.
Yeah.
That's when actually he distanced his dad from the team, and I do believe he came his own man with a lot of things. And I actually think that there's many circumstances in the media. I remember seeing a clip when he was sort of having a bit of family time with his late brother's son and stuff like that. And I really think that Eubank Jr. started his build-up in the public perception as a hated character. Now I'm not going to say he's loved, but he's 50-50. I think he is. I like him. I like him.
Can I ask you a question, lads?
It was
just to try and bring this to a point.
Yes.
Eubank Senior, he left the game with legacy. He left the game as a great fighter, a hard man, a world champion, all of that. What will Chris Eubank Jr.'s legacy actually be?
A fighter who was never world level, but was in some really good domestic dust-ups and was one of the best men in his weight division in the British level scene. And by the way, if it wasn't for the surname Eubank, there's nothing wrong with that. We don't look back at the likes of Frank Buglioni. We don't look back at the likes of. I know it's a random one, but there's so many fighters that we don't go. He was rubbish. It's because his surname was Eubank. If you look at Eubank in domestic clashes, he had a loss to Liam Smith. He had a win to Liam Smith. Nick Blackwell, we saw how well that fight went for him. Billy Joe Saunders, a close fight. James DeGale, a win. What I'm saying is he's not purely there because his dad's name. He's there because he's good. Is he as good as his dad? No.
But he gets the opportunity.
Can Brooklyn Beckham bang him free kicks for England? No.
You could argue, though, he does get more opportunities in the fight game. A lot of it is based on your name. We've got AJ Enter in the arena right now. Obviously, the Canelo fight is probably going to be there because of that name, because of that background, as well as some of his fighting level. How does that fight actually go out of interest?
To be honest, that's what I was kind of getting at. I'm not saying he hasn't been a great fighter. You know, it was only a case of, I don't personally think he's capitalised on what he had in terms of the family name. And he could have done so much more.
Can he hang with Canelo?
I don't think, not at all.
No.
I mean, but
because Canelo isn't finishing guys the way he used to. So are you saying he gets finished in there?
Absolutely.
He's going to get smoked.
If he doesn't, you know, Canelo's definitely.
Canelo's call it out, bro.
Do you know what he had a better chance with? Not now, obviously. He's put on weight. He's semi-retired. The Golovkin that went in for the trilogy with Canelo, Eubank Jr. would have had a decent chance for that Golovkin.
Still no chance.
You know what?
I'm not saying he would have won. Not saying he would have won. I'm saying he would have had a better chance with that Golovkin than he did Canelo.
I like him a little bit against Golovkin, but then you've got to say, like, what elite contender has he taken on to give us that feeling that he could mix it? And I don't.
Groves, and he fell short.
That's it.
But that's the thing, he fell short.
Groves.
And you know what it is? I'm actually a fan of Eubanks. I know I've come across as if I'm kind of going against him. All I'm saying is he hasn't really fully capitalised on what he could have, and also the fact that Brian kind of said, what will his legacy be? And I feel as if it could have been so much greater.
This brings us on to a different topic, which we were going to come on to at some point tonight. Later this year, talking of legacy. Iron Mike Tyson returns to the ring. I am sorry. I got to bring this up.
You have to.
It's massive.
You have to.
For whatever reason, it is going to have probably the most eyeballs on it at one time of any boxing event ever, because Netflix, as we know, it's in every home in the world, and this is going to be Netflix's first, you know, toe in the water of boxing. And I can't believe for 1 second that they're going to pay Jake Paul 20 million, Mike Tyson 20 million, and then just do all of that for nothing. This is setting up. They're trying to get involved, right? But before we go into the Netflix effect, what do we make of that fight?
Listen,
mate.
I'll be the first one to say it. And we got a guy that's here, Tommy Fury, and I don't know what his situation at home is, but Tommy turned down this Netflix money, and he probably need that money right now.
Do you know who advised that?
Who?
Big John Fury, apparently.
That's the worst advice I've ever seen.
Big John Fury negotiates all of the deals with Tommy, as far as I'm aware. And this is coming from the top dogs at Misfit. So if you see this, John, don't shoot the messenger. Now, honestly, he's the one who said, no, we want more money. Now, did this. A young lad like Tommy Fury with a young family, right, rejects 20 million. And 58-year-old Mike Tyson goes, I'll get out of bed for it. The fact that a 58-year-old is more game than you for that level of money, you should be ashamed of yourself.
That's insane.
Fuck the cheat. I don't care about your cheating. You rejected 20 million to fight Jake Paul. That is shameful.
But this is the reason why he's so heartbreaking, that decision he made 8 months ago.
Bro.
That's what has led to.
And you know what? The longer you're out the ring,
his life's went downhill since that moment.
Bro, the longer you're out the ring as well. The longer you're out the ring, this is what fighters. I adore the sport of boxing, but some of you motherfuckers are so dumb out there. You have to keep your name in people's mouths.
Yes.
The longer you stay out of boxing rings, your money doesn't go up, but it goes down, man.
You know who you're taking the advice from? If we're correct that he's taking the advice from John Fury, boxing and influencer boxing, YouTube boxing, they are two different things.
Yeah.
If you want proof of that, have a scan around the crowd. Have a little look around the crowd and look at who's watching the events. They're two very, very different things, right? So in my opinion, the worst person that you can take advice from when it comes to the internet, to YouTube. We've all spoke to our mums about Facebook. They ain't got a fucking clue how it works,
That's
have they?
right.
You're taking advice about influencer YouTube boxing off of a man who not only is over the age cap to understand it, he's also probably never owned a computer in his life.
Tyson.
I'm not gonna lie though. There was a comment you made, and it's a bit disparaging because Nigerian mums, they're heavyweights in the division. That's where they get the conspiracies. The chain messages.
They share missing cat posts from America.
But wait,
shared Lewisham.
What?
That's insane.
You kill me.
the fuck
But
is
just to get to the Mike Tyson thing, guys, we're gonna watch our uncle get beat up. This is everyone's uncle. This is like watching Ian Wright go out there and get smashed.
Oh no!
I'm telling you right now.
That is such a good way of describing it. Ian Wright is he's our lovely uncle.
I'd climb into the ring if Ian Wright was in there. I'd climb in. 100%.
And guess who's going to do it? One of the guys that understand, his brothers in wrestling, the Paul brothers. They are intelligent. You don't have to like them, but they know what they're doing. One is dominating WWE, the other one's coming to boxing. And if he scouts, because he's going to knock him out, he has a plan to knock out Mike Tyson, Iron Mike, and he's going to sit in that villain arc. He will do it like a wrestler. And I promise you, I don't think no one here is ready for that.
It makes me feel sick.
You know the sad thing is, a lot of people are still giving Big Mike a good chance because they're like, well, you look at him on the pads, and I get it. Look, as a 58-year-old goes, he looks fucking amazing on the pads.
Sped up videos.
But look, does that mean his stamina can match a 25-year-old? Does that mean his chin? Look, we've all seen when fighters hit the swing. I remember watching Chuck Liddell, bloody hell, an absolute warrior in his prime. But watching him fight at the age of 40, even early 40s, his chin was gone.
Yes.
And it's hard to take. Imagine watching what this is going to look like. And do you know the funny thing is, a lot of people are going, Jake Paul is going to fight a real fighter after that, though. Do you know what's really going to happen? Do you know what's going to happen? And this is the real game. This is where you deep just how smart the Paul brothers are.
Yeah.
What's Jake Paul been doing? He's been calling out inactive old boxers, but mainly MMA fighters to fight in the boxing ring. Now what he's going to do is he's going to learn MMA, he's going to fight in the PFL. Who do you think he's going to call out?
A boxer.
Boxers. He's going to drag them into the cage. And so he's not going to fight MMA fighters in a cage.
That's right.
He's going to fight boxers in a cage.
All right,
that's the game. He's never going to get caught because every fight that he ever takes, he's going to have the edge, he's going to have the size, the athleticism, and the teaching because he pays all the best coaches in the world.
So do you fancy, because obviously MMA in that style, isn't there a boxer that could still deal with him in an MMA style though, because I don't find him. I don't think he's a good fighter.
Yeah,
I don't believe in this guy.
But as
Crawford would smoke him.
Beterbiev would kill him in there.
Yeah, but this is the thing, as Brian's saying, he's very intelligent. He'll carefully select the guy that he brings in there. He's not stupid, and with the a lot of these Americans, they've all got wrestling backgrounds, so he'll make sure he finds the right type of guy to bring into the octagon.
Well, Jake's obviously in high school, he was a high school wrestler, so that'll give him an advantage. If he was to have an MMA fight with Tommy Fury's getting taken down probably.
Yeah, if I was Jake Paul, the next fight for me after Mike Tyson would be Tommy Fury.
Yeah.
I wouldn't up the offer. I'd give him the same as before, if not less, whatever. But actually, when you look at the activity, right, as much as you can say, but Jake Paul's been fighting MMA fighters, Mike Perry, people like that. Activity's activity.
Yeah,
Training,
but listen,
training
Tommy
camps
Fury's
are
got
training
child
camps.
maintenance to deal with. He's going to be taking that fight. There's going to be no doubt about it.
That
He's
is
getting
hilarious.
Do you know what? It's funny because if I'm Molly May and I'm thinking about divorce papers, I'm going to sit back and wait until you take a big fight.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, hey, listen though, one thing for sure, I hope you lot can prepare yourself emotionally, mentally, for seeing our guy, Mike Tyson, end his career with a shit footnote, because it's going to be the shittest of footnotes.
Bro, he ended it with a shit footnote 20 years ago. That's the real tragedy.
But you can accept that.
No,
but not as an old man, that's even worse.
Bro, he got taken off the plane because of health issues. You're telling me that same guy is now in camp to fight on Netflix?
So tell me this, do you think it's correct that Netflix, the organization that's allowing this to happen, you know, what do you think of that?
Well, no,
because in the event anything goes badly wrong, there's a lot of people responsible.
Unless they want to sponsor the channel. If not, I think it's brilliant.
But wait, hold on. But what about when Evander Holyfield got smoked by was it Vitor Belfort?
That was also disgusting.
That made me sick.
I hated that.
Do you know what the disappointing thing? And I don't want to say it's disappointing. If anything, I'd rather it happen because it means he won't get hurt as bad. But when you think about how fights are going to end, do you know how this fight's going to end? On the stool.
Never.
He's going to quit on the stool.
Not Iron Mike. Not Iron Mike.
He will.
What do you mean? What do you mean
quit
not
on the
Iron
stool
Mike?
before
He's
when he
not
was
Iron Mike.
Not against him.
He's not Iron Mike.
Well, Bronze Mike.
Listen, he's going to get well paid. And that's the thing. Why is he fighting?
You're going to see what 60 years old looks
money?
like, guys.
Since Mike Tyson's come back on the scene, he's making money with his appearance and various things that he's doing.
It don't make sense.
Why is he doing it? Does he really just want to
He
get
ain't
in there one
making
more
that
time?
money.
None of it kind of makes sense to me.
He ain't making that money. One night.
Yeah,
one
but-
night running around and having a little scrap. He
but
ain't
how
doing that
much
no
money
more.
do you
Yeah,
need?
but what did you just say? Running. He can't run.
He can't.
Look, you know what I mean.
He can't run.
He can't run.
Mike Tyson, in my opinion, will do, and this is what I do think he should do. Go in there, 2 rounds, absolutely
Conor McGregor's
empty
in the
the clip.
building.
Empty the clip.
The little bell end himself, Conor McGregor, is in the building.
Wow.
The absolute twat bag himself.
Well, listen, guys, I have to do this though. We might even have to take a light pivot. We had a conversation, you know, because we're talking about the beginning, and we're talking about AJ, we're talking about legacy and what happens next. You were speaking to us and saying, you know, where you met AJ and the start of things. Can you imagine that AJ's here now, and can you take us back to when you first met AJ?
Oh, no way. McGregor's stripping off here, the fucking Wally.
Oh, why?
It's a good show.
Oh, mate. Do you know what, right?
Yeah.
Can I just say something? It's funny because
Look how Crawford's looking at him.
Crawford's looking at him like, you fucking bellend.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, right? You know Tyson Fury, I had a back and forth with him. You know, I took a dislike to him. But with Tyson Fury, there's a lot more redeemable qualities. Conor McGregor is an absolute bellend of highest proportion.
You know how wild it is for Tyson
liked
Fury to be a benchmark for redeemable
No,
qualities?
genuinely, when Tyson Fury is the guy I'm looking at going, he's way better than you, you know you've got fucking problems, mate.
Yeah.
And
But do you know that Conor McGregor's just the guy you love to hate, though? He does it in a different way. I can't help looking at him and say, I hate you, but I love you all at the same time.
well, he's entertaining. I'll never take that away from him.
That's the point.
But he's such a
They're at
puppet.
hugely different stages, though. Like,
Hey, that-
I know.
Spice.
That's Jerry
Bunton.
Halliwell, isn't it?
Baby Spice, isn't it?
Baby Spice.
Baby Spice, come on.
Spice Girls, fam.
Yeah.
Jerry Halliwell, come on.
I've got to do a quick advert.
You've
I'm
got to
sorry.
do-
Sorry, onto the advert. By the way, if you are struggling with a bit of hair loss, we have got a solution for you. Because it's common. No, wait there. I've got to do this advert, lads. There is a solution, and it's the world's biggest hair clinic, Elite Hair. Great. We've got the pre-treatment stage, which means that they'll take time to speak to you before you go under for your hair transplant. They'll use a 6-step pre-treatment system which ensures the procedure is personalized just for you. The treatment is 100% painless because they use a method called the Sleep Deep method. And Elite Hair are giving one of you the chance to win a free hair transplant. They are going to cover your flights and accommodation, and all in all, it's worth over £4,000. All you have to do is click the link or use the QR code, and you'll have to put in some basic information about yourself, your name, your email address, etc. to enter, and then you're in with a chance. You've got to be over 18, live in the UK or Ireland, but the results speak for themselves with over 100,000 happy customers and plenty of before and after pictures for you to prove that Elite Hair is the right choice for you. Thanks to them for sponsoring us, and thanks to Emma Punton for starting it.
You know what? You are very professional, bro. Because I would have lost it as soon as I heard if you want to be my lover.
Bro, you know what? Can I just say, in the middle of this, right? There was a moment where my brain went. I'm at Wembley, the Spice Girls are on, we've got Conor McGregor and all of this stuff behind me, and I'm doing this. I'm
get with my friends, make it last forever, friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover,
what a night.
you gotta show.
What on earth am I
Hang your
looking
body
at?
down and body turn around. You wanna get with me, you better take a body. You got M in the place who likes it in your face. You got G like MC, you like down it.
We've got a fan here.
That's crazy.
What? He knows every word.
That's crazy.
Now I'm President Joey.
Some of them went down the ball, let's turn around.
Some of them around the body turn around.
I'm so ashamed of the fact that when Oasis come on, we're not know the words.
We're not gonna know.
We know the words of Spice Girls.
Why are we so excited about the Spice Girls coming on?
It's we grew
I
up.
really wish they'd booked the Spice Girls instead of Liam Gallagher. I'm
We grew
sorry.
up to this.
Three sisters.
I'm sorry.
We grew up to this. Alright, guys, if we want to be Red Pill though, we need to know the songs to Oasis. When the Gallagher steps up, we got to be ready.
I know a few.
We calm ourselves down. All right, cool. All right, listen. I was kind of talking about beginnings, and you had a story about an AJ beginning. And give us just what kind of person was AJ like when he first met AJ, first seen him?
This is the thing.
Tell the story about seeing him in his towel.
Oh, I'll not quite tell it how I told you off camera. But yeah, so the first.
Honestly, he told us his story and he was like, so AJ's there and I'm in the room with him and he's in nothing but a towel. I'm like, outside of the missus, just close your ears because I don't want to get the rest of it.
It was almost like a moment of the Green Mile. You know when the big guy's there, he just seriously. I'm not lying. For a moment I feared for my life, but everything ended okay. I'm still here. I'm still a man.
Hey, yo.
But yeah,
he retained his dignity that night.
Yeah,
it wasn't too much.
There's an AJ on the end of that thing.
Oh my God. That is so funny.
Listen. I've tried 3 times.
I know. Listen, it keeps going south every time.
I've tried, and they keep killing you, bro.
Yeah, but listen, what you're getting at is AJ's still the same guy I met back in 2008.
Yeah.
2009, he won the ABAs. I won them in 2010. When we started to get England call-ups, he was it was my first call-up. I was boxing the Aldershot against the Irish team, and I got to the Premier Inn, and there was Don Charles is here. He's in the building. Yeah, I got to the hotel and they said, you're sharing with him. And I just seen this giant. And yeah, then we went on to the scene where we're in the room, come out the shower, and he was just in a towel and I thought, oh shit. And
one day you're going to be the champion.
But don't worry, things ended well. He was a lovely guy. And this is the crazy thing back then. I would have never thought I was sharing a room with a guy who would be the face of boxing, not only in Great Britain, but in the world. And you know, he's had a lot of criticism over the years about things that he's said and done. But I'm telling you now, the guy who I seen the press conference, you know, yes, he's a little bit more angry at the press conference because he had a job to do. But we've seen him when he gets interviews. He's the same nice guy he is now till he was back then. Yeah. And I think that's the credit. And I think people don't give him enough credit for not just carrying the sport, but in the way in which he's carried it, because he's that same guy.
I love the story that Loza told me about when they were all young. AJ got a lot of the sponsorships first.
Yeah.
So they were all going to Nando's with his Nando's card, and he was feeding the whole of Team GB, basically.
He kept him well fed.
And when I met AJ, the Riyadh card we went to last time, I remember sort of walking up to him and I thought of all these videos I've made. And one of them in particular, why AJ will never be champion again. I was like, hope he hasn't seen that. And do you know what? He just went from one hustler to another, bro. And he was like, I respect the grind, no hard feelings, like, you do your thing. And I was like, mate, I'm a genuine fan, I hope the best for you. And he carries himself with class in a way that other fighters who I've won against and said bad things about necessarily, just critical of their boxing, not even trying to be a twat or nothing. But he didn't take it personally, and I think it takes a hell of a man with big, broad shoulders to be at the centre of attention for as long as he has. And yes, he's had the odd wobble, but fucking hell, he's kept it together.
Well, this is it. The question, hey!
Big
Come on,
turkey
His
on the
Excellency.
screens. Turkey allowed shake on the screen.
Can I just say as well, yeah, when we were at the LA event, I was saying if Turkey Al Sheikh loves this, wait till he gets to Wembley.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear the crowd there?
Yeah,
Did you hear the crowd there for Turkey Al Sheikh? The English fans, the world boxing fans love this
That's
man.
right.
And rightly so, because you never feel like it when you're experiencing it. When you're living it, you think, it's good. We get a good fight every, twice a year
6
or
months.
so. This man is a boxing fan's wet dream.
Yeah.
He has absolutely transformed.
What a win.
I love the paint game.
Listen, can we just give him a round of applause for the analogies that he gives? I mean, second to none, undefeated.
His name is Joey Knight, people.
Put some respect on it.
I just love the comparisons. Where did it come from?
Bro, and do you know what I have to do? As soon as you say something mad like that, yeah, I've got to do the professional nod down the camera.
Yeah, but... As if it's just the
golf
norm.
crooks.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, it actually makes sense.
No,
You've got to agree.
It's real.
Listen, I'm saying, like, Christmas has come at once. When this man came into boxing, I thought, okay, maybe this is the foot in the door. Maybe this is the bit to sell us. You know when the girl wears all the makeup on the first day and it gets less and less. I thought that it was going to slow down. It hasn't slowed
less
down.
and less.
The events are getting
He
better.
said there's still
and
lingerie
better.
on 1 year later.
The wet dreams just keep happening.
I'm just as aroused.
You know what? Joey might be the only broadcaster that needs a post-fight analysis after the post-fight analysis.
Dude,
Joey, talk us through your comments tonight.
Literally though, right? The thought patterns of Joey Knight, you've got to study them. But this is true because what we are now living in is an alternate reality that's been completely deviated from the entry of Turkey Al Sheikh into boxing, because in the other reality, without him, we never get Usyk versus Fury. We definitely never get Fury versus AJ, because we still haven't got it in. He's the only one who can make it happen.
We don't even get this.
Yeah.
We don't even get
No
AJ
way.
Dubois. Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn didn't speak to
They
each
were not
other.
friends, and now they're the best of friends. But actually, let's really try and understand something, because you speak about AJ being the face and dominating and being the guy. Do you look at Dubois and say, you can carry this? If, let's say today is he's going to steal the torch, he's going to drag the torch for him. Do you see Dubois as having broad enough shoulders to carry the division, to carry the boxing, to carry everything? Can you see him being a man?
Unfortunately, no. Putting it simply, no. Because with AJ, it's his marketability. It's not just being about his performances in the ring, but don't get me wrong, that's what's kind of got him in the position he's at now. But it's his personality, like we said before, the way he carries himself. He has star quality, and we've also touched on this with Hamza Shiraz. It's not just about his boxing ability. You know, there's a reason why Turkey Al Sheikh has picked him to be an ambassador, because he has the star quality. Because boxing, it isn't just about what you do in the sport, it's how it transcends into just how you present yourself to the casual fans, and that's the difference. And unfortunately, because Dubois isn't the most vocal, borderline non-vocal, he's got he just hasn't got that star quality.
It's not even just being vocal, it's the ability to cross over, right? I can't remember who AJ was fighting. It was a pay-per-view fight, and I remember my sister was going round to a friend's house, whatever, all girls, no men there. I went, what are you lot doing then? She went, we're getting the AJ fight. For a female audience to want to watch a boxer, I'm not joking. That says a lot. That says a lot about what a household name that man now is.
But are you saying that Dubois wouldn't be able to do that?
Yeah, he just hasn't got the sex appeal. It's
But
that simple.
Wait there. Because Dubois, he's a decent looking lad, isn't he?
No,
mate, if we were scoring it on sex appeal, we might as well not even ring walk. No, joking.
No. But listen, guys, the flip side, because yes, you can talk about all those things, but then one thing that Eddie Hearn did for AJ that was brilliant, it's almost in this kind of like wrestling, where you have you have someone like, I don't know if you don't watch, but a Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar needed a Paul Heyman. And Eddie Hearn was the speaker for AJ.
For a lot of years.
He spoke for so many years. The downside to Frank Warren is, do me a favor, he's not going to give too much, and he's already got his plan about Atoma. Atoma feels like the guy that he's really hoping in. I can't believe, and I've said it to Don Charles, I've said it everywhere, I can't believe that they're making Dubois take this fight at this time. It makes no sense. I don't believe he's ready. I think this is, seriously, I kind of think this is a bit stupid. Why would you do it? Why are you rushing him? He's for Usyk, he's for Herkovic. Why is it AJ?
But timing is everything, though, isn't it?
And AJ's not lost a back step. AJ's not like on the decline.
No, but
it don't make sense.
Before the last, let me play devil's advocate, lads. Look, 23,000 people on the YouTube show alone have voted for this, and I think it's over 80% in favour of AJ. However, let me play devil's advocate, because in the last two fights, before that, Anthony Joshua was not looking himself. He wasn't looking confident. He wasn't looking ferocious. That Hellenius knockout almost fell into his lap because he was so tentative for the rounds before that. Jermaine Franklin, it wasn't an exciting fight, right? It was a bit tentative as well. The last two fights with Ben Davison were exciting. They were fantastic, but AJ was in complete control the whole time. There was nothing coming back. In Otto Wallin, you had a tailor-made opponent who he'd been in there with for hours in sparring, who had no power. AJ knew, you've got nothing for me.
But that wasn't the narrative going into that fight.
No, it wasn't.
To be clear.
But the reality, it was what it was, right? Otto Wallin, his showing was pretty pathetic, in my opinion, in that fight. He might as well have not shown up. Francis Ngannou doesn't have the power disadvantage. He has the boxing IQ disadvantage. So in both of those fights, Anthony Joshua, being such a well-rounded fighter, had direct routes to victory in both of those fights. Now, don't get me wrong, I think he's got a boxing IQ advantage over Daniel Dubois, but the holes are nowhere near as vast in the Dubois situation. And Dubois has a lot of athleticism and power himself. It's a lot closer in athleticism. So, and what Dubois did do was overcome two fighters in the last two fights who were actually giving him something to deal with, who were actually offering up an offense. And he had a lot to overcome in that fight. And he's had his setbacks as well, and he's come over them. So AJ has not had the adversity in the last two fights that Dubois had. And it might, and I'm not saying it is, but it might be skewing us with bad data.
The only problem is, and the reason why I think it is bad data, is the level of his opponents, right, versus the level of opponents that AJ is coming from. AJ is on a journey to get back to his old form. Dubois is trying to break into new territory.
What opponents is AJ coming from that you think is higher than Dubois?
How many nights do we need to recall where AJ's been in there with Klitschko, fighting Povetkin, Dillian White getting these wins?
Very recently, though, you'd go with Alexander Usyk. Dubois was in there and looked all right. He looked all right.
But look, how did it end? It
ended still quit.
Dubois got stopped.
But I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, A lot of the Daniel Dubois narrative for why he wins is, well, he hurt Usyk. AJ never hurt Usyk the same way. Even if it was illegal, it's something that they're holding on to.
Do you know what, though, as well? What I would say is context is everything, right? An hour ago, Tyler Denny was a real danger man at middleweight. Now he's rubbish, apparently, right? Yeah. So context is everything. The context we have after we saw how the Otto Wallin fight went, the context we have was, oh, it was easy for AJ.
Right.
He beat him up in sparring, this and that. But Otto Wallin gave Tyson Fury a really, really tough night. AJ was coming off the back. I know he had fights in the interim. He was coming off the back of back-to-back losses against Usyk. Now, I'll tell you who gave Usyk a really tough fight. Murat Gassiev. And Otto Wallin just absolutely schooled Murat Gassiev in the fight before. So the context always ends up being heightened after the fight's happened. But going into the fight, I remember doing a video breaking it down. I thought that was a tough fight against Otto Wallin.
Look, everybody said that AJ would never take this fight. He took the fight. They said, yeah, okay, he's definitely going to lose. Then he wins. Now it's easy because they've had all those rounds in sparring. The goalposts move heavily for AJ. They've always done.
And we're not being genuine. What's not happening right now is let's talk about the journey that Dubois has really been on. Yes, I love the fact that mentally, the mental games, he went up against a Big Baby Miller. But you're talking about a Big Baby Miller, that's not the best version of Big Baby Miller. The Big Baby Miller that we saw fight in LA is the best Big Baby we've seen. He was overweight. Big Baby wasn't in the right shape. I don't know if Dubois beats that version that we saw. Now let's talk about Hrgovic. What has he done in the game? We've been waiting to say who Hrgovic is.
He beat Zhang.
He didn't beat Zhang. I still think Zhang won that one, but it wasn't popular. It was better business.
But he proved he was at the level of Zhang.
He didn't beat
Zhang,
Zhang,
he was at the level
yes,
of Zhang.
he could have, but let's be real, let's be fair. Zhang, we all watched that fight. If you watch it again, Zhang won that fight. It just wasn't popular to put Zhang in a place. You've got the young upstart, and it's like when Dillian fought Chisora in the early one. You looked at that one and said, well, Chisora really looks like a winner to me, but guess what? It makes sense for business to choose Dillian. He's the upstart. So now we're talking about two guys that he's fought. One guy, can't really say, a guy that's pumped himself full of roids. Is he even a man? Maybe not. He just was he's gonna break him down mentally. The next guy, was he even good anyway? So if you're playing devil's advocate for Dubois, yes, he's run a gauntlet, but how good was the gauntlet anyway?
It's so difficult. There's so many questions, and this is the great thing about boxing. Timing, you know, like you said
earlier.
You
think that Daniel Dubois has had the harder last two fights?
But you talk about, I'm talking about the gauntlet, bro. And who here on this panel, before Big Baby set himself back into the scene, raced Big Baby Miller? None of us.
But going on to what Travis said earlier on is, he said, forgetting who Dubois recently fought and comparing the recent opponents, that's irrelevant because basically AJ's fought at such a higher level, and we're talking about AJ getting back to his best, but he's been there at the highest level, and we're almost making a comparison just because of AJ's recent fights not being quite as good. But the difference is whether they were good or not, he destroyed them so convincingly. Like, I just think the levels here, and again, until we meet in the ring, we won't know. And going back to Turkey Al-Sheikh, the thing is now about, can Dubois carry boxing in the same way? The difference is, with AJ, yes, he was put in the deep end easily, but it was a lot easier at that stage where boxing was at to kind of guide his career. Whereas now, because of Turkey Al-Sheikh, we've got these great nights, it's great, but for the fighters,
it's a murderer's row.
It's a lot more difficult. You're going to be put in the deep end even quicker. And like I say, I do think AJ was put in the deep end quite quickly. But right now, it's a cutthroat business. And I think Daniel Dubois still got a lot of time to mature, in my opinion. You know, he's still got a chance tonight, although I personally think it's a slim one. I think as a generally in heavyweights, he needs a little bit more time to mature. And I think, unfortunately, it's kind of been a great thing in terms of financially, but in terms of where he is in his career, he could have done with a little bit more of a time before he's put into this era of boxing.
Do you know the best thing about this conversation we're having when we're talking about who can carry boxing?
Yeah.
No one needs to carry boxing anymore.
It's real.
No one needs to carry boxing anymore because we get in the fights. Eddie Hearn, time in, time out, has said AJ could fight a cab driver and sell out Wembley. We know that. Tyson Fury fought Derek Chisora off the back of two dominant performances over Chisora and sold out at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The days of a fighter needing to carry boxing, in my opinion, are dwindling now. They're winding out because now what carries boxing is 50-50 fights being made. And I know I sound like I'm just blowing smoke, but 50-50 fights being made is what Riyadh season and Turkey Al-Sheikh's given us. So we don't need anyone specifically. Yeah, we need big names, but no one specifically needs to carry boxing. The fights that are made needs to carry boxing, and that's what we're now getting.
But I think you're definitely right in what you're saying there. But if you look at the history of boxing, if there's always been a level of assertive fighters which have helped carry the sport, because when you've got great fights, is what you're saying, the 50-50 fights, which is great for the boxing purists. But when you've got an AJ where it transcends past just the boxing purists, you need those guys who, whether it's down to, you know, I know it's a bit of a stretch, but go back to the Muhammad Ali days, people didn't just watch him just because of his boxing skills. It was his personality. You know, you could go to the Roy Jones era. People never seen the things that he was doing. Maybe again with Mayweather, he was doing things that nobody had ever seen before. I think throughout boxing history, you always need the personalities. There's always been good fighters in boxing in history. And like if you go to the old era, there was loads of great boxing, but that only was really the boxing purists. So I just personally think you need that guy to really transcend to make boxing great. And
this brings us on a little bit though to the potential for a fight league where we have something similar to the UFC. It's been rumoured. And, you know, right now we've got all these belts and all these weight classes and all this confusion where people in the general public don't know who the fuck the champion is of what division and how many divisions there are. Now with the potential of a fight league, a world boxing league, we could really narrow this down and force the sport of boxing to become a sport again and not business. And I think that will not only reward the fighters who are the best, but it will also reward the fans because we're investing in this.
But let's look at the potential issues, right? Fighters have been negotiating their deals, how much they get made, how much money they make. Put that into a league situation. Things start to get standardized and we start to get salaries and we get money caps and things like that. There's a lot of fighters that will not buy into that model.
It'll turn into UFC. You know where the UFC's been?
It'll be done like that, but in my opinion, because that's the fairest way to do it in terms of a model, but it will be done, in my opinion, in a financially fair way, where they don't rob the boxers in the UFC.
Yeah.
The UFC keep 80% and give 20% to the fighters. There's no way, especially in my opinion, if Turkey is behind that he would do that to those fighters.
Well, listen, the one thing it'll be is credibility. You want to look at something and say, he's the champion. You know, I always used to get confused because if I'm with my missus and she's like, well, he's walked into the ring with 3 or 4 belts. Who's the champion? And I'm like, the other person, he's walked in with some belts as well. It should really, I would like to be in a space where you see how one belt, one face. I like the fact that Usyk let go of this belt. He said, I've won it, but guess what? I'm undisputed. And it all roads lead back to Usyk, which is fantastic. So yes, this night's happening. And guess what? Turkey's really put that belt in there. The undisputed belt has now become a thing that everyone wants.
Yeah.
When Fury's not thinking about WBC or all these other ones, he wants to win what's taken from him. A new belt that's just created. And that's the game, that's the intelligence. And it has to happen in all divisions.
I love it. I really hope this happens, gents, because I think this would take boxing to another level, and it would learn from the UFC and apply it to this sport, which, in my opinion, I love boxing. I love it more than the UFC. I've always loved the UFC, but right now, what we're doing here tonight, what boxing has been doing since Riyadh season came, it's been outrageous. I believe
that cheer you're hearing there is for Alexander Usyk, who's conveniently been sat very close to Tyson Fury down there.
And that's another guy you've just got to love.
Yeah.
Like, he's a guy, I mean, he's just so likable.
Bro, he's boxing's unicorn. Let's have it right.
Yeah.
The first time we met Alexander Usyk, even his journey, we could talk about that for a minute. We first see Alexander Usyk as the cruiserweight stepping up. I never knew. When he's AJ, me and Travis were on the zone. Imagine, it was on the zone, different way. Yeah, it was on the zone.
We're back, motherfucker.
Yeah, we're literally. And on the zone, Travis says, against Usyk, he says, I put my name on it. AJ is beating this guy. What happens? Travis loses his name.
I was the man with no name for 2 podcast episodes.
We called him Trebertiev. He actually became Trebertiev. This guy is so good. He beat AJ twice. Beat Dubois. Took on Fury. These are all people that we're worried about. He is the unicorn. What a career.
I was looking up when Joe Joyce was my old roommate when I was on GB, and he boxed him as an amateur. And at the time, Usyk was boxing at 91 kilos, and Joe Joyce was fighting at heavyweight.
Yeah.
So, and he beat Joe Joyce, and I seen then how great he was. He was one of the fighters, me and all the GB lads, when the coaches wanted to study someone, the same with Lemonchenko, they used to put him on the screen.
Yeah.
So I knew all them years ago how good he was. So a lot of people was a bit of surprise when he come on the scene, because a lot of these Eastern European guys haven't got the same star quality often, because they're the type of guys who do let the fist do the talking.
Yeah.
Actually, Usyk is one of the more charismatic characters from that Eastern European kind of world. But yeah, I knew how great he was. So yeah, it was no surprise to me.
Did you know he'll be able to beat the guys that we were worried about?
If I'm honest, I wasn't quite sure in the pro rounds he would transition so well, because, you know, it's 12 rounds. He was an amateur fighter. He'd had so many fights, and sometimes guys who stay in the amateur setup for so long find it hard to transition into the longer rounds. But he done it with ease.
Is he pound for pound #1, lads? I feel like he is.
In my opinion,
I feel like Crawford is fantastic. You know, Canelo, people put him up there anyway. But for me, to go in there with a man with such a weight and size advantage on you, and to do what he did, after also being a champion at cruiserweight is outrageous.
You know, when you look at the
Him and
amount of
Crawford,
weights that
1 and
Inoue
2.
has jumped up through, right? And because you're saying Crawford there, I'm not going to argue it. I'd make a strong case for Inoue. However, if you go Inoue and you go, he's done 5 weight divisions, but what is the jump? Pounds-wise,
2 pounds,
what's the jump?
3 pounds.
Sometimes it's as little as 3 pounds. Sometimes it's as high as 6 pounds, yeah? It's not all that much. Usyk on the night gave up what?
40.
40 pounds.
I'm going to do something. I have to ask this question, and it's a bit of a head twister. Yeah, our best champion in the UK, our best heavyweight champion. Would we all agree? Lennox Lewis.
Yeah.
Yeah. How, since he's taken down champions, he's taken down AJ, he has taken down Fury. How would Usyk fare against Lennox Lewis? How does that one? How does that one look?
Of course you do.
Yeah.
If we look at it,
I say
fantasy-wise,
he matches him technically, IQ-wise, but the power difference that will be on display will be what separates them.
Yeah, I think Lennox Lewis is just too big and too strong. Because just going back to what we were saying before in terms of size and stuff, I've always said, well, me and my uncle, actually, Manny Burgo, just shout out to my uncle there, we've always talked about it. In boxing, you know, if you look at the old school era of fighters, the Muhammad Alis, the George Foreman, they were only about 14, 15 stone. And we've always said, you know, once you get past a certain size, there's certain attributes that aren't quite as good. And any man who's over the weight of 14 stone can hurt another man.
Yeah.
And Usyk, to me, is a bit of a throwback fighter. And he's proof when you've got that level of skill, and I'm not just saying the average fighter, but when you've got that world-class level skill, and you're around that 15 stone, that's big enough to hurt any man.
Shout out to Liam Gallagher, who's game crushing this performance right now.
Absolutely, but guess what? When you were speaking right now, Joey was making a bit of a face. And you look, we keep doing this thing with Usyk. We keep saying, guess what? He's too small. But somehow.
But I'm not, that wasn't my argument.
I couldn't say with any real confidence that Lennox Lewis beats Usyk.
You know what surprised me? The fact that Travis said on a technical level, Lennox Lewis was on the level of Usyk.
I don't think
you got to
blows my mind.
You got to study Lennox a little bit more.
Have you seen Lennox Lewis's jab alone?
That's what I'm
that
saying.
done to his jab was like a backhand. We're talking about Dubois' jab.
Just for an example, who did Lennox Lewis step in the ring with who fought like Usyk? I'm just wondering.
No, I'm not. It's definitely not comparable. But I mean, you had someone like Evander Holyfield, who was coming from the cruiserweight. He's had a similar path to Alexander Usyk, a smaller man. I do think there was a little bit.
Here's the question. Does Usyk beat Holyfield?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure about that at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I can't believe you are that confident on that.
That's insane.
Evander Holyfield would have beaten any heavyweight in any era. We've got the Lennox Lewises. I actually think like the Lennox Lewis would have beaten the likes of Muhammad Ali in his era.
Same here.
I actually think people don't rate Lennox Lewis great enough.
No, I agree. I actually think, I just think Usyk is one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, but Evander Holyfield, have you seen the way he fought and the pace he set?
Yeah.
Like, I've seen Alexander Usyk slow down in fights.
Are we drug tested Holyfield?
Well,
that does change my opinion.
Okay. I mean,
listen, at the end of the day,
I've got a point when it comes
that
to
combo doesn't apply to Lennox, and Lennox beat Holyfield.
Okay, let's give them both steroids. Okay, let's give Usyk.
Let's give them all steroids.
Give them all.
Also, here's a question: does Usyk beat Mike Tyson?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Do you know what those styles do make fights, right?
Mike Tyson.
I
don't think so.
21-year-old Tyson.
No, not at all. I don't think so. Listen, there's no.
I think he beats this version of Tyson.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 60-year-old.
But what I'm saying is, in a Lennox conversation, I have Lennox beating Prime Mike.
You might need to come and partner with me.
I've got a question for you. Just a little change of pace, right? We've got a new generation. We've got the Ryan Garcia, Javante Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo Lopez. This golden crop of young lads who should be all fighting each other every fucking month at this point, and we're struggling to get them. To be fair, as much as people give Ryan Garcia shit, he's game as fuck. He'll get in the ring with any of them by the looks of it when he's allowed to. Who do you see at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, out of that crop of fighters, coming out with the best legacy?
I can tell you who it definitely won't be.
Who?
It won't be Ryan. And I feel bad in saying that because I think for talent, I think Ryan Garcia's unreal. But all this thing of, it was an act, and it's not an act. It's not an act. I know people like that. He's an erratic character, and I don't think his career span will have what it deserved. The unfortunate thing for myself, because I'm a fanboy of this man, is that when we mention those names, unfortunately, because he spent too long in the amateurs and took too hard of fights when he was trying to prove a point, we don't speak about Lomachenko in that mix, and I genuinely think he's won. If we go resume, and I'm just on about who they fought, come the end of his career,
Devin.
I wouldn't be surprised if the best resume is Devin Haney. Devin Haney will have the best resume.
Devin Haney has a great record, but what affected it was the beatdown to Garcia. And for some strange reason, as you said with Buatsi and stuff, I feel like Devin Haney's not liked. I feel like people felt a sense of glee when he lost.
You know why?
Why?
Because he's a defensive safety first fighter, and we want to see them get smashed. Because I want the aggressive fighters to be because they're the ones who want to entertain. Devin Haney is not here to entertain anyone. That's why we want to see him
Did you see the boxing boots he was wearing?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, them type of reasons are enough reason to say.
There's another reason.
The Ugg boots.
The Uggs.
The win over Lomachenko, some people swear blind he had no business getting that decision. And there's a revenge that people kind of seek as a result. Some of the comments outside the ring have made him have a target on his back. So now it's that thing of like, it's F Devin Haney, regardless. No matter how great his accolades get, I don't like this guy.
Do you not think
the
all of
boxing
these
community's kind of decided on him?
Do you not think all these guys, it's the kind of the great fighters, but I don't know if it's down to inactivity. You know, got Ryan Garcia, who's, you know, mentally not being stable, he's not quite right. Or like, and we've got like the Devin Haney.
I haven't really heard much about Javonta versus Shakur Stevenson.
We're going to add, that's the player that I'm going to add into the mix. Because Javonta hasn't fought anyone to get the credibility and excitement.
He doesn't seem to give a shit, does he?
Why it doesn't matter?
But at the same time, the eye test on Tank keeps him in the conversation. Because you start thinking, I don't think these guys are going to be able to match up with him in the ring.
Do you know what's funny? Probably the guy who's the most unstable, Ryan Garcia, is probably going to be remembered more than any of these guys. Because forgetting the boxing, and this is where, when I talk about legacy to the purists is just boxing. But generally speaking, it comes outside of the boxing. And Ryan Garcia has got a massive following. He's entertaining. Love or hate him, in some shape or form, it's just as important, and he gets it all.
As much as I dislike some of the things he's done in the last 6 months, you cannot deny the social impact he has. If we're saying who's the face of boxing, I'm not saying he's number one, but he's in the top 5 in terms of the most recognisable faces in boxing, right? Especially amongst young fans.
But then so is Mike Tyson. But then so is Mike Tyson.
No, Mike Tyson's a freak, though, isn't he? Like he's just.
Do you know what the biggest shame about this weight division is, right? Letting fights brew is an awful idea, in my opinion.
I hate it.
Because now what you're seeing is Teofimo's gone up, so Teofimo's out the mix with these guys now. Lomachenko's got too old and he's sort of half on the slide. Yeah, he can come back in bigger fights, but the prime Lomachenko you're never now going to see. Ryan Garcia, one is serving a ban, but that's not the only hurdle he's got to come over. He's got to come over the mental hurdles that he's clearly got in his mind. So in terms of active in that division fighting, what? Shakur, Devin Haney and Tank, who has not yet, apart from Ryan Garcia and obviously Isaac Cruz, gone in with any of the ones that we want to see him in with. Letting these fights brew, letting these fighters build, it's not always the best idea. To use a UK reference, George Groves and James DeGale both went on to win world titles, but they fought in their 11th and 12th fight. Do you know what I mean? You can match these guys up young, and hopefully this is what we now see.
Well, listen, even when you talk about these guys, you talk about Shakur. Are you guys convinced? But who's convincing you? I don't even know who I can say I can have.
Do you know what? What I will say about the Ryan Garcia thing, Dana White came out and he said, look, we've got the best drug testing system in pro fighting. It's not even close, by the way, because none of these boxing promoters want to spend money drug testing their own fucking fighters. Why would they? You know, I don't want to catch you if you're. Whereas Dana White, he's under more of an obligation because he owns a fight league. And he says, I talked to my guys, and they genuinely said, from everything they've looked into with the Ryan Garcia case, it actually does look like a contamination or something that isn't as...
Really?
Yeah, they said, this is Dana White's words, not mine. He said, but I actually think he's telling the truth. And when you look at the way Gervonta Davis is Devin Haney is talking, you would think, right, if the other guy popped dirty, you want to get that back. Haney doesn't want to fight him. So to me, I'm not confident if they run that back, and I would want them to, because I think it's one of the biggest fights in boxing, that the result is any different. I think it's the same.
So listen,
it's so hard to say.
What about another angle? So if we're talking about these fighters and legacy, it's really difficult to say about legacy until the career is over, because it's all ifs and buts until the end of the career. But if you had to choose which fighters, if you never had to see them fight again, would you be bothered? Which ones would it be? Which ones? Korea, are you more excited to
I wouldn't give a shit about watching Shakur Stevenson again.
Yeah.
I rate him. He's a fantastic fighter, but I'm not excited to watch him. You know what I mean?
Tank.
Yeah, so to me, it's Tank and Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney, Shakur.
You can almost guarantee.
Really,
You know what? I don't feel like that about Shakur. I like his boxing.
Yeah, but you're a boxing. Maybe you're a boxing purist.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, when you're talking about entertainment, excitement, if you had to never see them again, how much would you be bothered? You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at. But the likes of Tank, he's a great fighter. He's not the most charismatic, but when he gets in the ring, he's
I want to watch him fight, but
he's
the
exciting.
problem with Tank, you can guarantee he'll not be the one that's remembered out of all of them, because he's like Mayweather. He's picking his fights so carefully, and I just don't see him taking risks.
I don't know. If he fights them and knocks them out, it's the
Do you expect them to take those fights?
Eventually.
Yes. We're getting to that space now. Guess what?
Because he's not doing business with Turkey.
No, and that's the
thing. He doesn't want to, because you know why? It'll be a fair playing field.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want that. He wants to weight train Ryan Garcia so that he's the worst version of himself.
But you know what it is? A lot of these fighters have subscribed to the old model of boxing, and they're waiting for their moment at the top.
Who told them
This
that?
now removes that whole equation, so they're like, bro, I've been climbing this ladder this whole time.
The game changed.
Don't change it now.
This ain't your Uncle Floyd Mayweather, who taught you the game changed. You got to get with the new game.
And this is it. I remember when, the golf in Saudi was coming, and everyone was saying no to get involved in that Saudi golfing thing. I remember when that moment happened, and I thought to myself, well, everyone tried to say we're not interested. But guess what? This guy, Turki Al-Sheikh, is connecting. He's collecting like promoters, like Infinity Stones. He's already got Eddie Hearn. Ben Shalom's almost there. We've already got Frank Warren. At some point, these men have to come to the table.
He's going to get Al Heyman. He's going to get Bob
Al
Arum.
Heyman. Well, Shelly's walking about
He's
down
collecting them like Infinity Stones.
Literally, they're coming. So you can say you want to avoid it. Boxing is going in this direction if you like it or not. So you have to get on the train, or you're going to get left behind. These fighters want to be part of these nights. Terrence is here. Before, I remember when Eddie Hearn used to speak to Americans. They didn't want to talk to Eddie Hearn. He's either, Eddie Hearns, this, that, and the other. It's beyond.
That's so De La Hoya.
Yeah, it's gone past. It's gone past it now, because not Eddie Hearn is the face now. It's him, and they're going to do business. It is what it is.
I do love the fact that Terence Crawford has realised that, and like the Tank and all the rest of them need to take notice. He's getting involved. He's changed his image, because Terence Crawford was really only appealing to the general public, the boxing purist, should I say.
Hardcore.
But he's realising he's intelligent. He's had to change, and they all need to follow suit.
Question, lads, before we move on to the big fight tonight, if you're watching on any platform, hopefully it's DAZN, because the pay-per-view also has alternative commentary with us. The link for that is DAZN.com/True Geordie. If you haven't already, you can check us out on DAZN. But if you're on YouTube, big shout out to you, hit the like button. We are about to see Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois. But looking at the list of heavyweights, lads, obviously you've got AJ and Dubois, you've got Bakoli, Jared Anderson, Tyson Fury, Usyk, Ruiz, Big Baby, Francis Ngannou, Deontay Wilder, Parker, Zhang. This is the greatest heavyweight division we've had in a long
20
time.
years. 20 years.
20 years.
Easy.
Tell me, if we were, putting together our Riyadh season Vegas card, for example, let's hope they go to Vegas. I'd quite like to go. What kind of heavyweights would you like to see taking each other on?
Oh, you know what?
That's a good question.
That's a good one.
Would you give any airtime to Deontay Wilder again or not?
Yes, in one fight.
Which one?
Francis Ngannou.
No.
That's the only. That's.
I can't lie, I'm over that Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, same.
I feel like there's other fights for Dillian White. So in an ideal world, and you lot are going to laugh at this, by the way, Fury, rather than fighting Usyk, I'd like to see him fight AJ.
Yes.
Usyk I would like to see fight Joseph Parker. Stylistically, for some reason, I make Usyk a favourite. Stylistically, for one reason, I feel like that's an interesting fight. I feel like it's maybe as close as AJ against Usyk at this moment in time, yeah? Caballel, you want to see him in the mix with someone good. I think Bakoli against Zhang would be an absolutely...
That's a banger. That's my fight.
That's a big fight.
That's my fight. But guess what, though? I wouldn't even mind because I hate Dillian's not involved. I like Dillian as a personality. I like him as a character. I wouldn't mind seeing Dillian versus Bakoli. Yep. They've already had a bit of back and forth already on the stairs. Come upstairs, this, that, and the other. Yep. But that's what we're looking for.
But I feel like Bakoli does him, man.
Oh, are we getting close?
We're getting closer, boys.
What's going on here? Is it feeling like it's time?
Maybe Mark Demore against Dave Allen would be a good night, joking.
Oi.
Yo.
Oh,
By the way, these graphics, like the videography that goes in to this is absolutely ridiculous.
Next level.
What's crazy is it was really good night for Tyler Denny, though, isn't it?
I've got to do a quick advert before we get into the fights, guys.
Get to it, bro.
For everyone who's been here tonight, really appreciate it. And look, if you are losing your hair, we got a great advert for you coming up right now because hair loss is a common thing, and there is a solution. It's the world's biggest hair clinic, Elite Hair. They are great at the pre-treatment stage. They take time to speak to you before you go under for your hair transplant, and they use a 6-step pre-treatment system which ensures the procedure is personalized for you. Now, they're 100% painless because they have a sleep deep method, and Elite Hair are giving one of you the chance to win a free hair transplant. They'll cover your flights and accommodation. All in all, it's worth over £4,000, and you don't have to do a lot, lads. It's very easy to get involved. You just have to click the link in the description on the YouTube video or scan the QR code on screen right now. And all they're asking you for is some basic info, your name, your email address to enter. And you've got to be over 18, live in the UK or Ireland, and results speak for themselves with over 100,000 happy customers and all of the before and after pictures on the Elite Hair website. Shout out to them. Big love. Sweet
Caroline.
I was ready, lad. Yeah, shout out to Elite Hair once again. We are building up to a massive clash.
Neil Diamond, when he made this song, I guarantee he didn't think, I'll tell you what, give it 30 years. This song's gonna bang.
Literally, it's
Is that Tyler Denny?
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Do you know what I
That's the sad thing about it.
They literally had to rehearse the lyrics for this, and they're like literally reading the lyrics, singing it into the fucking microphone and everything.
He'll be having nightmares about this.
Before every fight, they'll play this song. I can tell.
Oh my god.
Listen to the crowd, though.
Touching you. Does anyone love this song? Yeah, I'm not really a fan. I've got to be honest.
Why does the boxing world love this song? Someone tell me.
You know what?
Why did us 5 love the Spice Girls?
Well, I noticed as well, strong allegations against us. We didn't sing one of the songs that Mr. Gallagher sang.
I didn't know any, I'm not going to lie.
What would be worse is if we pretended that we love Liam Gallagher. That would be way worse, all right? It's not my favourite, you know, give us a break. We're talking boxing.
In Oasis, though. In Oasis, we would have been all right.
Yeah, that's right.
If it was
Nolan Liam,
we would have been fine.
We'd have been fine.
Now,
say maybe. I would have been ready for that. I would have been ready for that. They didn't do the main ones. And look, I know all of the elitist Oasis fans would be like, oh yeah, of course you knew that one. Sorry, I can't do nothing about that.
It's not like they've been popular in recent years, you know what I mean?
Here we go.
Yeah, we can. Bring out AJ. Bring out AJ. I'm ready for it. Bring on the knockout.
Let's go, AJ.
Wait, hold on. So, Trav.
Talk to me.
Obviously, we did that Lennox conversation. We've all had time to think about it. You know, we spoke about fighters that can go back in the era and be okay. Usyk is the one that we mentioned that could go back in the era and be okay. Are we taking any other fighters from
does
this
AJ
era?
do?
I'll give you one. I think David Hay could come forward in the era.
David Hay.
Yeah.
How
he
does
could.
AJ do?
He could. David Hay could come forward into this era.
Could David Hay be Usyk?
Yeah, if his lower legs were all right, yeah.
Yeah, if his lower legs.
I said
just to be clear, the real lowest point of his legs. If they
the
were
lower
all
legs,
right.
that's a line. That made me
Let's
laugh.
be fair, guys. I'm talking about
prime David Haye. I'm talking about maybe value of Haye beating Usyk.
Bro, let's talk about AJ. He's about to come out.
All right, go.
How would he have done back in the day? And you're against the greats.
He could have gone back in time.
Yeah?
90s era, AJ would have been decent. I can't guarantee he'd have been a world champion, but it'd have been decent.
He would torch Frank Bruno.
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
I love Frank Bruno, though. I think he's underrated. But he would have beaten him.
He would have got him out of there.
Aye.
Yeah.
But then, I'm a big fan of Shannon Briggs. How's AJ looking against Shannon?
That would be hell.
How's AJ looking against Shannon? Because that's quick. He starts fast. He's a
nightmare.
If it doesn't go in 3 rounds, probably AJ wins. But if it goes in 3 rounds and there's a high likelihood it is.
Okay.
Devin Haney's here.
Devin Haney is actually in the building. We mentioned him earlier. Just to bring this fight up to scratch, lads. People haven't heard the earlier conversation. We've been breaking this down. Paint the picture for me. If Daniel Dubois is to pull this off, how does the fight look? How does it? Come on!
Good time, never been so good. So good, so good, so good.
No one knows that bit.
Nobody cares.
No one knows the other bits.
No one cares.
We don't need the lyrics.
Okay, Daniel Dubois.
Let's go.
How does this fight look if he wins it? Like early stages, he's going to have to come through a lot of shots. He's going to have to be basically unscathed as best as he can and start turning the screw after 2-3 rounds.
He fights Tyson Fury. In-house.
Yeah.
In-house.
What do you think, though?
No, listen.
How does it go, though?
In terms of method of Daniel Dubois winning, if I'm Daniel Dubois, I am looking to keep with AJ for the first 3-4. What AJ has is AJ has a fantastic knack of getting a second wind, but you wouldn't need a second wind if you didn't slow down around the 4th and 5th round. So if I'm a Daniel Dubois, I'm looking at the 4th, the 5th, which, by the way, is when he really came into his own against Hrgović, and that is the moment that I'm targeting. What about you? How do you think it'd come
Genuinely, if I'm Daniel Dubois, I don't box him at range. I feel Daniel Dubois has got to be on him, right up close or right out. He shouldn't be in the middle ground because that's where AJ will decapitate him. He's got to get close. The way he pushed Hrgović up against the ropes and pushed him into the corner and used his physicality, because if there's one attribute I do actually really rate about Daniel Dubois is for the weight and size he is, his engine is phenomenal. He has a little stat for you, lads. He landed more punches on Big Baby Miller in a 10-rounder than Anthony Joshua has ever landed in a fight. 12 rounds, ever.
But you know one of the things...
Wait. Run that again.
Just a deep in case you missed it. Daniel Dubois landed more punches in the 10-rounder against Big Baby Miller than Anthony Joshua has ever landed in any of his 12-round fights.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
Combined.
I thought you meant in the 1/10th round.
No,
but
what I'm saying is the engine on Daniel Dubois is impressive. Of course, Big Baby doesn't fucking move, and he's there to be here, and Alexander Usyk moves, and Parker moves, but still, I don't know if Anthony Joshua has the endurance of Dubois, but it might not matter.
Guess what?
One of the things that I would say, though, when you say about pushing Anthony Joshua back, I think, yeah, brilliant, good tactic. But in the last couple of fights, do you know the main thing that has impressed me about Daniel Dubois, apart from obviously having the resilience to overcome the mental battles and to come through such tough tests?
Yeah.
One of the main things that has impressed me is the footwork. Look, he's not Usyk, he's not Lomachenko, but the way he's bouncing in and out of his feet now, I think it helps him avoid a lot of punches, and I think it helps him come in underneath punches. But there's one clear thing for me. Daniel Dubois does not seem to take his head off the centre line when he comes in.
Ever.
And against Usyk and against Big Baby Miller, sorry, not Usyk, against Hrgović and Big Baby Miller, I think he can get away with that because they're not counter left hook punches, they're not pull back right hand punches. Anthony Joshua is a phenomenal counter puncher for the size and weight that he is.
There you go.
And if you don't take your head off that centre line, you can bounce in and out. You can come through with that double jab. You will get countered.
Guess what? There's the punch that, you know, it should be AJ's signature punch. It should be AJ's signature finish. We saw it in Ngannou, we saw it in Charles Martin, and I believe we're going to see it tonight. I think it's a punch that I expect to see. I've said 3 rounds. I've said this fight ends in 3 rounds. Why? Because as you said, you've got
No, but then check it out.
I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Well, listen, check. One of the big issues why I can say that is you see with Dubois' style, I say don't take his head off the. He stays there and he's trying to catch punches. Big man, you can't deal with that. And AJ's timing is second to none.
But what's good to add context to certain performances and how certain things go, right? Usyk was looking for a KO against Dubois because he was there to be hit. In doing so, he got caught with a shot. The minute he went back to his boxing, easy work. Whenever these guys decided they're going to switch up their style because the guy's easy to hit, sometimes they can make mistakes. AJ can afford to unload because he's going to knock him out. Hergovic doesn't have concussive power. We found out, Big Baby Miller, he's not the guy that we think he is. AJ's going to put him to sleep. Dubois has a false confidence because of those two guys. He's not in there with that level now.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. And to Joey's point about the footwork of Dubois, I actually do think he moves well for a big lad. The only problem is sometimes he forgets to do that.
Yeah.
And I remember, I've told this on the previews running up to the fight, but if there was one thing that was really evident when we watched back the footage we took, shout out to Kent who was shooting for us in Saudi Arabia. We had Kent at ringside, and he was right up close. And I was amazed at the brutality of Dubois. I was amazed at the engine of him. But if there was one thing that was clear, was I could hear his corner screaming at him. And it was as if they were trying to control him, using their voices like a PlayStation controller. Because he was forgetting things. And the problem with Daniel Dubois is his mind is not as sharp as his body is. And he needs reminding of the basics, like when to double the jab, just when to keep your hands up. And for me, if Daniel Dubois' corner are screaming in the way that they were on that night, Anthony Joshua's going to hear that. He's going to know, and he won't even need to hear that because he'll recognise it because he's a smart boxer. And my worry is for Dubois, can you make those adjustments in time? Because AJ just needs 1 second.
Hang on.
Don Charles is in his corner, by the way.
Hang on. Is Daniel Dubois coming out first?
He's not the champion.
Daniel Dubois the champion.
This is Daniel Dubois first. Yes, it is.
He is coming out
Is
first.
it really? Wait, what's going on? What's that about?
Because when this fight was signed, Daniel Dubois was not the champion. They had to sign the belt.
The email came in late.
So it's Joshua versus Dubois and not the other way around.
This is a big thing, I'm surprised at this because, you know, when he's standing there waiting for AJ,
let's get the white screen angle on. Let's get
he's
that
going to
white screen.
realise then in that waiting time.
Thank you.
AJ should make him wait.
The simple fact is, you know, as well, we're talking about skill level and stuff with AJ and Dubois. Dubois doesn't do, in my opinion, anything better other than maybe having a slightly better engine than AJ. And early on in the Hergovic fight, he was so easy to hit. And when he, you know, even the first punch he got hit with, he went on the back foot straight away. It wasn't like people talk about this guy who just bulldozes forward. When he gets hit, he second guesses himself until he's, like we say, until his dad come in. And
when was the last time we seen AJ crack? Can you remember?
But that's a good thing. I always say in boxing, the best chin is the one that doesn't get hit. You know what I mean? It's not having a good chin you need. It's a grade B plan.
June! This is what I'm talking about.
This is
But guess what?
Go, Jordi.
I like it.
It's
I like the walk.
We gon' party
I like the walk.
It's your birthday. We gon' sip a Cardi like it's your birthday.
How's he look? How's he look, guys?
He looks,
he looks comfortable.
His brain is so programmed. He's just going to come out and fight.
No, but guess, you know, wait, so hear this now. I think he's at a disadvantage. Why I say he's at a disadvantage is he has to experience the AJ walkout. And all he can do is watch it. You can say he's not a slow processor, but even if he has that, he's still watching it. He's still waiting for the guy to come out. When he was talking in the presser, he kept on talking about the belt like it wasn't his. He kept on saying things like of the lines of, I have to legitimize this. I have to make sure people respect that this is mine. So you can tell already.
Is there any advantage in being the hunter and not the hunted? Because Anthony Joshua earlier this week, he had a chat with Vidal Riley, and he says it's weird because I was always the young cat trying to catch up with Klitschko, trying to catch up with the big dogs. Now they're all gunning for me. And I don't know, like maybe as a fighter, some fighters prefer being the hunter, you know?
He's not the hunter.
He's not.
He's not. AJ's not the hunter. AJ is as long as AJ is called Anthony Joshua, he will be the hunted.
Yes.
He's not the hunter, because a belt is something you wear around your waist, but when you check your bank account and when you look at your box rec, and when you remember the nights you've had, don't tell me AJ's the hunted.
Let's go wait for these
He's
fireworks.
the hunter.
Wait for the fireworks,
And
guys.
do you know what we're going to find out? What are you going to do with your AJ?
There we go.
Wow.
Big time.
This
That's
is
not the fucking pain
incredible.
game, motherfucker. This is the pain game.
Are you telling me
this
it's
is
not
what
moved
we're
by
doing?
this? He can't believe this.
You know they say revenge is success is the best revenge, guys.
Yes.
I gotta say it. It feels
Honestly.
good. It feels good. I gotta say it feels fucking good. What? Them fireworks on the pain game, boss. Just
Come
Wembley
on.
Stadium. Don't worry about it.
What
Don't
do
worry
you
about it.
What do you do with your AJ
This
when
is
you come out?
incredible.
You take your time. You know what I mean?
Do you know what? Francis Ngannou has accused the AJ of these tactics, right? And do you know what made sense, right? Daniel Dubois showed up about 2 hours before AJ did.
Yeah.
And Ngannou complained about this. And I see it happened again tonight. And I feel like AJ,
He's going to make it
when
wait.
he's ready.
Oh, yeah.
When he's ready.
Joey just said it. AJ is not the hunter. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He's got all the tricks. I don't care what anyone says. People are talking about this, 50-50 fight. But when it comes to fan base and who's the people champion, it's AJ. You know what I'm saying?
I got to give Dubois some credit. He looks comfortable.
He
looks good.
The songs are good songs as well. It's his playlist. You see him singing along. You see like he's ready for the. He feels like he's ready for the moment. That's only in the walkthrough.
But can I just say, this is the easy bit. It's when you're waiting for the other guy.
Yeah.
That's his music.
Yeah.
It's when that little period in between, wait for him to come out. And like I say, if I was AJ, I would take as long as possible.
That's right.
And you're bearing in mind, you've been in the changing room, you've warmed up, and this is the period you've got to try to keep yourself cool, keep yourself warm. And you know that wait when you wait for the other guy to come in, it feels like a lifetime.
We have to mention this though. Spencer Fearon, you might owe someone an apology.
Why?
You might.
Why?
Well, look, he's here.
Let's see what the corner looks like.
We have to see it, bro.
Let's see what the corner looks like.
He's here.
Boys, can I ask a question, right?
Go on.
What would be more detrimental to Dubois' chances of winning tonight? Don Charles not being in the corner?
Or his dad.
Or his dad not being in the corner?
I've told you about stealing my limelight. I've been thinking the same thing. I've been feeling it.
So you think, Trav, you think it would be more detrimental to Dubois' chances of winning if his dad wasn't here than if Don Charles wasn't here?
If his dad is not there, I can see a lot more issues.
I disagree also because we're seeing that like in the Hergovich fight, the Miller fight. His dad was needed to come to the corner. That to me was a classic sign that his trainer hasn't got enough, pull to make him follow orders. He needs his dad. That tells me the only person he really, you know what? It's different when the things are going well, but when things get tough, the person he only listens to is his dad. So
that's right.
It's a different situation.
Listen, you lot, the person that he needs is Don Charles. Don Charles, if you've been talking about those last victories, if you talk about those where he's come from, and if you see how he sounds now, you talk about, I can't believe I'm at AJ fight. I still can't believe it. It's insane. Wembley.
Can we just take it in for a second, lads? We're about to commentate an Anthony Joshua main event at Wembley Stadium, 96,000 on the paint game, Riyadh season card. Unbelievable for us, this lads.
No. Even processing this moment doesn't make sense.
Listen, can we just give
the Godfather music?
The Godfather.
He keeps still trying to little boy him. Even now, he's saying, "You want to join the mafia? I'm the fucking
Don.
Godfather.
I'm the Don. I am the Don in this motherfucker. You better believe it.
So there you go.
This is crazy.
Look
That's
at how
a
calm
Batman
AJ
entrance.
looks.
That's a Batman entrance.
Unreal.
I can't believe this.
You better be ready for when this kicks off because you already know the music switch.
And
the
you know
fireworks
what?
are coming.
Do you know what I like about it as well? He's been clever. He's got the
myself.
Klitschko. He's got the Klitschko shoulder pads.
Yeah.
That's incredible. You got to do it. These aesthetics.
You can call me
The
CEO
CEO
of the ROC.
Oh. What?
#1 supplier.
My name's
Flyer
Paul.
than a piece of paper. Wear my name. I got the
Hard
hottest chick
chick
in the game. Wear
Wear
my
my
chain.
chain.
It's like not the OC.
What?
No one can
Does
do it better.
Listen, tell me otherwise. When AJ walks out, how do you feel?
Electric.
Tell me,
Electric,
I mean,
lads.
the presence.
This is mad.
It's unbelievable.
It's
You just
greatness,
feel different.
mate. It's greatness.
You can't,
Yo, and he looks serious. There's no wave into the fans.
Bro.
Like the Klitschko
Bro,
era.
what the
He's
hell,
like, brother,
man?
smoke.
who tell me who can carry the torch after AJ?
Honestly.
I don't know.
I mean, it's impossible.
I don't know.
Shout out to Niall Ranger. Without you, bro, I wouldn't be here.
It's true. Look, man, this is it. This is the moment.
Oh, he's got the Rocky tune.
Oh,
Oh,
he's got
yeah,
the
we go.
Rocky
Career.
tune.
Yeah, we go. I'm
But
loving
check
it.
it out, though. Right now's the perfect time to mention it. Will AJ's career finish tonight? Will it be a disgusting footnote?
No way.
Or
Not
will he
now,
move
he's got the
forward?
Rocky tune on it.
Does
won't
he go to the next level?
Oh,
Does he
yeah.
get
Come
revenge?
on, big up the fucking
Does he let the
fireworks.
people know?
Get up.
His
Wow.
name is Anthony Joshua, the guy that's been holding down this thing for plus 10 years. The guy that we turned out for many a nights. Will he
This
do
is
the
so
AJ
bad.
thing again, bro?
Come on, KG.
And I know that he's got
Come
what
on,
it takes, bro.
KG. Talk
I'm
that
telling you
shit.
right now, bro.
Talk it.
He wants to go back for Usyk. He will one day see Fury, but all he has to do is dust Dubois, and he's going to do it tonight.
Yes.
Lock in, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It's our time. Let's
That's
go.
my boy.
Go.
That's my boy. Get in there, KG.
Let's go.
Bring in the fire.
Shit.
Good man.
Hey, where's the fireworks at?
We don't need them. We got KG.
Don't worry, bro.
Fireworks up again
I'm
behind
trying to
us.
get them.
Wow, this is unbelievable.
Come on.
I can't believe this, lad.
Let's go.
This is unreal. Get the
Let's
white
go.
screen on.
Oh, minutes.
Look at this, man. This is insane behind us
We're
right
at,
now.
bro, think about it though. Think about the journey. Think about what you've gone through, bro. And you're sitting here at Wembley.
I'm glad I'm not fighting.
Bro,
Listen.
it's insane. You changed up the team. The team looks a bit different.
Listen,
But you don't know.
listen. Can we just mention where we are right now and what that old team will be absolutely sitting?
Seething.
What a mistake they
Oh,
made.
come on, let's enjoy
What a
the show,
mistake.
lads. Let's enjoy
I
the
said
show.
it. Seething.
Everything's great. That's all we can say. Everything's great, isn't it?
Yo,
let's enjoy the show.
this-
Anthony Joshua,
he looks serious,
ladies and
mate.
gentlemen, stepping into the ring.
The OG, nobody can put him
Horrible
down.
intentions.
This is the
So
man.
let's go. All right, listen. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is one of the greatest nights of my life. I'm in Wembley, bro. I'm not even drunk. I'm not drunk. You're
Shout
probably
out
watching this and
to,
thinking,
shout out
what's
to
going
everyone
on?
watching, by the way. I've got to say, if you're watching on Twitter, please
Yeah.
hit the retweet. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit the like button. And if you're watching on DAZN, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We are right seconds away from Anthony Joshua, Daniel Dubois. This is history in the making, 96,000.
Oh, my
and
God.
Mr. Buffer will announce them.
I've been talking about AJ for plus 4 to 5 years. This guy's been a major thing in boxing.
Yeah.
Like, and you have to understand, being first generation Nigerian, similar to AJ.
Yeah.
I see him as a role model. I can't lie to you, look. This guy's done amazing things to the game, but he's brought pride. He's brought pride, and he's carried on his back. How many bad times can he say? Only that speech, probably the Usyk speech when he lost his way. You know, but so far, his career's been lovely in terms of how he spoke about the game, how he's been an ambassador for the game. I want to see him go out on a high.
Do you know what? After everything that we've just gone through emotionally on these ring walks, lads, if AJ gets even a wobble, I fear for the mental health of this table right now. I'm not sure we can handle this. We've got the Saudi Arabian national anthem playing in the background. Obviously, look, they've changed the game of boxing, and it's an unbelievable scene behind us right now. The whole of the UK are really embracing this, and
look at this.
What an event they put on, man.
Wembley is lit up green. I mean, look at that.
Crazy.
Job done.
Alexander Usyk, Tyson Fury standing for the anthem. Everyone and anyone is here right now. It's just a sea of stars around this ring.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
National anthem. God save the king.
God save the king.
You notice that AJ's entourage is incredibly different to what it used to look like back in the day.
Bro, AJ's entourage, it used to be ridiculous.
Like 15 people.
Like, mate, how many people? And do you know what? That's the one thing where, obviously, Joey took a loss recently, very, very controversial in my opinion. But sometimes you learn a lot from a loss. And I feel like one of the best things that Anthony Joshua learned was to just cut the backslappers out and get down to business here.
You lot missed something that's happened. I've just picked up on it just now. Everyone in attendance is wearing these wristbands that are lit up
and they're in the colours of the nation.
Oh, that's sick.
Sales green before. Look at the watches that they're
sick.
wearing.
That's
It's
so
unbelievable.
cool.
I was wondering how.
It's a sea
It's so
of red
good.
and blue now.
That's lovely, that. Oh my goodness. Attention to detail.
Question. What I will say is on the ring walk, Daniel Dubois looked in the best possible mental state he could be in. So, you know.
I like the Tyson.
Like the Mike Tyson thing, aye.
Very serious.
Business.
I think that when we looked at Daniel Dubois during the build-up, the press conference and whatnot, we're almost in a way over-questioning, and we'll shortly find out our answers, but we're over-questioning because we're going, he looks a bit uncomfortable. And the first place our mind is going to jump to is, oh, he's uncomfortable because the fight's coming. He's uncomfortable because he doesn't like doing all this stuff. So when you see him there smiling on the ring walk and walking in, this is him going to the office. This is where he knows best. And yeah, he knows he's got a tough test in front of him, the toughest he's probably ever been in with.
Yeah.
But I think that Daniel Dubois is going to show up here, right? We look at earlier on tonight, and not to dig anyone out, but Tyler Denny, for example, you might look at that one, you might go, didn't really show up there. Whatever the outcome is, Dubois will show up here. I truly do believe that.
You know why I believe that? Because his ability to come through losses and fight exactly the same way, actually, you could argue, has been slightly better than AJ. AJ mentally has changed significantly due to losses sometimes. His approach has been a bit more tentative. Although Dubois showed quit and he's had his stumbles, when he's lost, the fight he fights next fight is identical. He doesn't look like he's defeated. He looks exactly the same.
What you're not looking at though is what the road that AJ's been on, and
it might mean that he hasn't learned
some
either,
people probably don't give him enough credit for how he looked in Usyk 2.
Yeah.
He was a better fighter in Usyk 2, and how much he learned from Usyk 2. Some people almost take the credit away because he lost to not think he was a better fighter. AJ is a better fighter, and he's come from that. Those losses
Do you know what's
probably
improved a
helped
lot?
him.
Yeah, I did a video when I look back at his older fights. His footwork is supremely better from where it was. His judgment of distance in the Wallen fight and in the Ngannou fight. That's why they couldn't fuck with him. Because he thought, I'm going to keep you right there. You come in the range, I'm punishing you for it.
And also...
And he commits so much of his punches now.
Ready to rumble!
Get in there!
Shit! I almost missed that last time. I was ready for that one.
And you know when you talk about, Dubois dealing with it slightly better, he didn't have the same pressure that AJ. It's like chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
Me personally, it's not even comparable. So totally different.
I don't know, I think...
Are they booing him?
He got quite badly beaten.
Are they booing him?
And I give him credit for coming back strong.
It's a mixture. You can tell it's a more pro AJ crowd, but I wouldn't say they were booing. There was noise, but the truth would be when they start reading out AJ's accolades, listen to the noise then.
Yeah.
AJ is the heavily favoured man in it.
AJ can't let down his fans tonight. They're here for him.
What I'm
there's nervous energy there. Very nervous.
You know what? It's got to be some feeling standing across from AJ at 96,000 in Wembley.
Bloody hell.
He's got balls to just be there.
Listen, you have to give him credit.
This is his job.
Getting to this space, well done to Dubois. Well done.
And he's still only a young man, really. He's
very young.
26 years of age.
Come on.
Look at the
big AJ.
Look at AJ's body, man. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. It makes me feel like, I just don't even feel like a man when I look at his body, man. What the fuck is that? Honestly.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, it takes some bloke to make you feel that way.
Tell us about it, mate. I'm heavier than him, but you wouldn't know it.
This guy ain't smiled even slightly.
Once.
What are you saying about the way AJ is acting?
Steely.
Like, is this a good thing? Is this too much?
No.
Is he nervous?
He's talking about, he's listening to more like, the Gladiator soundtrack.
Yeah.
He's listening to like gladiatorial music, war music. He's really talking about getting into the fighter spirit. And like when you look at AJ, you don't think of that kind of guy. You think of an athlete who learned how to box well. But I think he's really embracing this warrior code that Chris Eubank talks about.
AJ right now is locked in.
Right, here we go.
Oh shit!
Round one! This is it, lads.
Oh my God!
This is what we've been waiting for.
We're here.
I can't believe we're here, bro.
It's time. It's time.
Listen, no hiccups.
I've got a
Let's
feeling.
end this career. What's the feeling, bro? What's the feeling?
Are you scared?
I'm scared. That's the feeling I've got.
I've got a Dubois feeling here.
Hey,
Imagine.
Listen.
Imagine.
Don't say that.
What feeling have you got?
Not
Here
a
we
good
go.
one.
AJ
Anthony
inside
Joshua,
5.
Daniel Dubois, round
AJ
1 from
inside
Wembley
5.
Stadium.
Let's
All
get
right,
it.
AJ.
Come on.
Who's going to take center of the ring right now?
So Dubois on the front
Dubois
foot.
taking centre of the ring early on.
AJ looks a bit tentative.
It's a cagey start. They both just...
The jab of Dubois is out quickly, and the size of these men, there is only 4 pounds between them. So this whole thing about Anthony Joshua is huge. Believe me. Oh, big right hand from Daniel Dubois. Catches AJ, and AJ is backpedaling. What a shot early on from Daniel.
Early shot that didn't see coming, really, to be honest.
Now, just have a look at Daniel Dubois' feet here, right? When he's moved in with his jabs a couple of times, look how quickly he gets his feet in between the stance of Anthony Joshua's here.
And AJ is not throwing punches comfortably, he's taking shots. And the tentative Anthony Joshua that we've seen in previous fights, we're seeing a little hint of it here. He's getting pushed back.
In the air. He doesn't look.
He threw a shot and it didn't look like him there. The way he turns these punches over against Wallen. He's not turning them over here. He's not throwing with authority.
There you go. That's that shot.
Yes,
down
he
the
needs
middle.
to throw with authority.
He needs to throw with it.
But you know what?
Back him
you
up.
can tell that caught him properly there because
Absolutely.
his ferocity in his punches immediately went down a notch.
Well, remember the shot was landed in like 7 seconds. They hadn't thrown anything at that point just yet.
Now, so far, neither man has really took anything. But in terms of encouragement, in terms of anything real big. But in terms of encouragement, Daniel Dubois will be feeling confident.
That jab is looking nice from Daniel Dubois early on.
It's a good jab. It's a good jab, but you got to remember there's a lot of nervous energy in that.
And that pullback right hand, it didn't land there from AJ, but that's the shot you need to watch out for. Because when you come forward with that jab, you don't take your head off the centre line, you don't bring it back in time like he just has there. There's going to be a pullback right hand in a minute from AJ.
AJ looks a little bit lethargic.
He's
not firing on all cylinders. He's nervous.
You know why? Because he got clipped early, man. I'm telling you, that one shot, it wobbled him a little bit, man.
I was surprised that Dubois went for it in that same way, though, because you didn't think Dubois was going to come out the block.
Daniel Dubois always fights like this in every single fight. And I said after he got dropped and he had his wobbles, he always does well mentally. At the start, it's the quitting him later that you're worrying about.
When AJ gets his jab going properly.
Dubois going for this.
AJ needs to warm into this quickly.
Yeah, and when Dubois is having sort of 10, 15 seconds like he did there before he came forward when he stands at range, that's the time that he wants to avoid.
The referee's on him
but
for the
then
headbutt,
one thing that we can say is the referee's not going to allow him to fight. He's not going to let him rough him up. The referee's stopping anytime there's a clinch or anything. If they get too close, the referee's separating that. So we do know that he's not going to be able to roughhouse him.
Once AJ gets elusive with the jab, great uppercut on the way in.
This has been spoken about in the change room. They've been told.
I don't know if that landed, lads. I don't know if that landed.
No, it didn't.
Oh, those are two big shots.
Daniel Dubois has dropped Anthony Joshua, and AJ has been caught multiple times in this, and he's fucked. He looks fucked in this fight. Anthony Joshua has not looked the same from the beginning of the first round. Daniel Dubois has announced himself as a motherfucking problem in this fight.
Do you know when he stepped to the side, he wobbled. A lot of referees would have stopped it because he wobbled.
I asked the question before this fight, gentlemen. Has Anthony Joshua's last 2 fights given us false data? It would appear so. It would appear so.
Wait.
Everybody
calm down. Everybody calm down.
Your boy's just been dropped bad, mate.
Before the fight started, I said, how does he look? I've seen him many times before fights.
Bro. He is lucky. And just can we give AJ credit? I want to give AJ credit. He did well to get up off that.
But what Anthony Joshua's shot, he's just been chinned.
Do you know what it is? He's standing really straight with his chin in the air.
Do you know what AJ's not doing? He's not keeping the distance. He did it against Wallen. He did it in his last fight.
Boys, can I remind you of saying, right?
Anthony, let's go.
Tyson Fury has probably the best recovery powers in the heavyweight division.
We'll see what one.
Anthony Joshua does not. Trav,
Sorry,
mate.
This is bad.
Sorry, mate.
It's Daniel Dubois smells blood. AJ needs to get that respect immediately.
AJ recovered from the Klitschko one. Wake up, bro.
He looks
No, he didn't. He didn't, KG. He didn't recover from the Klitschko one.
I can't believe it.
He did after 5 rounds. I don't think Daniel Dubois has given him 5 rounds.
Got a medicine, AJ.
They said it's spiritual.
Don't let this.
Daniel Dubois roughhousing AJ. AJ's in big trouble again, and he looks like he's going to go down. This could be the end of Anthony Joshua as we know it. Unbelievable scenes. AJ backpedaling. He's wobbling all over. Daniel Dubois is like a vampire in there.
He
smells blood.
Oh my
Daniel Dubois. Oh my goodness!
Daniel Dubois showing him he's the real deal right now.
Oh my goodness!
Shit. AJ hasn't thrown a single punch.
He tried to do the...
AJ hadn't had nothing in
tried
that
to do the back counter. There was nothing
He
in
tried
it.
to sit back with that right hand. There was nothing on it.
There's nothing on it. His legs are full. He needs to get his legs back. He needs to go into survival mode. AJ cannot... One at a time. AJ cannot trade with him like this.
Keep him at range, bro.
Not like this, AJ.
He's got no sharpness.
Pattern up. This is ridiculous.
He hasn't even got his legs underneath
He needs to get a few
When
rounds.
Dubois pushes forward with the double jab, there's no resistance
Get
at
the
the
hell
minute.
out of this round.
Dubois
One
needs
at
to
a time,
push forward with that double jab.
His chin's in the air. Get your... What's he doing?
I don't understand
His
what the hell is
chin's
going
in
on.
there. The hands up. Look.
Big shot from Daniel Dubois once again. AJ wobbly. He needs to recover. He cannot keep trading with Daniel Dubois. He needs to get some rounds under his belt, get his feet back.
The worst thing is, Brian, he didn't even trade with him. He got rocked with a jab there. That was a jab.
He hasn't recovered.
He needs to keep a hold of him.
IQ's going to get you
1
through this
minute
round.
20.
Don't try and...
He's there to be hit. He's getting hit with simple
Unbelievable.
jabs.
We've never seen Anthony Joshua look this bad. He looks terrible right now.
He's getting caught.
He's getting bullied.
Right hand.
this
Get to work. Get to work. Get to work. Clear your head. Clear your head.
We're talking about the footnote. Is this going to be how it ends?
Bro,
Not
it
like
turns
this.
out Dubois lands
2
another
rounds.
left hook. That sparring session, it
2
might have had some weight.
Well, you know what? If you don't get him out now, you're in trouble later on, Dubois.
2
So
rounds.
now's your moment. This is the
There's
moment
that
you're
double
talking
jab
about.
when he
This
comes-
is the moment.
Do you know what? I disagree
If
with
he
you.
doesn't knock him out this
I
round,
disagree with you.
Listen.
Anthony Joshua, he hasn't got as good a stamina as Dubois. Dubois is looking fantastic in there.
you don't get a moment like this with a guy like AJ. Take it now. If you don't take it now, you're in trouble later. That's it.
I think this is looking dominant.
Has he recovered? Has he recovered?
Dominant.
He hasn't recovered yet.
You're supposed to kill him while he's there.
He's
Kill him
still
while he's down.
He's still very laboured, and
I
there's no
can't
sharpness
believe-
in his punches.
I can't believe he
mean,
went down.
oh,
like that.
I don't like this at all.
Yes, hold on, bro. 24 seconds.
Unbelievable.
Because
I can't believe what I'm witnessing here.
Hold on.
Unbelievable.
Trav, you say about not getting this moment again. I think there was, 3-4 rounds in
You gotta
between
hold
Ruiz first dropping Joshua to Ruiz last dropping Joshua. You will get the moment again. AJ notoriously has taken 2 to 3 rounds to recover from knockdowns.
All I'm saying
I
is-
still think now...
All I'm saying is win when you can win.
The problem is, he hasn't got no snap in his punches. I mean,
Can't
his
believe what
legs
I'm
are
seeing.
completely gone.
All right, see, listen.
Let me just agree. Early on, in the first 15
can't believe what I'm
seconds,
seeing.
Daniel Dubois caught Anthony Joshua with a punch.
Cold.
Yep.
From that second,
Yep.
the punch power of AJ has been non-existent.
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 AJ, I don't even think he's slow to the punches as well. His mind, he doesn't even know where he is really. He's fighting literally of instinct. The guy's in
His
there.
reaction skills are gone.
Yeah, but the instinct's not bad because Joshua's feet, for someone who's been hurt,
that's what I was about to
haven't
say.
even been bad here. But let me tell you one
Look
thing,
at these
right?
shots.
You know the first right hand that dropped Joshua?
Yeah.
That knocks 95% of heavyweights out cold.
There we go.
AJ showed real resilience and a chin there.
We know AJ's got a chin, but right now he has to do something special.
Yeah, but
because to get, if let's say it ended then, that's the worst way. Talk about legacy. We'll see what happens in the
This
third
here is
round.
the most important round of Anthony Joshua's career.
Yep,
because if
absolutely.
he can get a round here where he gains some momentum, lands some decent shots on Daniel Dubois,
Yeah.
and not even swings it, but just re-establishes himself,
Yeah.
then this fight could...
Oh, and Dubois at him again! This is one-way traffic, man.
This is
the speed of Dubois is
on,
giving him
Anthony,
problems
man.
here because when he's coming,
Show him who the
he's
hell
going
you
right
are,
in.
bro.
He needs to get that left hand up because he's wide
That
open
left
for the
hand,
right
everything
hand.
is wide open.
It's
I
so
don't
funny that
understand.
we all criticise
his
Daniel Dubois'
defensive-
defence in the last fight, but it's AJ's defence that's failing him miserably here.
His defensive awareness is terrible
it's
today.
It's his reaction. It's like he hasn't had a proper warm-up in the changing rooms.
I don't get
know
it.
what's the matter.
Well, he does turn up notoriously late. I don't know if he's warmed up enough, but it didn't look right.
Can I tell you
He's got to
something?
keep flashing that jab.
I think Anthony Joshua is going to catch Daniel
I'd
Dubois
love
with a
it.
big right hand in a minute.
This will be one of his best.
I'm not
if he comes
saying
back
he'll
from
put him
this,
down.
it'll be amazing.
But he's tried to throw that counter pull
Big shot from Dubois again.
But his left hand still
He's-
down with his
AJ
ankles.
If you're Ben Davison, you should be screaming, get your fucking hand up, mate.
We're getting close to a.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
His chin's out there, bro.
The chin
We say
is
the chin's gone
available.
raving,
No,
fam.
he's
The
gone
chin
to a
is
beat
outside,
Where's
bro.
his defensive awareness? He looks so lumbery
Mate, he's
today.
trying to fight fire with fire, and it might be the biggest mistake of his
He
career.
just got to stay away from.
Big shot from Daniel Dubois.
That was
he
a left
catches
hook.
it. He's
AJ
hurt.
catches
AJ
him.
swung and hit nothing.
AJ's hurt. AJ, you got to stay off him.
Get your hands
I
up.
hate what I'm
Jesus.
seeing right now.
You know
I hate
what?
it.
Credit
I
to
hate
Daniel Dubois, bro. He's literally taking this from AJ.
I'm furious.
He's
The
right
young
now.
Kingslayer is slaying the king, and he's
this
battering
shit.
him from pillar to post.
can't
It's not
believe
even
it.
What the hell is
close.
this?
Listen,
oh my God!
As an AJ fan right now, I've been humbled, bro.
Wembley is stunned into silence. I have never heard 96,000 people sound this quiet in my life.
You got to get this guy's respect. He's not respecting your power at all.
His timing's off. He tried to do the laser counter. It wasn't there.
The timing's off.
Make this kid pay, man.
Do you know what the hard thing is here, boys? I'm watching this. AJ is actually trying the right things. He's trying to get his jab going. He's not able to do it. He's tried the pullback right-hand counter. Not able to do it. Just then on the inside, he tried the right uppercut. They are all shots that in the past have really served well for Anthony Joshua. But at this state he's in right now, I honestly still believe he's buzzed. I think it takes him a couple of rounds to get over it.
Brad Warren spoke before the fight about whoever's jab dominates, the other guy is going to have to respond. Yeah. Dubois' jab is dominating this. It's dominating it.
His jab is so assertive. AJ left his chin. The mistake that AJ made is he left his chin outdoor in that first one.
There's that shot.
That jab has got to get busy. You got to keep him on the end of that jab.
But then here's the thing, boys. AJ is throwing a jab with planted feet or on the back foot. Every time Dubois throws the jab, he steps forward with it.
Brilliant.
And in a fight like this...
And a left hook! Anthony Joshua is gone! He's gone! He's out on his feet! This is big trouble for Anthony Joshua! And Dubois is moving in for the kill! Surely Joshua can't stand this! He's fucked! He's absolutely fucked! We've never seen AJ getting battered like this. He is smashed to bits. I can't believe it. He can barely stand up. This is one-way traffic. And it's all over. Has Ben Davison got... No, Ben Davison's got in. And he's made the count. Unbelievably, there will be another round.
It's over.
I've never seen this.
It's over, guys. It's
I
over.
can't see him recovering from this.
It's over.
I told you I had a feeling.
Yeah, it's over. He was on his bum. Fuck's sake. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Look at that.
Oh, that left hook.
It's over. Guys, the footnote it's nasty. In front of 96,000.
Do you know it's funny we're talking about.
Do you know what we found out today? Can we just accept this right now? Those Wallen and Ngannou fights were bullshit. AJ is still the one struggling with the demons of the past, and the demons have come to they've come to take him home.
That man is the demon of the past.
The pressure is blatantly been on AJ. He's felt the pressure more than Dubois. The fact that he's not an overthinker is played in his favour.
AJ's finished.
He's over.
He's finished. Man.
He's over.
He's falling over
He
now.
slipped.
He can't keep his feet.
Now his legs on underneath.
They're counting him again. That was a slip, wasn't it?
Nah, his legs on there.
Come on, AJ! Don't posture like that, bro. It's time.
And AJ comes in with a big right hand, but he knows.
It's done.
It's all over.
Done.
It's all over. Anthony Joshua is stopped by Daniel Dubois.
No, he said it wasn't a knockout.
I was going to say he can't end it like that. That would have been a shit stoppage.
Come on, Anthony, man.
AJ looks terrible. He's all over the place. He can't stand up. His ankles are giving
Hold on.
Bloody hell, this is
he needs to try to hold and recover.
AJ, man, weather the storm, bro.
Do you know what?
Weather the storm,
AJ's survival instincts haven't kicked in. He's not holding on. He needs to keep a hold of him.
He needs to bite as much time as he can.
I can't fucking believe I'm watching.
There's no weather in the storm.
Guys, this is incredible.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Travis, Travis, your dad said this could happen, bro. Look, and now this is what we're watching.
No, his legs. He's like
this is shocking.
This is
Daniel Dubois has not just been beating AJ. He's been smashing him to bits here.
He's fucked him up. Let's have it right. He's fucked him up. AJ.
Dubois needs to get that jab going again now, because all he's doing now is chasing. And although he will eventually get there, he's wasting time by doing it.
Low
Set
blow.
it up.
Low blow.
Off of the jab.
Low blow from Daniel Dubois. Is he going to take a point?
That's
probably help him. That probably help him.
It was low.
He needs every help he can get right now.
AJ needs that help.
It was low.
AJ is finished.
AJ, I can't believe it. It's like watching...
Every shot that Daniel lands is having an effect right now.
This is like watching Superman get killed.
He needs one clean punch and it's over.
AJ, this is horrid.
It's got to be the uppercut. Come
AJ is so gone. He's so gone. Throw the towel in, man. While we... he's going to be knocked out here.
It's fucking done.
Referee.
It's fucking over.
You might have to save AJ.
That's it. He's going down to the body. That's clever.
You might have to save AJ.
I can't believe what we're watching. I'm stunned, lads. This is shockingly
easy.
Big
shot.
Good
big
punch.
shot.
Oh, shit.
Good punch.
Oh,
good
shit.
punch, AJ.
Did AJ just rock Daniel Dubois with an uppercut?
Yeah.
Big shot from AJ. Unbelievable.
Get your left hand up.
He's not there, though. AJ's still not at home.
No,
he's still not home.
He needs time.
He's bought himself some time.
His head's there, but his legs aren't.
Oh, my God. His legs are absolutely
You
gone.
know what? I will say a little bit of credit to AJ fighting pure off instinct right now.
Yeah,
I don't feel
yeah.
this is.
You see on instinct, his mind is there. It's his legs.
The problem
Oh,
is,
mate, he's got lower legs like David A at the minute.
Guys, I know what I said was a bit premature, yeah? Dubois needs to win this ASAP. Don't let this guy start to get back into it. That's all I'm saying.
Come on, AJ. It's just not there. He's got to set that punch up, that laid back.
You're not going to have him like this for 10 rounds. If you don't end it, it's going to come back the other way.
Do you know what? Dubois is getting tired.
Yeah.
He's throwing a lot. The only thing is AJ's legs are just so bad.
He's emptied the tank. Has he got something left?
You've got to beat him.
AJ, you need a knockdown.
AJ needs to make it to the corner. Don't be trying to trade.
Now, the way I'm reading that there, right, where Daniel Dubois has known he's one punch away from it, he's abandoned his jab, he's started to square his feet up when he's coming in. He needs to get back to his boxing because as much as he caught him cold early on, it was his boxing that got him in that position. If he gets back to it, it's a round. One round, he gets him out of there.
Yeah.
But if he headhunts like this again, AJ might be able to get a second wind here.
Well, listen, that's again, as an AJ fan, that's what you're hoping for. But what you've seen in here is domination. You've seen Dubois really rocking from pillar to post, bro.
Yeah.
I never thought I was coming to watch something like this.
Same.
But I'm seeing it.
Do you know
I'm witnessing it.
He looks like a novice right now from the beginning. So laboured, his chin's in the air.
Yeah.
Why hasn't he just simply picked his lead hand up to defend that right hand?
I don't get it.
Move off to your right, moving away from the back hand.
We asked the question.
So simple.
We asked the question, can Dubois manage in this big environment? He's fine.
He's just fine.
I told you, he's not an overthinker.
Wait, let's see what happens.
No,
Definitely
it's the overthinker versus the underthinker.
Exactly.
Like.
You got to wake up, AJ. Wake the hell up, bro.
And now Daniel Dubois looking a little bit like he's getting back to his boxing here.
That's it.
I'll tell you what we can say now. Anthony Joshua's proven he's got a fucking chin, like, because he's taken some bad
but he can't get hit for a good while. He can't get taken, like a big shot can't land again.
There's never been no question on his chin. You don't make it to the level he's made. Olympic gold medalist.
People have.
People do, but this is heavyweight boxing.
I saw AJ talking to his corners, telling them that he's all right.
Big right hand, Anthony Joshua. He's answered, and the Daniel Dubois is hit, but he answers with a shot of his own.
It's over.
What are we witnessing? What are we witnessing? Anthony Joshua is down. He's not going to beat the count. He is all over. He's knocked out. Anthony Joshua has been knocked out after hurting Daniel Dubois. I'm in shock right now. This is unbelievable.
Get up, fucking hell.
I have never been more shocked in a boxing match in my life.
Brother, what the fuck? I can't believe it.
Bro, can we just recap that last moment, lads? Just let me take you through it. Anthony Joshua came out with a little bit more zip. He landed a great shot. He tried to go in for the kill. Daniel Dubois looked almost out, but he answers with one of his own, and he knocks Anthony Joshua out. This was unbelievable.
I said he was one punch away. Every shot that he was landing of Daniel Dubois was having a reaction. He got a little bit of success. He's got that lead. That lead hand was down. He tried to follow up and he got caught. He was always one shot away.
Fucking hell.
And just like that, the heavyweight division has been shook.
Has just finished AJ like no other fighter has finished him before. He was out and he was seriously hurt. He got stopped with Ruiz, badly hurt. Alexander Usyk tried to finish him in the first fight at the end of the round. He almost did. Nobody has done that to AJ.
Just to be clear, Anthony Joshua is still in a bad way. He's not. He's not good. This is bad.
Can I talk about when we're talking about chins here, when we're talking about powers of recovery, right? We all sat here and said the same thing. Once Anthony Joshua had been dropped, it took quite a long time for there to look like there was any pop in his shots, any power in his shots. Daniel Dubois got rocked with a right-hand haymaker and replied with a knockout one-punch KO shot.
Let's just watch what happened here. Look at them shots. See, from the first round, that low lead guard, I mean, he's the most experienced guy. He's been with all the world champions, and he just didn't make that adjustment from the very first round.
You know what? Can I just say something, lads? Not to toot my own horn.
Look at that shot.
And I don't know if you can hear, but in my preview, I said he needs to have learned from Andy Ruiz. Because I said he could hurt Daniel Dubois, but you come in and you get overconfident and you'll get hurt. And that's exactly what happened.
And when you see it, the punch was doubled
I
because he
genuinely
was
said,
going for the same shot.
I got to do
Daniel
this.
Dubois got the shot off first.
I had to do this. To the camera, Don Charles, I am extremely sorry. You told me in Riyadh, we had the plan, we have the data, we know AJ, and guess what? You really do know AJ.
Yeah.
This was the moment. I thought you could never have done this. Humility talking.
Yeah.
You've taken down a great one, but not easy. You took him down round after round after round after round. The game plan from beginning to end was fantastic. AJ, yes, he showed something, but that young guy, that young lion, has slayed the king. He's taken
slayed
it.
him.
He slayed the king.
Everybody thought the pressure would be too much for Dubois. And the old veteran who's been here many times before
AJ
would be able to
manage
deal
it.
with the pressure.
That's insane.
And I said to all of you guys at the start, how do you think he looks? And you all said, no, he's in the zone, the gladiatorial, he's been listening to all that. And I said, I could tell by the nerves in his face. It was all just, he was trying his best to be in that mode, but I could see the nerves and the pressure was getting to him. Because realistically, all the pressure was never on Dubois. It was always on AJ. Everybody thought, if you look at all the boxing pundits, all the so-called experts, all thought AJ would, including myself, thought AJ would be just too much for Daniel Dubois. And look what just happened.
I mean, this was an absolutely insane fight. My voice is
the
gone.
heavyweight division.
Hey,
listen, the heavyweight division is fucked in terms of you have to not just in the sense of something seismic has just happened right now.
This is
something in a good way.
Not fucked.
In a good way.
This is
evolution
brilliant.
in a good way.
This
but I'm
is
saying
brilliant.
there was a seismic shift in the heavyweight division. We had to realize it different.
Yeah. It's different landscape.
Fucking hell.
Different landscape.
We don't understand what's just happened here. Is this the end of AJ? How does he rebuild from this?
Well, do you know what's funny, boys?
Yo, congratulations to Dubois. Let's give him his moment. This is his moment. He did it. This is all him. Wow.
Boys, we were saying about Anthony Joshua being the hunter rather than the hunted now. He didn't look like the hunter. Wow. He didn't like the hunter. Dubois was the hunter. Yes. Dubois was the one going in there knowing that I need to take this fight. I need to take it into my own hands and win this fight. From the second he started there, I can't even fault Dubois.
Wow. But you know the funny thing is,
wow,
Daniel Dubois did not show us anything new here. He done what Daniel Dubois does. It was AJ that knew what he was in for, we'd all talk about Ben Davis and myself included being great strategically. I'm not being funny here, but strategically it was terrible. AJ, he didn't adjust, he didn't come out correctly.
No. What you're not gonna do is that. What you have to do
Listen,
is,
I'm not passing blame.
I'm saying it's not passing blame. What you have to do is realize how great Daniel was. Daniel came out fast. He came out and said, guess what? Deal with these hooks. We asked in the beginning, we said, what does AJ look like versus Shannon Briggs? And almost those 3 rounds felt kind of Shannon Cannon-ish.
But we knew that. Everybody knew what Daniel Dubois brought to the table. It was AJ who was meant to be the experienced guy that should have been able to adapt.
What you did do is the false data corrupted the way you seen the fight, in my opinion. Those 2 fights against Warrington and Geordie were tailor-made to make Anthony Joshua look like he was back to the old AJ. The truth wasn't that. The truth is, they were fucking easy fights for him. Yes. They were tailor-made for him. And the tentative guy we seen against Franklin, the tentative guy we seen against Hellenius, was in with a real G tonight. And Daniel Dubois brought the pain to him. Daniel Dubois did exactly what he did to Hergovich in the later rounds. He did exactly what he did to Big Baby Miller. This was AJ. Let's be real. I know you love him, but he got found out.
He got caught.
He got found out.
No, but then
he got found out.
I don't even think, guys.
I don't think we need to rewrite. I don't think we need to rewrite history to enjoy this moment.
Yes.
He went in there and caught him with a shot and knocked him out.
No.
We don't need to undo the fact because Ngannou put Fury in his ass and he went in there and everyone said that this guy was supposed to be dangerous and he knocked him out.
Do you know what I think
so we don't need to undo everything that's ever happened.
I'm not doing anything. What I'm saying is those fights give you a false representation and the rest of the world and me of where Anthony Joshua was. And the reality is, those demons that changed AJ, we seen them from the first second, because when he was coming for him, he didn't want to fucking know me.
But Brian, when you're saying he got found out, people are going to sound like I'm sticking the knife in on AJ here. He got found out 6 years ago. It's not about getting found out. What lost him the fight today? The fact that he does not have elite level powers of recovery lost him the fight. You lot are going to call me a Tyson Fury fanboy. If Tyson Fury gets through the round he gets dropped in, I don't think he gets stopped a couple of rounds later, okay? Alexander Usyk went down from a body shot. Some people said it was low. He didn't get stopped a couple of rounds later. Anthony Joshua, every time he's been dropped, has been stopped a couple of rounds later, barring who? Vladimir Klitschko.
Wait.
Barring Vladimir Klitschko. No one can tell me that Klitschko put the shift in after dropping AJ that Dubois did there.
What I want to do, though, I don't want to rewrite history in such a mad way. What we have to say, AJ in there, yeah, he gave it his all and he put his chin on the line. You talk about going down on your shield, he risked it. Hold on, I'm still going to give, I want to give Dubois his credit. What you saw, and Frank Warren is smiling right now because he predicted this. This guy said this was going to happen. But what we have to say is Dubois went up levels, guys. We have to give Dubois
But did he go up levels or did he do what he normally does? I think this is more down to, not that, like, listen.
Has anyone done that to AJ before?
I've got a question. I've got a question for the team. Just let me ask the question. Let me ask the question.
Ask the question.
This is the first time for a long time that Anthony Joshua has been in the ring with someone who can do things he can do to the same power, speed, velocity, all of that. Finally, he was in there with an athlete as good as him. Is there a case where AJ, when he doesn't have all those athletic advantages, isn't as good as we thought he was?
This is what I think. I think it's not down to the athletic ability. I think AJ before Ruiz was an absolute killer. Unfortunately, I think what you're saying is right. Is ever since the Andy Ruiz, the demons that were hoping that with the partnership with Ben Davis and that's been rebuilt in the fights with Otto Wallen and Ngannou, they were tailor-made. It made him look great. But I was hoping, because I said the same thing beforehand. It's the potentially were tailor-made. We won't know until he fights a real fight that, like someone like Daniel Dubois, and the answers were there correctly, like you've said there, Brian. The simple fact is, them demons weren't. They've never left him. Unfortunately,
he hit him in 10 seconds,
we
bro,
were hoping,
and he didn't.
But
he
before he was
recovered.
even hit, he looked laboured. He looked slow. He didn't have that sharpness. He didn't have that confidence.
Do you know why?
I could see the look
because
in his
against Ngannou and Wallen, he was in there with people who respected him. Daniel Dubois showed him zero respect tonight and brought bombs with him. And I've got to give him a lot of respect because one thing I said before this fight, tonight, I said in the build-up, whenever Daniel Dubois takes a loss, he fights. He's a strong-minded man, Daniel Dubois. AJ's on the mic now.
Oh, shit, man. I can't believe this, though.
Oh, God. Bless him. He doesn't look good, bless him. How does he rebuild from this, lads? Because you've only got so many rebuilds in a career.
There's no rebuild. It's took him. So how long was it? 6 years since Andy Ruiz?
Roughly.
Roughly. So since then, mentally, how much has he really improved? Like, well, look at who he's fought in between then. And who was it? Who did he fought a while back? Was it Franklin? He fought Franklin. And was said there, really, he didn't look his best. But, he beat him. He beat a good fight, and I think a lot of people didn't give Franklin the credit. But really, since then, in 6 years, how long does it take to rebuild? If he's not back to the, so-called better AJ from 6 years ago, he hasn't got into that 6 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, look, at the end of the day, Daniel Dubois is just turned 27 years old. AJ is about to turn 35. Daniel Dubois, I think we can all agree on this one, lads, is only going to get better from here. So a rematch might happen, and I'd love to see it, but just out of the speculation of can he come back from it. But I wouldn't be confident.
I'm not doing it. If I'm AJ right now, we've seen the energy. It took us a long time to get back to this place where we're talking about title fights. AJ has gone in against a dog, and that dog is only going to get stronger. He's only going to get better. He's only going to get more vicious. AJ right now has to just say, look, that's the stronger, younger man. He went in there. AJ tried everything. He tried to mind game him. He tried to remind him at many a times, I'm the king here. I came out to the Godfather, bro. I came out to Rocky. I had everything to let you know to try and throw you off your game. I came out second. You had to wait for me.
He had everything in his favor.
Everything in his favor, and guess what happened? He wasn't
He wasn't switched on. You said it, but then the punch that changed it, yeah? You see when we dropped the hands near the end of the round and he lands him clean? That was it.
And you've got to think 6 years, you know, it's to try to get back to where he wanted to get to. And when he lost 6 years ago, he didn't get knocked out the way he's just been knocked out. That's the difference. So not only he had to get past them demons, he's actually been defeated in a worse way.
The rebuild process, if he did want to come again, doesn't now take 6 years because the landscape of boxing has now changed. And I've said this before, but I've got to say it again. Every time we see something like this happen, we all need to realise these aren't shocks. These aren't shocks. We have been starved of 50-50 matchups in the heavyweight division for most of my lifetime. For my conscious lifetime, we've been starved of 50-50 matchups. So we think now that this is this massive shock. It's not a massive shock. Daniel Dubois might very possibly lose in his next match. But here's what I do if I'm AJ. You talk about the rebuilding process. Go on holiday, put your feet up, wait for December the 21st.
I was about to say that.
Wait for December the 21st.
If Fury loses,
he's next. Yeah, but realistically,
he goes straight in with Fury.
Realistically, where's his mind going to be at? I just don't think, and you're right what you're saying in the fact of it's not a shock, but I always said it's not about losing, it's how he's lost.
But they're at the end of their careers.
This is a devastating loss at this stage in his career. And can I just also mention, is this 2-0 to
I do have a bit of update. I've got an update. I've got an update, lads. Eddie Hearn has just mentioned the rematch, but Daniel Dubois said he wants Usyk next, the rematch. So, potentially, what we might get, well, I think we'll know who will be the ultimate decider, but what we might get, if Fury loses, is Fury AJ and Usyk versus Dubois.
No, but do you know why it gets a bit nervous?
It makes sense. So.
Fury AJ for the British title.
But
Love
you know,
it.
wait, hold on. Do you know why it doesn't work?
And the Commonwealth.
Wait, it doesn't work, guys, because guess what now? If they both lose that fight, what we're going to ask for now is, well, we're talking about legacy and ending. Yeah. AJ's legacy, this is added to this legacy. How he got dropped time after time. So what we've been asking, who's the best out of these two? It's almost a runner-up. It's that World Cup game that no one watches.
KG.
Best runner-up.
In February of last year, Amir Khan and Kell Brook fought, right? Is it a nothing fight compared to what it should have been 10 years before?
It was fantastic.
Yes, but how many pay-per-views did it sell?
No, it's fantastic.
There you go.
It's fantastic, but now you've got to talk about the two egos. Is Tyson Fury going to be able to stand there and go against AJ and put on the line after losing so many lineal? Is AJ being the guy that's run this thing? Will they both put their legacies on the line at that last moment?
Well, you're lucky because I got the answer for you. Tyson Fury's not going to lose to Usyk. He's going to beat him in a rematch.
Yeah, well,
can I ask you a question?
We were confident too.
Another question, lads. We know that Eddie Hearn has famously built Matchroom around the star of Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
How much of a loss is this to him?
This is monumental.
None, he's still got Johnny Fisher.
You're saying that. Listen, straight down the camera. Eddie, pick up the phone to Ben Shalom. Right now, you should be answering his calls. You can't come with that big boy talk. It's real, bro. Let's have it right. Eddie, Frank Warren has spanked him all over town. He sent in his young pup. That's not even his main guy. So now you're not beyond those phone calls from Shalom. We're here. We're on even playing field. Fuck me.
I can't believe.
I can't believe it, bro.
I was so sad.
Do you know what, lads? I don't know about yous, but you know when AJ caught Dubois, I genuinely thought he's going to do it.
Same. Same here.
I honestly, I watched Francis Ngannou drop Tyson Fury, and I thought it was the most shocking moment of boxing in my life. But when Daniel Dubois is rocked all over, heading towards the corner, and then comes back with this shot and lights out Anthony Joshua, something we've never seen. We've seen him stumble, we've seen him drop, we've never seen him flattened. It was one of the most stunning moments in my sports life. And I have to say, the reason it was stunning was because Anthony Joshua's had such a great career.
Yeah.
And I've got to give it up to the big man, because I really admire the guy, I like the guy, and he's put it all on the line time and time again. But tonight, it was Daniel Dubois' night.
Look at the stats. 230 punches thrown to 139, 91 landed to 60.
I did say that Daniel Dubois threw a lot more punches than AJ, and that could be a problem.
You spoke about the engine, but again, that just...
the way this reads. I feel like every prediction were all coming, like, you know, we all had predictions either way. But I never predicted such a terrible performance from AJ.
Yeah.
And trust me, I started from the bottom with AJ, and unfortunately he kept going. I'm still here. But anyway, but
you're a bit higher than that up here, mate.
Well, no, you know what I mean. But in comparison, I'm just so disappointed and gutted because I am an AJ fan. Like I said, it's more than just boxing for me. And to see him go out like that, I'm just devastated. I can't lie. Like, I really expected more. And like you say from the start, forget the punches, the amount of punches thrown. He didn't look right from the minute his jab come out in the first round.
Lethargic.
He looked lethargic. There was no sharpness.
Well, I'm going to wrap it up there, lads. I've just got to say,
we need a pain game.
It's been an honour to share Wembley Stadium with my brothers here. What a night we've had, lads. I mean, it was a shocking end to it, but it's been amazing.
Brother, if you think we don't need to go live and talk about this at some point, we have to think about this. We have to.
Yeah. This needs to be digested.
We have to digest this one. There's no way. If you think we're ending it with this, we have to be back outside again. But carry
on. Big up the absolute OG for getting us these opportunities. Look what he's done for us.
For real.
The opportunity.
I love you so much, lads.
Never could imagine this in a million years.
Unbelievable. Hopefully we get to do it again very soon. Big love to all the Pain Game fans out there. We love you, and we'll catch you on the next one. Cheers.